Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1441. Aside from the wine, there was also something that looked like a doll that caught Lu Yin's attention. He looked at it seriously and his expression turned serious. This was probably Xia Xunfei's most well-hidden trump card. He took it away. Next up was Long Tian. Lu Yin walked up and slapped him viciously on the head. This guy was just too talkative. Lu Yin took off his cosmic ring and stored everything inside. There were many things, but most of them were useless. The only thing that caught Lu Yin's interest was a spear with a green gelatinous substance attached to it. Who knew what it was? He took it away and slapped Long Tian again before leaving. Right, I almost forgot. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi, remembering that Xia Taili's cosmic ring was still in her hands. He hadn't had a chance to return it to Xia Xunfei, so he searched for it and found it. That water plant power vessel wasn't bad either. Finally, Lu Yin arrived in front of Bai Xiaohong. This was the real deal. Bai Xiaohong wasn't just a simple matter of plundering. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and in the blink of an eye, that bewildering power that made him lose his sense of self spread to his mind once more. He recited the Stonewall scriptures and resisted the corrosion as he quickly attacked. He unleashed 5 palm strikes in a row, and 4 of them crippled Bai Xiaohong's limbs. The 5th palm struck Bai Xiaohong's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin exhaled and quickly returned to his mummy. He carried his own body and dragged Bai Xiaohong to a corner. When Bai Xiaohong was thrown around the corner, he suddenly came to his senses. His many years of battle experience made him want to dodge, but both his arms and legs had been crippled by Lu Yin. He had also taken a palm strike and was heavily injured before, so he almost fell down. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his own body, and when he saw Bai Xiaohong's body sway, he reached out to grab him. The other young ancestors liked this, so Lu Yin wanted to do the same. Bai Xiaohong regained consciousness and saw Lu Yin attack him. He wanted to resist, but his injuries were too severe. Just as he was about to take something out of his cosmic ring, he realized that it wasn't in his hand. Lu Yin grabbed Bai Xiaohong's neck and fiddled with the ring with his left hand. "You're looking for this." Bai Xiaohong stared at Lu Yin, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. "How are you fine? How did you escape the meditative ruins?" "What's the meditative ruins?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Xiaohong sneered. "A wasteland is a wasteland. You don't even know about the meditative ruins." Lu Yin frowned as his left knee slammed into Bai Xiaohong's stomach. Star energy erupted from Bai Xiaohong's body and transformed into a finger, but the finger dissipated as soon as it appeared. Although Bai Xiaohong had reached the world level in terms of star energy control and was capable of setting up source boxes and arrays, there was no way that he could compare to Lu Yin when he was injured. Lu Yin's knee still landed on Bai Xiaohong's stomach, causing him to bend over and cough violently. All he coughed up was blood. Lu Yin looked down from above. Bai Xiaohong's body swayed, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed to the ground, his limbs bleeding from the intense movements. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. "Do you know what you're doing? You're just an ant from a wasteland, and you dare attack me. Don't you know that the frigid immortal sect can destroy your wasteland at any time? We've allowed you to exist for so many years out of pity, that's all. I can ask the ancestor to attack your abandoned land at any time and destroy everything." Lu Yin looked at him calmly. "Are you threatening me? If I'm afraid, I can take your life at any time." Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide. "You wouldn't dare." Lu Yin was amused. Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong were all the same. Long Tian had always looked down on Lu Yin and had always ordered him around. Bai Xiaohong was the same when it came to others. This was the junior ancestor, someone who had been groomed by the resources of the Cosmic Tree sect and had also been praised by the sect. Even though Lu Yin had never interacted with Wang Su or Xia Shenfei before, he was certain that even if the two of them weren't as obvious, they were still the same deep down. This was especially true for people from the abandoned wastelands, as they had a natural sense of superiority. The Frigid Immortal sect will definitely know of my death, and they'll definitely guess that I died at the hands of stowaways like you. No one in this region of space would dare to risk starting a war with the Frigid Immortal sect to kill me. Only you ants. If you dare to kill me, the wasteland will become a true purgatory. Bai Xiaohong threatened loudly. Lu Yin squatted down and met Bai Xiaohong's eyes. Then tell me, how did the Cosmic Tree sect, which is the Frigid Immortal sect, attack the wasteland? Do you have a way to get there? Bai Xiaohong stared at Lu Yin. I know you're trying to get information out of me, so I won't hesitate to tell you. Of course we do. With your status, you should be at the top of your generation in the wasteland, so you should know about the existence of the three doors. Behind them is our region of space, and on the other side is your wasteland. Lu Yin raised his brows in surprise. Was Bai Xiaohong really that stupid or just pretending to be? Or was he just bluffing? The three doors were not connected to the fifth mainland, but rather to those monsters. Once the three doors were opened, the three doors had already been opened. Otherwise, the battle on the other side of the mother tree would not have been so intense. This was what Guoshan had said. This guy was definitely bluffing, but that couldn't be right. Bai Xiaohong clearly knew about Lu Yin's status, so how could he not know that the three doors had been opened by those monsters? Could it be that the true location of the three doors was a secret? Bai Xiaohong only knew of their existence, but he did not know where they were. This was clearly a bluff. Lu Yin thought about it. Guoshan had said that the battle on the other side of the mother tree was intense, but he had not mentioned the existence of the three doors. Lu Yin had just guessed where the three doors were. If anyone in the Starry Sky fruit tree knew the location of the three gates, then the fifth mainland would not have been so peaceful for so many years. Someone had already entered the fifth mainland. It was an abandoned land, and it was also a forbidden land for this part of the Starry Sky. So the question was, how had Wang Yi gotten to the fifth mainland? He had participated in the sovereign tournament through the technocracy, which meant that the Wang family had a secret passage to the fifth mainland. Otherwise, Bai Xiaohong would not have used the three doors as a bluff. The Frigid Immortal sect definitely did not have a way to get to the fifth mainland. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Across from him, Bai Xiaohong thought that he had managed to bluff Lu Yin and relaxed. He then said coldly, although you injured me, you saved me from the meditative ruins. I'll accept this favor and pretend that nothing happened. I can also change your identity as a stowaway. Compared to the wasteland, I believe that you'd rather stay in this region of space and join my Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin found this funny. This guy was not stupid. If he tried to bluff Lu Yin while trying to rope him in, then he might actually be roped in by Bai Xiaohong. If even someone like Bai Xiaohong did not know the location of the three doors, then it proved that this region of space was very wary of the fifth and sixth mainlands. How could they allow Lu Yin to change his identity so easily? Bai Xiaohong's words made Lu Yin even more aware of the severity of his identity as a stowaway. You still haven't told me what the meditative ruins are, Lu Yin asked. Bai Xiaohong frowned. I said that I could help you change your identity and take me away from here. Not only can I help you join my Frigid Immortal sect, but I can also help you become a top disciple. You might even have a chance to reach the progenitor realm in the future. I won't steal your origin item either. Actually, my Frigid Immortal sect has one, but it's better if you can obtain it yourself. Let me ask you again, what is the meditative ruins? Lu Yin ignored Bai Xiaohong's nonsense and focused on his questions. Bai Xiaohong barked, Long 7, do you really want to make an enemy out of me? Do you really know how terrifying my frigid immortal sect is? Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Xiaohong's hair. The originally handsome elite now looked like a stray dog. My name is not Long 7. My surname is Liu. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed, as if he had just heard something inconceivable. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. What did you say? Your surname is Liu. Lu Yin sneered. Does this surname make you that uneasy? The blood drained from Bai Xiaohong's face, and he was more terrified than ever. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Impossible. You're a remnant of the Liu family. How is that possible? You can't be from that Liu family. He suddenly thought of something and continued, You're from the abandoned lands, and your surname is Liu. You have nothing to do with that Liu family. I'm from that Liu family, or else I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level. I'm back, Lu Yin said in disappointment as he looked into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Bai Xiaohong roared, Impossible. The Liu family has already been exiled. The entire bloodline of the Liu family was exiled back then. Even if there are remnants, they're still disciples of the Liu family. There can't be anyone with the surname Liu. You're lying to me. When he saw Bai Xiaohong's expression, Lu Yin knew that the man had been provoked. Had the Liu family really given Bai Xiaohong such a huge blow? Lu Yin then shouted, If he's not from the Liu family, how could he have defeated you? Impossible. Even your ancestors were exiled. Not a single one of them could have been left behind. Bai Xiaohong roared, glaring at Lu Yin. I'm right here. How is it impossible? Did you think that your plan was flawless? Your exile was completely ineffective. Lu Yin retorted, his eyes turning red. Bai Xiaohong roared, the white dragon pushed the entire Liu family out to those monsters. Everyone with the surname Liu was there. That day was a day of celebration for the Liu family, but it was also the anniversary of their death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1442. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to summon a platform that slowly rotated. The giant emperor's brand was engraved on it, and it looked ancient. When Bai Xiaohong saw the platform, he was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. How is it? Can you prove my identity? Lu Yin asked coldly. This was the most important piece of evidence to prove his identity. No matter how he had guessed before, there had been no direct proof that he was from the exiled Liu family in this region of space. He wanted to confirm his identity through Bai Xiaohong and understand the situation back then. Since he had been exiled, there was a chance that he could be brought back. Although the chances were slim, as long as there was a chance, Lu Yin would not give up. When Bai Xiaohong saw the general roll call platform, he was dumbfounded. He had received a huge blow, and he slowly looked up at Lu Yin. It was as if this was the first time he was seeing him. His gaze was strange, filled with disbelief and nostalgia, but most of all, hatred, jealousy, and fear. I know who you are. Ha 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 ha. You're back. You're really back. Ha 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 ha. Bai Xiaohong laughed crazily as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed him by the collar. Then tell me who I am. Bai Xiaohong laughed. I'm not stupid. You don't have any memories, and you don't know anything about the Liu family. You don't know where you came from, who is waiting for you, or who is your enemy. Ha 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 ha. You don't know anything. Do you know why you're still alive? It's because you're the saddest person alive. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared into Bai Xiaohong's eyes. I don't think I'm sad. You're in my hands. As expected of you, you actually managed to fight your way back. But it's useless, as everything is set in stone. No matter what you do, you can't resist. You're a stowaway now, and it looks like those ants in the abandoned land support you. So what? Even if they gather the entire abandoned land and fight their way to this region of space, so what? You can't resist the frigid immortal sect. You can't resist my sister, just like your brothers. Bai Xiaohong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his body split apart. He had committed suicide. Lu Yin had not expected Bai Xiaohong to commit suicide. He released his grip and watched as the corpse fell to the ground. As the junior patriarch of the frigid immortal sect, he was extremely proud and arrogant. Just now, he had tried his best to save his life, and even put down his dignity to ask for peace. But now, he had directly committed suicide, which showed how much he had suffered. Only when facing someone of the same level, or even someone of a higher level, would they commit suicide. This was a common problem for such peerless figures. In Bai Xiaohong's eyes, Lu Yin had been nothing more than an ant in the abandoned lands. Even if he had the death god's inheritance, Lu Yin was still nothing in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Yin was only worth one thing: take. Bai Xiaohong wanted to take everything from Lu Yin, including his origin item, secret techniques, and the death god's inheritance. However, everything had changed the moment the battle platform had appeared. Bai Xiaohong had let go of his arrogance and insufferably arrogance. He had given up on threatening Lu Yin and given up on seeking peace. His status had completely reversed, and he had looked at Lu Yin with more fear than hatred. Thus, he had chosen to commit suicide. He knew that the moment the battle platform had appeared and Lu Yin had told him that his surname was Lu, he had no way out. Suicide was his only choice, as he didn't want to die at Lu Yin's hands. That's right, the general appointment platform. Lu Yin's face turned cold, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong. In my name, I appoint a general. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaohong's image was imprinted onto the general appointment platform. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xiaohong's corpse, his words echoing in his mind. He had revealed his surname to confirm his identity, and now, he had indeed obtained a lot of information. He had also confirmed his identity, but there were still many questions that he had yet to ask. The Lu family, the 4 cardinal scales, and the white dragon turning over, these were just a small part of the truth, but there were even more mysteries. Bai Xiaohong had said that it was the Lu family's day of celebration. It was precisely because of this celebration that all the Lu family members had gathered and the Lu family had been exiled. So why the celebration? Who had directed all of this? Who had facilitated the 4 cardinal scales to join forces? Someone had to be in cahoots, otherwise, how could the 4 cardinal scales have joined forces so easily? Even if the white dragon had turned over, how could it have pushed the Lu family away? If the Lu family had been able to force the 4 cardinal scales to join forces, then their strength was definitely above the 4 cardinal scales. Did they not have the ability to retaliate? What about the others? For example, what role did the Lu family and the seed garden play? Why was Bai Xiaohong so certain that he had lost his memories? Was the seal that he had encountered during his breakthrough related to this? Who had sealed him? There were too many things that Lu Yin wanted to know, and what he wanted to know the most was the identity of the enemy. Who was the one who had orchestrated the Lu family's exile? This region of space contained too many of his secrets. After thinking about it for half a day, Lu Yin finally exhaled and imprinted all of the information he had learned into his mind. He then looked at his cosmic ring, but there was no point in thinking about it now. The truth would have to be investigated in the outside world, and the most important thing right now was the spoils of war. Bai Xiaohong's cosmic ring contained tens of millions of star essence, and these people's star essence provided Lu Yin with about 300 million star essence. Although it wasn't much, it wasn't a small amount either. Lu Yin looked at the fruit that had been stored in a box made of some sort of crystalline material. He felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen this fruit before. If he had, then his memories would have been sealed as well. He put the fruit away and swept his gaze across the box. He saw a red flower that was alluring and beautiful. Lu Yin's body trembled. It was this flower. His Dai's 6 pips had entered someone's body when he had tried to search through the Lu family's memories. That person's head had exploded, and the last thing he had seen was a sky filled with red flowers. This was the flower he had been referring to. Lu Yin looked at the alluring red flower, but he didn't know why Bai Xiaohong was wearing it. He could only put it away for now. Finally, he took out a square metal plate from Bai Xiaohong's many other items. There were 4 lines on it. This was a sourcebox array. Lu Yin was very sure that this metal plate was a sourcebox array, and the 4 lines were very familiar. This feeling, could it be split the heavens? Had someone sealed split the heavens into a sourcebox array? If that was the case, then that person's attainments in array formations were too high. Lu Yin felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Bai Xiaohong had not used this power vessel, or else Lu Yin might not have been able to withstand the attack. Even using the walnut power vessel would take time, and split the heavens would not have given him that time. Lu Yin put the cosmic ring back on Bai Xiaohong's finger and then organized the spoils of war that he had obtained from everyone. There were about 300 million star essence, and the most valuable items were the tribulation crystal pillars, the origin artifact, the knife and hairpin that Wang Su had given him, the spear that Long Tian had given him with the green gelatinous substance attached to it, Xia Shenfei's doll, and Bai Xiaohong's metal plate sourcebox array. There were also the 4 junior ancestors' tokens and various other strange items. There were more than 200 pieces of white paper, but Lu Yin did not know what they were used for. Bai Xiaohong and the others, there were also some of them. After organizing the items, Lu Yin sighed with emotion. He had obtained many things from this trip to the ruler's realm, such as the tribulation crystal pillars and the battle technique when things reach extremes. He wondered what Xia Shenfei's doll was like. If it was not bad, then he could replace his universal armor. Lu Yin continued to merge his consciousness into the corpse and carried himself. He then dragged Bai Xiaohong back to the meditative ruins and placed Bai Xiaohong in the same position as the others so that no one would be able to tell that he was dead. Lu Yin then began to drag Obscurer and the others to the edge of the meditative ruins. Obscurer, Wu Taibai, Shangqing, and Lu Tianmu all looked at Yao Xian. Should they drag this guy out? Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to drag him out. After all, this guy had used a divine explosion to awaken him during the previous battle. Otherwise, his injuries would have been even more severe. There were a total of 5 people, and all of them were at the edge of the meditative ruins. Lu Yin placed the corpse to one side and returned his consciousness to his body. He then dragged all 5 of them out of the meditative ruins. The moment they left the ruins, all 5 of them woke up and subconsciously left their original positions. Lu Yin pursed his lips. We're safe. The 5 of them stood some distance away from each other and looked at each other. They then looked at Long Tian and the others in the meditative ruins before finally looking at Lu Yin. You're not affected by the meditative ruins. Wu Taibai was shocked. Lu Yin looked at him. You're from the Shenwu Plain. Why did you help us? Yao Xian added, I find it strange as well. Xia Shenfei said that you betrayed the Shenwu Plain. What did he mean by that? Wu Taibai shrugged. It's not considered betrayal. It's just that we have different aspirations. You've all seen the attitude of this universe towards the 5th mainland, but I don't think so. The fifth mainland has an inheritance that this universe is missing, and it's only there that we can obtain certain inheritances. If I stayed in the Shinwu plane, I could only be Xia Xinfei's junior brother. That's why I left. Just because of that. Lu Yin did not believe him. Wu Taibai asked, "What do you think?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "How did you get to the sixth mainland? And how did you become the martial ancestor's disciple?" Wu Taibai leaned against the wall. "Brother Lu, are you interrogating me? Don't forget that I just helped you. I never harmed you from start to finish." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Bai Xiaohong did not know the locations of the three gates, so it was even more impossible for Wu Taibai to know. Then, how had he gotten to the fifth mainland? Wait, how had he gotten to the sixth mainland? The fifth and sixth mainlands, the technocracy, and the Wang family. Lu Yin seemed to understand something, but this was Wu Taibai's problem. What's the meditative ruins? The others were curious as well, as they had been unable to resist at all. Wu Taibai glanced around and said apprehensively, "The Wang family has a battle technique called the meditative realm. As the name suggests, it can cause an enemy to forget everything, as if they're just a shell. Complete mastery of the meditative realm is the meditative ruins, and this power can be applied to a certain area." He then looked at the nearby corpse. "Of course, someone needs to activate it. If I'm not wrong, that corpse is the key to activating the meditative ruins." Invisible Light and the others had long since discovered the corpse. It was obvious that Lu Yin could control it, which made them feel strange. "Thank you for the rewards, brothers. You're too awesome. Windborn stayed up late to write, and I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 1443. Lu Yin didn't try to hide it. "I once cultivated a technique to control puppets, so I can control this corpse." He then turned to Wu Taibai and asked, "So you're saying that if we destroy the corpse, the meditative ruins will disappear?" Wu Taibai sighed. "In theory, yes, but don't forget that this place is a trap. Everyone followed the map here, and the map came from Long Xian. That Long Xian should be a redback, so this must be a trap set by those monsters. If it's so easy to destroy, how can it still be a trap? The corpse was destroyed in the beginning because it was part of the trap. The activation condition of this trap should be the visualization power of the four young ancestors or a certain level of strength." Everyone listened in silence. "I suspect that if we destroy the corpse now, not only will we not be able to save them, but we might even kill them," Wu Taibai said seriously. "That's what those monsters like to do. They want us to kill our own young ancestors. Of course, this is just a guess." Everyone had to admit that Wu Taibai's guess was probably true. It would not be easy for the monsters, the mortal enemies of humanity, to set up a trap in the ruler realm. If the trap could be destroyed so easily, then it would have been pointless. If they could set up a trap, then they had full confidence in trapping the four young ancestors. Even a progenitor might not be able to save them. The young ancestors were the hopes of this region, which was why they were called young ancestors. These monsters would not feel that it was a waste to deal with future progenitors. Furthermore, these traps might not have been set up on purpose, and they might not have been set up to deal with the young ancestors from the very beginning. Humanity had been at a disadvantage against these monsters for countless years, and even the ruler realm had been invaded many times. No one knew exactly how many traps had been left behind. Or perhaps these monsters were hoping that someone would come and save them. Perhaps the trap had not been fully activated. No one could say for sure. "Should we leave?" Ming Guang asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. He was the one who had saved everyone, and he was the strongest, so his words carried the most weight. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi in the meditative ruins. He could not let go of this woman. Even if he exposed his identity as a stowaway, Long Shi still reminded him at the critical moment. This was beyond ordinary. From the moment Long Shi reminded him, this woman had taken root in his heart. Lu Yin was unwilling to leave her here, but if he took her away, who could guarantee that she would not reveal that they were stowaways? It was one thing to have feelings, but could feelings be bigger than the situation? As the ruler of this starry sky, did Long Shi really not care about the stowaways in the abandoned land? Even if they didn't care that Lu Yin was a stowaway, what about the others? It was impossible for her to allow these people to exist. Lu Yin wasn't confident that Long Shi wouldn't expose him, and that would be playing with everyone's lives. Yao Xian was on guard. Lu Yin, you can't be thinking of saving that woman, right? We can't die with you. Invisible Light replied, our standpoints are different. Perhaps in the future, you will have the chance to save her. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Long Shi silently. Shang Qing glanced at him, if you want to save him, then do it. Don't you have a great world? Just put her in the big world. Lu Yin was stunned and at a loss. A great world. Since when did I do that? Mount Supreme, he said indifferently. That's a great world. Lu Yin was shocked. The others were shocked as well. They were very familiar with Mount Supreme. Was that a great world? Shang Qing explained, Mount Supreme is the Hall of Honor's most valuable treasure, and it's a world of its own. It can be big or small, and it can be used for both offense and defense. Back then, the Hall of Honor wanted to give it to me directly, but they didn't have a proper reason to do so. Thus, they made it the highest reward for the sovereign tournament, but it was taken by you. Lu Yin was confused. So you're saying that I stole something from you? Shang Qing looked at him. Not really. You obtained it with your own abilities. However, there was a disagreement within the Hall of Honor, and Elder Chan made the decision to give you Mount Supreme. It's a great world that can store living things in your cosmic ring. With that, he stopped talking. 3 streams of energy coiled around his body, and he still looked like a deity. Anyone who saw him would want to beat him up. Lu Yin impatiently took out Mount Supreme and placed it on the ground, making it look like a fake mountain. Everyone looked at it, and they could all find the location where they had fought. Lu Yin's statue was the biggest eyesore to them. Lu Yin sat down cross-legged, I'm going to control the corpse. Everyone, please make way. Everyone looked at him strangely and made way. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared within the corpse's body, and it stood up. Everyone was astonished, it actually worked. It wasn't that they hadn't come into contact with puppeteering techniques before, but they had never thought that it would come in handy at this moment. But even if it was a puppet technique, how was Lu Yin immune to the meditative ruins? They weren't stupid, and they knew that Lu Yin had been holding back. But who hadn't? Ming Guang hadn't revealed his innate gift during the sovereign tournament, so they hadn't questioned him. The corpse came in front of Lu Yin and carried him back to the meditative ruins. Lu Yin couldn't be more than 5 meters away from the corpse. The corpse carried Long Shi out and placed him at the border before silently returning to the corner and merging its consciousness with Lu Yin's body once more. Lu Yin opened his eyes and pulled Long Shi out. Long Shi opened his eyes and looked around vigilantly. He saw the people in the meditative ruins and then fixed his gaze on Lu Yin with a complicated expression, You saved me? Lu Yin nodded. The others silently distanced themselves from him. Long Shi stared at Lu Yin and a spear appeared in his hand. He raised it high, We're enemies. Then why did you remind me? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi tightened her grip on the spear, reminding you is the last of our friendship. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Lu Yin sighed helplessly. Do you think they'll let you go? He then looked at Ming Guang and the others. Long Shi's gaze turned cold. Try blocking me. He then used White Dragon roaming steps and disappeared. Lu Yin's body also disappeared, blocking Long Shi's path. She instinctively used the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. She was slightly stronger than Wang Yi, who had participated in the Sovereign Tournament. After all, she had broken through the lower threshold, but it was useless against Lu Yin. This was the first time the two had fought seriously, and Long Shi finally understood how terrifying Lu Yin was. The White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror had trapped Lu Yin many times before, but it couldn't do so this time. Lu Yin used the Great Shift Array to appear behind Long Shi and grabbed her, golden battle force blossoming in his palm. Long Shi turned around, draconic patterns covering her body as she transformed into a white dragon. She smashed out with her spear without mercy. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear's handle, causing a strong wind to spread from their feet to the surroundings. Long Shi couldn't even move. You. Lu Yin shook his head. Your strength is far weaker than mine. He then used overlaying stacks, causing 250 stacks to spread along the spear's handle. Long Shi couldn't even hold on to the spear properly, so she let go and punched out. Lu Yin tilted his head, and the spear's handle flew out from his palm, smashing into Long Shi's shoulder. Long Shi's body swayed, and she couldn't punch out. Lu Yin's domain covered a radius of a few meters, making Long Shi feel like she was in a swamp. Lu Yin took this opportunity to press his hand on her shoulder and brought her into Mount Supreme. The scene in front of Long Shi changed, and she saw the majestic Mount Supreme and Lu Yin's statue above her head. She retreated a few dozen meters to face Lu Yin. Is this your true strength? Have you been laughing at me all this time? Lu Yin blinked. No, I'm quite afraid of you. Long Shi gritted her teeth. Where are we? A large world. Don't even think about running away now that you're here, unless you can break out of it, Lu Yin said, throwing out star essence like crazy. Mount Supreme relied on star energy to create a protective barrier, and the more star energy there was, the stronger the barrier. In theory, it could reach 1,000,000 stars. Lu Yin didn't know how much star energy it would take to reach 1,000,000 stars, but just to be safe, he threw in 100,000,000 star essence. Mount Supreme began to change, filling the interior with star energy while a transparent barrier appeared outside. Long Shi leaped up and punched the transparent light screen. Lu Yin watched. Long Shi punched the barrier, causing it to shatter. Long Shi rushed out of Mount Supreme and returned to the surface. Lu Yin's jaw dropped, and he hurriedly rushed out while cursing inwardly. Mount Supreme had seemed powerful, but it was just for show. He had thought that it would have an envoy-level defense, but he hadn't expected it to be so weak. It needed money. Lu Yin left Mount Supreme, and Long Shi glanced at him coldly. She raised a hand, and her star energy transformed into a rope that she tossed towards Long Tian. She wanted to rescue Long Tian from the meditative ruins, but the moment the rope entered the ruins, Long Shi became confused and sat down cross-legged again. Lu Yin was speechless. If it was so easy to save them, he wouldn't have had to drag them out one by one. He grabbed Long Shi and returned to Mount Supreme. Once inside, Long Shi returned to normal and looked around. It was still the same place. Lu Yin didn't believe that he would be able to escape this time, so he threw in 200,000,000 star essence. Upgrading the universal armor had cost a total of 116,000,000 star essence, and it could withstand an attack with a power level of nearly 700,000. Mount Supreme was so massive that 100,000,000 star essence was completely useless, so Lu Yin had tossed out 200,000,000 star essence, which meant that he had spent a total of 300,000,000 star essence. Long Shi leapt up once more and attacked the barrier. This time, the barrier was much thicker, and Long Shi's punch shattered it, but she didn't rush out. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, but it still wasn't enough. He threw in another 200 million star essence, which made his heart bleed. This was all for Long Shi, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have replenished Mount Supreme with so many star essence. Long Shi punched out once more, but she couldn't shatter the barrier this time. She was shocked, and she began to frantically attack it. She used all sorts of battle techniques, and even the white dragon transformation, but it was useless. The barrier shook violently, but it firmly blocked her attacks. Long Shi was unwilling to give up, and she used a power vessel. When he saw her crazed expression, Lu Yin silently tossed in another 100 million star essence. He was already numb to this, as he had spent a total of 600 million star essence in order to thicken the barrier to the point where Long Shi would not be able to attack it. It was just too expensive. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1444. Long Shi glared at Lu Yin. What are you doing? Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm going to save you, but I'm afraid that you'll talk nonsense. You can only stay in this world for now. Don't worry, I'll let you out once it's safe. Long Shi was furious. Let me go. I'd rather go back to the meditative ruins. Are you stupid? That's a trap set up by those monsters. Going back doesn't bode well for you. Lu Yin was in a bad mood, as he had suddenly lost 600 million star essence. His heart was bleeding, and he looked up. Spending so much money to trap Long Shi didn't seem worth it at all. No, he had to produce some value. Right, you must be bored here by yourself, right? I'll find some companions for you, Lu Yin said to Long Shi before leaving. Long Shi stared at the empty Mount Supreme and was so angry that her face turned red. She thought back to the time she spent with Lu Yin. This guy must have been mocking her all this time. The most hateful thing was that this guy always said the most honest things. Too hateful. If she could, she would definitely tear his mouth apart. Soon, a man was thrown in. It was Wen Shui, and he crashed to the ground before standing up with a blank expression. Princess Long Shi. Where are we? Wen Shui was confused. Long Shi panted heavily and replied, the outside world, Long Chi's place. Wen Shui was stunned. We were captured by Long Chi. Long Shi was in a bad mood and ignored him. Yun Tingting was then thrown in, followed by Lu Hao, and finally Crown Prince Gui Qian. Aside from the 4 young ancestors in Dongshan, everyone else had been brought in by Lu Yin. He couldn't bring Long Tian and the others in, or else they wouldn't be able to withstand the 4 cardinal scales investigation. Only the 4 young ancestors were trapped in the meditative ruins, so the cardinal scales didn't care about them. At most, they would investigate them, but that was a trap set up by the monsters and had nothing to do with them. As for Wen Shui and the others, they were even more irrelevant. The sovereign realm was huge, and only the heavens knew where they were. Everyone, relax and wait here. I'll get you out, Lu Yin said. Long Shi was furious and gritted her teeth. Wen Shui and the others hurriedly said something, but Lu Yin ignored them. In the outside world, Lu Yin stored Mount Supreme into his cosmic ring with satisfaction. Now, it was worth something. Yun Tingting's smoke was similar to that of the Gulping Smoke mountain range, but it was of an even higher grade. Lu Hao was from the Lu family, and Wen Shui had also grasped a higher-level literary prison. There was also Crown Prince Gui Qian, who was from the Spectre clan. All of these people would be useful to Lu Yin if he brought them back to the 5th mainland, which would make the 600 million star essence that Lu Yin had spent worth it. Yao Xian and the rest could no longer sit still as they watched Lu Yin toss Wen Yi and the rest into Mount Supreme. Brother Lu, why did you bring them? Invisible Light asked. I'm an old friend. I can't bear to see them suffer here. Take them away if you can. Old friends my ass. Yao Xian cursed under his breath, his handsome face filled with dissatisfaction, but he did not dare to show it. Lu Yin was much stronger than him, and it was not impossible for Lu Yin to kill him. At the very least, Lu Yin could toss him into the meditative ruins, and he would be finished. Now that these people have disappeared, the people in this region will definitely investigate. The Lu family and the White Dragon race won't let them off so easily, said Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin replied, the sovereign realm is so big. Who knows where these people are? Junior ancestor, are the four of them the only ones competing? How could there be such a coincidence? Yao Xian could not help but ask. Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. Don't you still have us? Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Everyone, do you know how to act? Lu Yin asked with a smile. A few days later, Nong Sanyang and Xia Taili arrived outside the joint of the tree branch. The two had been trapped for a few days, but Nong Sanyang's injuries had finally healed and they had joined forces to break free. Long Tian and the others could not keep them trapped for too long. This is the place? Nong Sanyang asked. Xia Taili nodded and looked around. There are traces of battle everywhere. I wonder how they're doing. Worried about Xia Shenfei, Xia Taili leapt down and headed towards the abyss. Nong Sanyang followed closely behind. The two quickly reached the bottom and saw that Lu Tianmu had been stabbed in the abdomen. The sword had been stabbed into the wall, and the blood had already dried and turned black. She was in a pitiful state. The person who had stabbed her was Wu Taibai, but he did not seem to be in a good state either. Half of his body was twisted strangely, and it was obvious that he had been heavily injured and had fainted on the ground. Xia Taili's face paled when he saw this, and he hurried over to check. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Tianmu was still alive. Nong Sanyang said, this woman isn't dead either. Xia Taili hurriedly shook Wu Taibai awake, who coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly opened his eyes and was delighted to see Xia Taili. I'm not dead. Xia Taili anxiously asked, what happened? Where's my brother? Wu Taibai shook his head. I'm not sure. I was about to heavily injure this woman, but my consciousness suddenly blurred and I seemed to have forgotten everything. When I opened my eyes again, I saw you. Xia Taili did not understand and looked at Nong Sanyang. Nong Sanyang woke Lu Tianmu up as well. Lu Tianmu looked extremely miserable with multiple sword wounds on her body. She was lucky that she had not died. The moment she opened her eyes, she subconsciously resisted, but Nong Sanyang easily held her down. What happened? I remember that you were with the White Dragon clan. Where's Long Tian? Lu Tianmu solemnly replied, I don't know. I was stabbed by a sword and fainted. When I opened my eyes, I saw you too. Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang exchanged glances and then hurriedly walked inside. Wu Taibai glanced at Lu Tianmu and then struggled to get up. Both of them pretended to be vigilant as they followed Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang inside. Not long after, they saw Lu Tianmu lying on the ground, his body covered in blood. Nong Sanyang hurriedly examined him and found that he was still alive. He had regained consciousness without any light, and he only remembered that there had been a chaotic battle. Xia Taili grew even more anxious, and she walked further in. She saw Shangqing, Yao Xian, and Lu Yin. All of them were in extremely miserable states, but they all had one thing in common: they were still alive. This was not right. How could no one have died after such a miserable battle? Then, the meditative ruins appeared before her eyes. Xia Taili saw Xia Shenfei, Long Tian, Wang Su, by Xiaohong, Dongshan Wuren, and Donghe's corpse. She was about to enter when Nong Sanyang pulled her back. Nong Sanyang's expression was grave. Don't be rash. What happened? Xia Taili did not understand and looked at the others. Everyone was at a loss. Invisible Light said, in the chaotic battle, I think I heard the words meditative ruins. Meditative ruins. Meditative ruins. Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang spoke at the same time, their faces pale. Invisible Light replied, I'm not sure. Nong Sanyang's expression was solemn. That should be it. I remember now. The meditative ruins can indeed cause people to become like this. No wonder all of you collapsed in an instant. No matter how desperate the battle was, as long as you were enveloped by the meditative ruins, you would forget everything and become like the living dead. Lu Yin inwardly praised Nong Sanyang. If he hadn't known that she was from the Nong family, he would have thought that she was a stowaway. Where are Long Shi and the others? Xia Taili asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. They were separated a long time ago. We were attacked by a large number of withered creatures on our way here, so Long Shi and the others were separated. Xia Taili frowned. Long Shi and the others did not have a map, so they could not have found this place. But why wasn't Prince Gui Qian here? How do we save them? Lu Yin asked, afraid that Xia Taili would overthink things and think of something wrong. After Lu Yin's interruption, Xia Taili forgot what he had been thinking and was only anxious to save Xia Shenfei and the others. However, they had only heard of the meditative ruins and did not know how to break through them. Xia Taili wanted to use his star energy to drag Xia Shenfei out, but he suffered the same fate as Long Shi. Nong Sanyang solemnly said, the meditative ruins are not that easy to break through. We can't do it on our own, so we can only ask for help. Xia Taili was helpless. Let's return to the junior progenitor planet and ask for help from the clan's elders. Lu Yin's heart sank. For the first time, he hoped that the monsters would be more powerful and not break through so easily. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble. I'm curious. If the meditative ruins are a symbol of the Wang family's cultivation of the meditative realm, why would it be here? Did the Wang family set up this trap? Lu Yin asked curiously. He had thought of this question a long time ago, but he had been distracted. Nong Sanyang replied, this involves the Wang family's past. If you want to know, you should ask the elders of the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin choked and fell silent. The exploration of the sovereign realm usually did not end so quickly, but the situation was serious now. The fourth junior ancestor had been schemed against, so they had no choice but to return to the junior ancestor planet and ask for help. Before leaving, they had discussed leaving someone behind to guard this place. There are stowaways among us, and no one knows what they'll do. If this trap was set up by those monsters, they might have a backup plan. We have to leave someone behind to guard it, Xia Taili said. Everyone looked at each other, wary and on guard. Xia Taili did not know what to do. She did not know if there were any stowaways among them, but if Mavis had managed to sneak in, then there had to be others as well. If any stowaways were left behind, then the consequences would be dire. Leaving Nong Sanyang behind was the best choice, but she was heavily injured, and she had to face the elders herself. She had no choice but to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Xia Taili's gaze and his eyelids twitched. He coughed a few times and coughed up blood. Everyone else was in a similar state. Xia Taili was helpless. Leave the power vessel behind. My power vessel was broken by someone else, Lu Yin said, pointing at Shangqing. He did it. She rolled her eyes and helplessly replied, I wasn't talking about you. The more critical the situation was, the more one could not rely on such people. In the end, no one knew what Xia Taili had left behind, but from her relieved expression, Lu Yin guessed that it was a protection that surpassed the emissary level. However, her cosmic ring was still with him, so where had that power vessel come from? Lu Yin had overlooked an important fact: these elites were all adept at concealment. The more important something was, the less likely it was to be placed in a cosmic ring. After all, a cosmic ring was a conspicuous target, and it was safer to keep it close to one's body. When he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the people in the meditative ruins. They must have left something good behind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1445. They had encountered too many withered creatures on their way here, so they decided to work together to return to Junior Progenitor Planet as quickly as possible. The 4 junior progenitors being trapped was a disaster for this region of space, and it was unacceptable. Lu Yin pushed back a withered creature with great difficulty, but not only did it not die, it even grew stronger. Behind him, Xia Taili was annoyed. How can you be so useless? Lu Yin retorted, I'm injured, seriously injured. Scram to the center, don't get in the way. Xia Taili was especially irritable and shouted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin leisurely returned to the center and was protected by everyone with a clear conscience. Xia Taili gritted her teeth. If not for the fact that she needed this bastard to prove her words, she wouldn't have brought him along. Suddenly, Lu Yin cried out, Yu Hua. Xia Taili was shocked and looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, the withered creatures were also attacking another person, and that person was Yu Hua Mavis. Stow away. Xia Taili shouted and raised her hand, using her divine martial force to push away the withered creatures and arrive in front of Yu Hua Mavis. Yu Hua frowned and punched out, a huge force colliding with the divine martial force and disintegrating it. She then fled in another direction. Xia Taili quickly chased after her, followed by Wang Mingguang, Yao Xian, Lu Yin, and Shangqing. Yu Hua Mavis hadn't expected 5 people to come just to deal with her. Xia Taili didn't even think of bringing her along, and she looked at Lu Yin in surprise. What are you doing here? Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he whispered something to Xia Taili. She was shocked and didn't seem to believe him. Seeing that Yu Hua Mavis was getting further and further away, Xia Taili raised her hand and trapped her with a seal. Divine Martial Force's secret technique, lock. Yu Hua Mavis couldn't break free for a moment. Xia Taili and Wang Yi were almost on the same level, so it would be difficult for her to break free from this secret technique. Xia Taili didn't hesitate to attack, using her divine martial force to smash Yu Hua's head. Suddenly, a sphere appeared in front of her. Divine Burst. Xia Taili immediately retreated, the void trembling as a majestic spiritual force swept out in all directions, causing her to faint. She raised her head to look, but there was no light. It was just the right time to rescue Emergence Mavis. You really are stowaways. Xia Taili shouted. Prime Clear made his move, and 3 streams of qi coiled around Yao Xian and Wang Xian. Concealed Light and the other 2 attacked at the same time, repelling the air currents. Lu Yin attacked as well, injuring Concealed Light with his emptiness palm. Yao Xian coldly said, There's no need to send me off. We'll never meet again. He then retrieved something from his cosmic ring and tossed it out. Lu Yin, Xia Taili, and Shangqing hurriedly retreated as the void was torn apart. A power vessel that surpassed an emissary's power erupted, creating a huge gale that swept them all away. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground and branches. By the time peace was restored, Yu Hua Mavis and the other 2 had already disappeared. Xia Taili frowned and looked into the distance. He had actually escaped. Was that power a treasure? Lu Yin coughed when he saw Xia Taili. I didn't think that it would actually be a stowaway. Xia Taili glared at him. If you know, why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yin was helpless. I'm not sure. I just happened to see invisible light in the Spirit Void Temple, but he didn't make a move against Yu Hua. That's why I had this guess. You're old friends with concealed light. That's one of the reasons, right? Lu Yin sighed. These stowaways are too powerful. Now that I think about it, they must have deliberately befriended me in order to hide their identities. Shangqing arrived. Let's go. Xia Taili scanned the area once more before helplessly returning. Lu Yin and Shangqing exchanged glances as they watched Xia Taili's retreating figure. This was a countermeasure that they had come up with long ago. Yu Hua Mavis had been exposed, and since there had already been one stowaway, it was unlikely that there would only be one. Once they returned to Junior Progenitor Planet, even if the 4 young ancestors were trapped and the 4 cardinal scales didn't pay much attention to them, their investigations would still not be peaceful. Of the group, Concealed Light and Yao Xian's origins could not be explained, so they simply hid with Yu Hua in Lu Yin's Supreme Mountain. Lu Yin was the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan, and his bloodline had been tested. Shangqing came from the nest, and according to him, no one knew who lived there. Some people were even born there, so there was no way to investigate. Wu Taibai was one of the twins of Shenwu Plain. As for Lu Tianmu, she really was someone from the Lu family. The 5th mainland's Lu family had originated from the Lu family in this part of the universe, and even the 13 swords had been passed down from there. She had long since passed the bloodline test. Lu Yin still remembered Lu Tianmu mocking him. Do you think the Lu family is stupid? How can anyone with the surname Lu join? Concealed Light and Yao Xian's exposure made it easier for the group to shake off their identities as stowaways, and they could also be safely taken away, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the stowaways knew each other, and if they had to leave, they would leave together. Who would have thought that the others were all stowaways? In previous expeditions to the Sovereign Realm, Lu Yin had heard from Long Shi that 8 or 9 out of 10 stowaways had died. Even if 1 or 2 managed to escape, they would still be extremely lucky. No one had expected that Lu Yin would be able to bring all of them away safely. Not even a progenitor would have expected this. Their greatest reliance was the remaining people, and the 4 cardinal scales had them. It was impossible for them to join forces, or else they wouldn't have been able to hide from those old fellows so easily. The return trip was much faster than when they had arrived, and several days had passed by the time they saw Junior Progenitor Planet. Xia Taili heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, Senior Jun, we are not allowed to set foot in the Sovereign Realm. Please return to Junior Progenitor Planet, a voice said. Xia Taili panted heavily as he led everyone onto Shenwu's Junior Progenitor Planet. As the group stepped onto Shenwu's Junior Progenitor Planet, the void in front of them distorted, and an elder with a solemn expression walked out. What happened, Taili? Where's the Junior Progenitor? Xia Taili hurriedly told the elder everything that he had seen. The elder was shocked and immediately contacted Shenwu Plain. At the same time, 3 more people appeared in front of the group. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and all of them looked rather old. They were the 4 powerhouses who had survived 6 origin tribulations on Junior Progenitor Planet. According to the 5th mainland standards, their power levels were over 1 million, and they were on the same level as Master Yuan. Because they were old, they had no hope of advancing any further. They could only rely on the Junior Progenitor and hope that when he became a progenitor, he would be able to take them 1 step further. Although they were old, their ambitions had not diminished. When they heard that the Junior Progenitor had been trapped in the meditative ruins, they all panicked. Lu Yin looked towards the Sovereign Realm. At this moment, their fates were uncertain. He thought back to the location that Nguyen had mentioned. Only by going there would someone bring them back to the fifth mainland, but whether or not they could actually get there was another question. In the history of the fifth mainland, many people had snuck into this part of the universe to fight for the origin artifact and the chance to become a progenitor, but very few had succeeded. Those who could reach this part of the universe were the fifth mainland's top geniuses, and they were not any weaker than Feather Mavis and the others. To survive, luck was more important than strength. The rest would be up to fate. Half a day later, a terrifying fluctuation appeared. Lu Yin and the others looked up at the same time, sensing an unfathomable power enter the sovereign realm. This should be the power of a half-progenitor. Not long after, more terrifying auras entered the sovereign realm. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. No one knew what these old fellows were up to. He prayed again, hoping that these monsters would give him some strength. Although it was wrong to think that way, he did not want to die just yet. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and then 5 days passed. On Shenwu Junior Progenitor Planet, everyone was still waiting. No one spoke, not even the 4 elders. Finally, after 10 days, the 4-way scales reacted. The first thing it did was to disperse everyone and ask them about everything that had happened in the sovereign realm. During the 2 days that Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang had been at the location indicated on the map, everyone had already discussed this. Without the 2 flaws of obscurity and Yao Xian, the other people's identities and backgrounds were very clear. Other than Shangqing, there might be some setbacks, but it wouldn't be too severe. The 4-way scales only investigated whether there were any more stowaways among them. As for the 4 young ancestors being trapped, that had nothing to do with Lu Yin and the others. They did not have the ability to set up the meditative ruins, so it was obvious that it had been done by those monsters. As for Long Shi and the others' whereabouts, they did not know anything. If they could find out, then there was no point in trying to cover it up. If they couldn't, then there was no need to say anything. Did you all see it clearly? It's indeed the meditative ruins, and it's not an ordinary one either. There's definitely something hidden there. If we try to take them away by force, we might trigger something. Old Whitehead, if you want to talk nonsense, then talk to your disciples. Old Dragon, do you have any ideas? Nothing. If you don't, then stop talking nonsense. Your descendants are also trapped there. Think of something useful. Enough nonsense. A stern shout came from an old woman. The other 2 stopped talking. This meditative ruins is very old. It should have been left behind during an ancient battle. The desolate ancestor was probably still alive when this trap was set up. Yeah, if they can set up such a trap, then they're not afraid of us saving them. Let's wait until the ancestor comes out. It shouldn't take long. So cowardly. That's not like you, Xia Xiong. Old Whitehead laughed strangely. Old Dragon laughed as well. You're a hero. Shut up, you two. Let's put this aside for now. How are those kids? Old Dragon, I heard you lost another one of your descendants. How can there be no deaths in the exploration of the sovereign realm? You're not human, Old Whitehead said. Old Dragon was furious. Old Whitehead, do you want to fight? Enough, the old woman shouted again. Suddenly, there was silence. Apart from the 4-way scales, Yi Xian Academy, Ghost Abyss, the Yun family, and the Lu family all have people missing. If those monsters can set up a trap, then there might be a second one. Everyone, think about how to explain this to them. There's no need to explain anything. We expected this to happen in the exploration of the sovereign realm. The 4 junior ancestors are trapped, so what can they say? Old Whitehead said. 3 ants from the abandoned land managed to sneak in. We still need to investigate the rest, the old woman said. That's not very likely. It's already pretty good that 3 ants managed to sneak in, Xia Yingxiong said. Cough, the meditative ruins belong to your Wang family. Don't you have any ideas? Old Whitehead asked. The old woman said, you know what happened to my Wang family in the past. They all stopped talking. I've been staying up all night for 4 days, so I'm still too tired. I need to rest a bit. I'm going on a business trip anyway, so I'll continue to update after a while. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1446. Finally, Xia Yingxiong spoke up. Us old things only know how to fight. It's better to leave this kind of brainstorming to the young. Is Xian still in seclusion? The old woman asked. The white-haired old devil replied, no. Her younger brother is trapped. She won't be indifferent if she comes out. Everything will be solved if she shows up. We don't need to waste our brains. The old woman said, breaking through progenitors is the most important thing, but progenitors have their own difficulties as well. They can't act as they please, so let's wait for the ancestors' instructions. We never thought that the 4 cardinal scales would be tricked by those monsters. Long Xian is wanted and killed without mercy. Don't you think so, old devil? The old man said, of course I have no objections. Then it's decided. On the White Dragon minor progenitor planet, Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu stood beneath Long Tian's statue. With a rumble, the planet's bridges connected and headed towards the central realm. This trip to the ruler's realm was finally over. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he was the only one who had obtained an origin artifact. Long she had said that while it was difficult to find an origin artifact in the ruler's realm, they would always find a few, not just one. It could only be said that this trip had ended so quickly thanks to those monsters. Those monsters had used the map that Long Xian had left behind to lure everyone into a trap. Even if the 4 progenitors had been rescued, their chances of exploring the ruler's realm had been cut off unless they were willing to break the rules. Breaking the rules was equivalent to going against the ancestors' wishes, and it would have far-reaching consequences. Whether or not it was worth it depended on the 4 cardinal scales. If it had been Lu Yin, even if the 4 cardinal scales forbade him from breaking the rules, he would still have secretly gone. Lu Yin and the others had expected that the group would be guarded on the minor progenitor planet. Even if there was nothing suspicious about them, the 4 cardinal scales would not believe them so easily. It would probably take some time to guard them. This was the end of everyone's plan. The rest of the journey was up to each of them to find a way to leave. Lu Yin had to race against time. He did not know how much the 4 cardinal scales could find out about them, but if Wang Yi came out, everything would be exposed. He had to leave before anyone else and reach the place that Invisible had mentioned. The White Dragon minor progenitor planet wasn't big, but he didn't know where to go. In the end, he could only return to the black lava. Lu Yin let out a long sigh as he recalled his gains from his trip to the ruler's realm. If he wanted to, he could break through his middle finger right now. After all, he had 2 tribulation crystal pillars, one large and one small, so breaking through wouldn't be a problem. But now that his breakthrough had been discovered, it would be troublesome, and it would be impossible to explain himself. In the end, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and calmed himself down. Lu Yin did not know if anyone was monitoring him, but he released his domain and extended it outwards. Finally, he discovered a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also sensed Lu Yin's domain, and he calmly said, Elder Long Kue told me to tell you that he'll be taking you to Dragon Mountain topmost. He then closed his eyes and stood there quietly. Lu Yin retracted his domain and frowned. Long she was gone, and the White Dragon tribe's attitude towards him could not possibly be the same as it had been in the past. This was still a positive outlook, as there might have been someone within the White Dragon tribe who wanted to get rid of him long ago. With his current status, it was rather awkward. No, he couldn't go back to Dragon Mountain with Long Kuei. Once he went, he would never be able to come out again. Lu Yin looked up. Now that his dai had appeared, there was no one in this region of space who could help him except for the humble ones. However, if he reached Dragon Mountain first, then the humble ones would not be able to help him. Before that, he had to think of a way to get the humble ones to assign him a mission. The junior progenitor planet could not contact the outside world, so his only hope was to roll 6 pips on his die. Lu Yin had tried it before and had used a small amount of star essence to roll 6 pips, which had coincidentally fused into Guan Yun's body. Guan Yun had been closer to him, so he could give it a try and fuse it into someone close to him. With his strength, the person he fused with would definitely not be weak. The middle-aged man still had some integrity and did not monitor Lu Yin. This was his only chance. Lu Yin used his domain to drag back some star essence, but it was not much. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped it, and it slowly spun before finally coming to a stop. Roll pips, borrow innate gift. Lu Yin had no choice but to try again. The second time, he rolled 1 pip, and a cube of star energy fell out. Lu Yin was speechless, but he used that cube to restore the die and tried again. The third time, he rolled 2 pips, but it was no use. He tried again, and the fourth time, it was still 5 pips. Lu Yin frowned, took a deep breath, and prayed in his heart. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped at 3 pips. Lu Yin looked at the 2 screens and blinked. He then helplessly waved his hand to disperse them. Even though the middle-aged man was not monitoring him, Lu Yin did not dare to upgrade his external items too openly. What if he was discovered? Roll pips was still fine, and he could just treat it as a form of cultivation. After rolling 5 times, he had to rest for 10 days. This had been the case since the beginning, and even after his spiritual force had improved so much, it was still the same. Lu Yin was at his wit's end. During these 10 days, Lu Yin used the dark magma to melt the star essence as usual and began to absorb it. During this time, the middle-aged man had actually used his star energy to scan Lu Yin, but he had discovered that Lu Yin was still cultivating. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear, as it seemed that the outside world was still not at ease with him and the others. After thinking about it, it made sense, as they would not be so easily trusted. However, the suspicions were not strong, as it was very common for people from the sovereign realm to die while exploring. At most, Lu Yin's group had just been lucky. 10 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and tried again. This time, his luck was better, and he rolled 6 pips on his first try. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space. He saw orbs of light, and he directly merged into the closest one. As his vision brightened, he opened his eyes and saw a pair of jade arms wrapped around him. Lu Yin was stunned. What the hell? Rest a bit more. Dead man won't be coming back for a while. He went to Wang Yu to curry favor with the junior ancestor. The owner of the jade arms was a beautiful woman who was curled up in Lu Yin's embrace like a kitten. The person Lu Yin had merged with was called Zhu Xian, and the woman in his embrace was someone else's wife. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he stared blankly at the beautiful woman in his embrace with a strange expression. This was the Central Plain Realms branch of the Xia family. The head of the family, Xia Ru, was a powerhouse close to becoming an emissary, and he had long since gone to Wang Yu to curry favor with the junior ancestor, Xia Shenfei. The man Lu Yin had merged with was Xia Ru's sworn elder brother, and this woman was Xia Ru's wife. What was even stranger was that this Zhu Xian had been planted in the Xia family by the frigid immortal sect. A spy had seduced the wife of the family head, and Xia Ru himself had been extremely respectful to this Zhu Xian. He had been hoping that Zhu Xian would break through to become an emissary so that he could observe the origin tribulation before breaking through. In any case, no one had good intentions. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. In his embrace, Madame Xia opened her eyes and looked at Zhu Xian with a smile on her face. "You look so, what, it's been so long, are you still afraid? This branch of the Xia family has long been under our control. If not for Xia Ru's identity, you would be the master of this place." She then leaned forward. Lu Yin watched as Madame Xia drew closer and closer, and he panicked. He hurriedly withdrew from the fusion and appeared in the darkness. He then quickly returned to his own body, opened his eyes, and exhaled. This had been too exciting. He had actually encountered such a situation. It was truly tempting. For some reason, this Madame Xia reminded Lu Yin of Madame Naylan. Compared to Madame Naylan's natural charm, which did not need to be intentionally released, this Madame Xia paled in comparison. He shook his head vigorously and did not think too much about it. He looked up and saw that the die had appeared once more. He continued to roll it, as this Zhu Xian clearly could not help him. The die stopped rolling on the second roll, and it hit 4 pips. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. As long as he could enter this place, he would definitely be able to obtain the points he wanted. However, he did not have too many star essences to upgrade himself with, and he did not want to use his own money to upgrade himself. He decided to wait and stabilize himself for a while before secretly storing the star essences in his cosmic ring. Slowly, slowly, slowly. However, he could still study that origin item. Lu Yin took out the leaf and looked it over, but there was nothing special about it. He used a bit of force, but he could not pry it open. He used his star energy, but there was no reaction. After some thought, he dripped a drop of blood on it, but there was still no reaction. This was strange. Since it could help someone break through the wisdom gate, how could there be no reaction at all? Did he have to break through the middle finger for there to be a reaction? Lu Yin studied it for several days, but he still could not figure anything out. 3 days later, when he left the time-stop space, he still could not figure out anything. Could it be a fake? It was very likely that those monsters had set up a trap, so they might have used a fake to trick them. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had actually been played. He cursed under his breath and continued to roll his die. On his 5th roll, he rolled 6 pips and entered the dark space once more. He did not hesitate to merge with a very bright ball of light. He immediately opened his eyes, but before he could see anything clearly, the body he had merged with was swept up by an enormous tentacle. Lu Yin instinctively resisted and tried to escape using the secret art of strategy, but this body did not know how to use it. His body was dragged underground, and he was shocked. What the hell? Lu Yin was not the only one who was dragged away by the tentacles. Terror ants were everywhere. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and his entire body trembled. He had actually fallen into a horde of terror ants, but they were also being swept up by the tentacles. A foul stench filled the air, and Lu Yin turned around to see an unforgettable scene. A round, black, abyss-like mouth had sucked him and the horde of terror ants into it. The mouth had come from an incomparably large anteater, and he could not see its full appearance. The next moment, Lu Yin did not know anything. The person he had merged with was already dead. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the black and white ball of light in his chest trembled and then grew slightly larger. Lu Yin did not pay attention to this as he was still thinking about the scene from before. That place was definitely the mortal realm, and terror ants only appeared in the mortal realm. Terror ants were the natural enemies of countless creatures in the mortal realm. Both Long Shi and Lu Yin had treasures that were more powerful than envoys, but they could only run for their lives when they encountered terror ants. According to Long Shi, even the Ho could only run when it encountered terror ants. And the terror ants had become the anteater's food. What kind of monster was the anteater? Could it be a power level of 1,000,000 or a half-step ancestor? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1447. After another near-death experience, Lu Yin was filled with apprehension about the mortal realm. There were indeed countless terrifying monsters there, and it was no wonder that the roots had not been able to completely destroy them. After 5 rolls of the die, Lu Yin had another 10 days of free time where he continued to absorb star energy. It had already been 20 days since he'd returned to Junior Progenitor Planet, and during that time, the middle-aged man had scanned Lu Yin with star energy 3 times. There had been nearly 9 days between the 3rd time and the first 2 times. As long as Lu Yin behaved himself, the middle-aged man would not monitor him. At his current rate of progress, it would take some time for him to become a hunter for the 19th time, but with the time-stop space, Lu Yin was not in a hurry. 10 days later, Lu Yin continued rolling the die. This time, he rolled 5 times, but he did not roll enhance. He didn't even roll enhance, which was rather unlucky. Lu Yin walked out of the black lava to relieve his boredom, and he also dragged quite a few star essence back. He also secretly stored a considerable amount of star essence into his cosmic ring. It was time, as the situation had already stabilized for quite some time. Lu Yin wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he couldn't always take advantage of the same place. The resources here all have imprints, so you can't take them away. Lu Yin intentionally walked past the middle-aged man to see his reaction. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I know. The middle-aged man ignored him after he finished speaking. The cultivators who were willing to follow the junior progenitor were either nearing the end of their lifespans and could not advance any further, so they could only place their hopes on the junior progenitor. Either they were not strong enough, or they had enemies outside, so they could only rely on the junior progenitor for protection. This middle-aged man was clearly the latter. Lu Yin tossed a large pile of star essence into the black lava and continued to absorb star energy while reciting the Stonewall Scriptures. The Stonewall Scriptures had always been mysterious, and he did not dare tell anyone about them. Whenever he encountered something strange, he would just recite the scriptures. Actually, Lu Yin had always wanted to investigate the Elder's identity on Drift Charge Planet, but unfortunately, he had no idea where to start. Right, there was still that set of numbers. Lu Yin was afraid that he would forget, so he recited them again before finally feeling at ease. 10 days passed, and no one came to Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Tianmu was also cultivating in peace. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He took a deep breath and prayed that he had to roll enhance. Only a 6 would give him a chance at survival. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. That's it. Had he rolled it the wrong way? Do I have to pray before shaking it? Before he could think too much, his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He quickly found a ball of light and fused with it. Before he could even open his eyes, the first thing he felt was a bone-piercing pain. He hurriedly opened his eyes to find himself in a dark cell. A short old man stood in front of him, cackling strangely. The sound of water dripping could be heard from the corner of the cell in a regular pattern. Lu Yin blinked. Was he being interrogated? Seems like it's still not enough. Let's continue then, the short old man laughed strangely. It was unknown what he did, but the bone-piercing pain came again. It was actually not much less painful than the pain of breaking through the next stage. It was as if his body was being crushed and reassembled. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "I'll talk." The short old man was clearly startled, and his eyes flashed. "What did you say?" The pain disappeared, and Lu Yin and the short old man exchanged glances. What did he say? How would he know? At that moment, memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, causing his brain to swell. 2 seconds later, he understood the situation. The owner of this body was called Ren Qing, and he was an emissary who had survived 2 origin tribulations. The reason why Lu Yin had been able to fuse with this body was because the astral energy vortex in this person's body had been scattered, and he had been weakened to the extreme. Any enlighter with a power level of 400,000 could deal with him, which was why Lu Yin had been able to fuse with him. However, this was not important. The most important thing was that this person was actually a redback, the only redback that Guan Hai had contacted. When Lu Yin had revealed that the 3 Guan brothers were redbacks, Guan Tong and Guan Hai had been taken away by Qing Qin. Before they could be interrogated, the 2 had committed suicide and become redbacks. If they were discovered, they would not be able to survive. The 2 had been quite decisive, and perhaps this was why they had been assigned to the humble Huayuan sect. If they were caught, they would die immediately. Their decisiveness had previously been greatly appreciated by Qing Qin, but now, it had angered him the most. Fortunately, through the people that the 3 Guan brothers had contacted, Qing Qin had investigated them one by one. He had not found anything at first, but Qing Qin had been astute, and he had pretended that he had found something and pretended to be arrested. Everyone else had been fine, and they had not resisted much. Only Ren Qing had truly believed that he had been discovered, and when he had resisted, he had been targeted. In the end, Qing Qin had personally captured him. The moment he had captured this person, Qing Qin had immediately broken the man's astral energy vortex, fearing that he would commit suicide. However, Qing Qin had overestimated this person. This person did not have the courage of Guan Tong or Guan Hai, and he had confessed everything immediately. However, because he had confessed too early, Qing Qin had not believed him, and neither had the short old man in charge of interrogating him. Thus, the interrogation had not stopped. In any case, this Ren Qing was rather miserable, and Lu Yin sympathized with him. He knew that this person had confessed the truth. I knew that you would want to hide more important information. Speak. If you don't want to suffer, then tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you die so easily. I'll spend the rest of my life slowly tormenting you. With your body's condition, it won't be a problem for you to live for more than 100 years, the short old man said in a strange voice. Coupled with the gloomy atmosphere around him, it was truly terrifying. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator's body or will, they were far superior to ordinary people. However, the interrogation methods used to deal with cultivators were also far superior to ordinary people. A cultivator who had been interrogated by a unique method would end up no different from an ordinary person. Lu Yin had read many of Ren Qing's memories, and he was certain that Ren Qing had nothing more to hide. He had confessed everything, and he had only heard the voice of the person who had turned him into a redback. He had not even seen the person's face, but he had confessed everything. What, you still want to hide it? The short old man's gaze turned cold, and his tone was rather terrifying. Lu Yin sighed. I'll tell you. The short old man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. The body that Lu Yin had fused with was too weak, and he was constantly gasping for breath. He even coughed up blood as he stammered. When I first discovered that the Guan brothers were redbacks, I made contact with them and met them in their secret place. I saw. Lu Yin paused intentionally. The short old man barked, what did you see? Lu Yin replied weakly, I saw that they recorded some things. They should have been related to the person who had turned them into redbacks. They had the characteristics of the person, but I didn't see it clearly. The short old man stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Where are the records?" "We searched that place, but we didn't find anything." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "We set up a mechanism for the things we recorded. How could they have been so easily searched?" "Who?" "The first person who touched those things could have seen them, but the place where the records were recorded might have been destroyed because they had been seen." The short old man grabbed Lu Yin by the chin. "What else are you hiding? Spit it all out." Lu Yin howled, "I'm not hiding anything. It's not anything important at all. I just remembered it. That's the most important thing." That was all Lu Yin heard before his consciousness returned to the dark space and fused back into his body. He opened his eyes and was secretly delighted. His luck was pretty good, as he had actually managed to fuse into Ren Qing's body. The line had already been cast, and whether or not he could catch a fish would depend on luck. He didn't dare say anything else and continued to roll his die. 4 pips, time stop space. Lu Yin was secretly delighted, as it was time to upgrade his external items. He estimated that he had stashed away more than 1 billion star essence, which was close to 2 billion star essence. He didn't know how many more items he could upgrade. First was his formcast model. When he had broken through to the hunter realm, he had used up the formcast model. Afterward, he had upgraded another formcast model to 6 times, but when he had wanted to upgrade it a 7th time, he had realized that he didn't have enough money. Upgrading a formcast model from 6 times to 7 times would have required more than 100 million star essence. It hadn't been enough, but now, it was enough. He began to roll his die. As long as he was in the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll enhance. After a period of time, Lu Yin rolled his die for the 6th time, and he finally rolled enhance. He looked at the 2 screens and felt rather excited. Formcast models were actually a specialty of the 5th mainland, and they were used to upgrade the abilities of cultivators who were slightly richer. In the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree domain, the cultivators of the same generation did not use formcast models and instead used enlightenment. Lu Yin had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before, and he didn't know what its specific effects were. Regardless, he would know once he tried it, and there was no harm in trying it out. It was time to become a tycoon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with excitement as he frantically threw out the star essence he had obtained from Junior Ancestor Planet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1448. He looked at the water plant power vessel in his hand, which he had obtained from Xia Taili. It had left a deep impression on Lu Yin since he had shamelessly relied on it to protect him in the past. This was it. Lu Yin tossed the water plant power vessel onto the upper screen and then began to upgrade star essence. He had upgraded the dagger he had obtained from Wang Su, Xia Shenfei's puppet, the Tribulation Fire, the Extreme Ice Stone, and so on. He had upgraded everything that he could. Of course, he had only upgraded things like the Extreme Ice Stone a few times. He knew when to stop and take things slowly. All sorts of external items had used up all the star essence he had obtained from Junior Progenitor Planet, and he was now armed to the teeth. Of course, the price he had paid was not small either, as he had spent nearly 2 billion star essence. If news of this spread, it would shock countless people. Even if the 4 cardinal scales did not lack money, they would not have spent so much. Lu Yin secretly guessed that ever since Junior Progenitor Planet's resources had appeared, he had used more than the 4 junior progenitors combined. No, he had used more than everyone else on Junior Progenitor Planet combined. Although he felt a little dizzy, he still continued to roll his die. Half a day later, in a certain region of the Central Realm, there was a mountain near the main trunk of the mother tree. It was located slightly south of the center of the central realm, and it was tall and connected to the heavens. This mountain was called Clear Dust Mountain, and it was where Superintendent Ching Chin of the Nine Gates resided. It was also where he cultivated. The short old man reported the results of the interrogation to Ching Chin, who had a solemn expression. "Have Kai Shu come see me." Soon after, a scholarly middle-aged man appeared before Ching Chin and bowed. "Master." This was Kai Shu, Ching Chen's eldest disciple. He was also the person in charge of handling the affairs of Clear Dust Mountain and the Nine Gates. Ching Chen tossed the interrogation report to him. Kai Shu looked at it and was surprised. "There's still information left. I thought that he had told me everything." Ching Chen replied, "This information has nothing to do with him. He probably couldn't stand the interrogation and tried his best to recall it." "What are your plans?" Kai Shu said solemnly, "The records of the Guan brothers are very important. For a long time, those monsters have used various identities to hide among us humans. To be able to develop the Guan brothers into redbacks, that person must have an extremely high status, whether among us humans or monsters." Ching Chen nodded, then frowned. "There's something very strange." Ren Qing clearly confessed this information, but then he went back on his word and refused to admit that the information came from him. Kai Shu was puzzled. "Why is that? I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. Why won't you admit to this information?" "I don't know. This is also a mystery, so this person cannot die. We must continue to interrogate him." "So, what do you think about this record?" Ching Chen asked. Kai Shu said, "Long Qi was the one who exposed the three Guan brothers as redbacks. He was also the one who provided the evidence, so we can ask him to assist in the investigation." Ching Chen shook his head. Ren Qing said that the record was in the Guan brothers' secret place. "I checked it before, but it wasn't there. Long Qi couldn't have come into contact with it." "Master, since Ren Qing said that there is such a record, and the secret place of the Guan brothers in the Huaiyuan Humble School doesn't have such a record, could it have been destroyed long ago?" After all, Ren Qing saw it, Kai Shu guessed. Ching Chen nodded helplessly. "That's possible. It seems like this information is worthless." "There's another possibility," Kai Shu suddenly said, her eyes flashing. "The evidence that Long Qi used to accuse the Guan brothers of being redbacks came from Guan Yun's secret hiding place. Since Guan Yun secretly hid evidence, could he have hidden that record as well?" Ching Chen's eyes went wide. "Contact the White Dragon clan immediately." "I, Ching Chen, as the superintendent of the 9 humble schools, order Long Qi to come to Clear Dust Mountain to assist in the investigation." "Understood." On the White Dragon Junior progenitor planet, Lu Yin put down his hand. Ever since he had upgraded an external item from his cosmic ring, he had failed to roll 6 pips the next 2 times. He had already prayed, but it had been useless. He was not disappointed, as he had already achieved his goal. It would be best if he could roll 6 pips again, as he would be able to check his memories regarding the Lu family. If he couldn't, then it was fine. When he thought about the Lu family, his heart sank. The 4-way scales had exiled the Lu clan to its current position. In that case, his enemies would be the 4 strongest clans in this starry sky. Each of the 4 clans had a progenitor. How terrifying were they? Any one of them could easily wipe out the 5th mainland. Bai Xiaohong's dying words still echoed in Lu Yin's mind, and there was one sentence that he cared about the most. "So what if we gather the entire wasteland and attack this region? You won't be able to resist the frigid immortal sect." Bai Xiaohong's backing was a progenitor, and he was one of the top powerhouses in the frigid immortal sect that was second only to progenitors. However, the 5th mainland was not that simple. In their eyes, the wasteland contained the inheritances of progenitor Qin, progenitor Hui, and the symbol progenitor, as well as the hidden inheritances of the previous 4 mainlands. Lu Yin did not believe that the entire 5th mainland could not resist the frigid immortal sect. He wanted to try. He was already the master of the Outerverse, so he might as well become the master of the 5th mainland. As he thought about this, Lu Yin tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at 6. Lu Yin was shocked, as this number was too unexpected. He had actually gotten a 6 twice out of the 5 times he had tried. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space. Because he had just fused with Ren Qing's body, he did not have many star essence left. He directly fused with the ball of light closest to him. It was not too bright, but it was not too dim either. When he opened his eyes, he saw a snow-white neck and a girl whose back was facing him. He also saw what she was doing. Yu Qin. Lu Yin was stunned. Wasn't this girl Yu Qin? A large amount of memories flooded into his mind, causing his face to twitch. Yu Qin turned around, puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Yin slowly bowed and replied respectfully. Yu Qin did not think much of it and turned back to continue with her work. However, she did not notice that the old man behind her was filled with confusion, excitement, worry, and various other emotions. When Yu Qin turned around again, the old man had returned to normal. Lu Yin's consciousness had returned to his body, and there were too few star essence left. Yu Qin was on Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor planet, which was not too far from the White Dragon's junior ancestor planet. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and they were filled with intense worry. That old man was Yu Qin's protector and had protected her since she was young. He was the person she trusted the most, and through the old man, Lu Yin knew some of Yu Qin's jade butterflies and how to contact her. This information should have been enough to make him happy, but then he saw a person in the old man's memories, Lu Xiaoge. He would never have thought that Lu Xiaoge would also come to this region of space, much less appear beside Yu Qin. This was inconceivable. Where had Lu Xiaoge gotten the ability to come here and join the Frigid Immortal sect? Had he also come through Jupiter? That was the only explanation. Since he had come through Jupiter, then the question was whether he had come here by accident or on purpose. If he had come here by accident, then it would be fine, but if he had come here on purpose, then things were different. This meant that Lu Xiaoge knew about this region of space, or at the very least, he knew about the Primeval Surname Alliance and the Hidden Earth Society. If Lu Xiaoge knew, then what about Bai Qian? What about the other members of the Hidden Earth Society? Lu Yin frowned, as Lu Xiaoge's appearance had completely disrupted his train of thought. He had almost forgotten about this person, but he had been reminded by the Day-Night clan members back on Earth. At that time, he had discovered that Lu Xiaoge was actually able to cause an enlighter from the Day-Night clan to hunt him down. It was clear that Lu Yin was improving, and so was Lu Xiaoge. Now, Lu Xiaoge had actually joined the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin was certain that Lu Xiaoge had seen his information, but he had not told Yu Qin about it. What was his goal? For a moment, Lu Yin could not see through Lu Xiaoge. Lu Yin's impression of Lu Xiaoge was that he was a despicable person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Lu Xiaoge was actually very similar to Lu Yin, but this person had no bottom line. Lu Xiaoge had not exposed Lu Yin yet, but that did not mean that he would not do so in the future. Perhaps Lu Xiaoge was waiting for an opportunity, one that would allow him to soar to the heavens. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Xiaoge would not be able to protect himself if he exposed Lu Yin. This region of space was very resistant to stowaways, and even Bai Xiaohong had vouched for Lu Yin, but Lu Yin did not believe him. Once Lu Xiaoge exposed his identity as a stowaway, then it would be useless no matter what contributions he made. Otherwise, the stowaways who had been here before would have settled down here long ago as long as they betrayed their own people. This path would not work, and the biggest reason why Lu Xiaoge had not exposed Lu Yin was because of this. Unless Lu Xiaoge was certain that he could shut Lu Yin up the moment he exposed Lu Yin. Lu Yin temporarily set aside his worries about Lu Xiaoge. This person had done everything possible to join the frigid immortal sect and had even walked to Yu Chen's side. It was impossible for him to want to perish together with Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoge had thought that he was watching Lu Yin from the shadows, but he had never expected that Lu Yin would know of his existence. In that case, let's see who can outplay the other. Suddenly, Lu Yin wanted to know how the fifth mainland was doing and how the outerverse was doing. Even though Moonless had told him a few things, Lu Yin still did not feel at ease. His die had 6 pips. If he had enough star essence, would he be able to send himself to the fifth mainland and merge with the people there? Lu Yin was tempted by this thought, and he leapt out of the black lava. He deliberately avoided the middle-aged man and brought back batch after batch of star essence. Even though he still had some external items that he could not upgrade, he knew that he could not go overboard. He could not hide any more star essence in his cosmic ring, as it was obvious that he was missing quite a bit. If he continued to hide star essence, then he would attract the attention of important people. He decided to just leave it at that for now. Lu Yin's actions could not be hidden from the middle-aged man. The man frowned, but he did not say anything. It was just as he had said, all the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were imprinted, and Lu Yin could not take them away. Even though that was what the middle-aged man thought, he still watched Lu Yin frantically toss star essence into the black lava. Even though these resources did not belong to the middle-aged man, he still felt his heart ache. He could not help but say, "You can't take these resources away, and your cosmic ring isn't that big." Lu Yin smiled at him politely before continuing. The middle-aged man frowned and snorted, but he did not say anything else. Even though he had joined Junior Progenitor Long Tian, he was still not a member of the White Dragon clan. Even if Lu Yin's status within the White Dragon clan had plummeted due to Long Shi's disappearance, he was still a member of a branch of the White Dragon clan. The middle-aged man could not do anything to Lu Yin, so he just pretended that he had not seen anything. In any case, once the Junior Progenitor came out, this person would definitely be reprimanded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1449. Lu Tianmu walked out of her private room. She had been cultivating for more than a month, and her injuries were much better than before. Out of everyone who had come to the sovereign's realm, her injuries were the most severe. She wondered how Lu Yin was doing and if he had any way of leaving. Before coming to this starry sky, old Zen had told him not to force himself if he really couldn't obtain the origin item. It was more important to stay alive and return. As long as he reached that place, he would be safe. But now, how could he leave Junior Progenitor Planet? As he thought about this, a large shadow loomed over his head. Lu Tianmu looked up and was stunned when she saw Lu Yin pass by while carrying a mountain of star essence. He even smiled at her when he saw her. Lu Tianmu blinked his eyes. He was at a loss. What happened? The middle-aged man also saw it. He was annoyed and did not look. Lu Yin tossed the star essence into the black magma with a bang. Of course, he separated the magma from the rest, as he would have to continue searching for the star essence if it melted. Looking at the small mountain of star essence, Lu Yin estimated that there were at least a few 100 million star essence here. He didn't know if it was enough. He couldn't take any more from that place. If he took any more, it would be obvious that there were a few places that were missing. The outside world would be suspicious. Let's settle down for a few days and break through first. He took out a heaven flame stone and began to absorb the black lava. A few days later, the die was restored, and Lu Yin started rolling it again. 4 pips, pretty good luck. He appeared in the time-stop space and then took out a heaven fire stone. It was time for him to break through and become a hunter after his 19th cycle. On the White Dragon's junior progenitor planet, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked in Lu Yin's direction. What was this guy planning to do with so many star essence? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel curious. His star energy swept past Lu Yin's position, and at that moment, Lu Yin seemed to have noticed him and looked back at him. The middle-aged man was astonished. He had actually broken through. He had become a hunter on his 19th cycle, and he was now a peak hunter. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Enlighter realm. What a pity. If Lu Yin had broken through before the exploration of the sovereign realm, then the junior ancestor would have treated him better. However, even if Lu Yin had become an Enlighter at that time, he would not have been of much help to the junior ancestor. As for the star essence, they were still there, and nothing had changed. He frowned, as he had no idea what Lu Yin was trying to do. Lu Yin sensed that the middle-aged man's star energy had been withdrawn, and his lips curled up. This person had indeed been unable to resist the urge to investigate, but he hadn't discovered anything yet. It seemed that he wouldn't be doing so for the next few days. He raised his hand and sensed his strength as a hunter after his 19th cycle. There was not much of an increase, and this cycle's increase was just an increase in his total amount of star energy. While it might have been a significant increase to a normal hunter, it did not make much of a difference to Lu Yin. Only when he broke through to the Enlighter realm would there be a difference. It was impossible to break through to the Enlighter realm here. He looked at the star essence and sighed. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He hoped that he could roll 6 pips. It was a beautiful dream, but unfortunately, he didn't roll a 6 in the remaining 4 rolls of the dice. He had to wait for another 10 days. At this moment, in the middle-level world, Long Kuei received orders from his clan to bring Long Qi back to the upper world Dragon Mountain. Long Kuei was frustrated as well. Ever since Long Qi appeared, he had become the man's bodyguard. He was an elder of the White Dragon tribe, and the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Helpless, he could only go to the White Dragon Junior Ancestor planet. If he had known, he would not have left. 10 days later, Long Kuei saw Wang Yu in the distance, which was very close to the White Dragon Young Ancestor planet. Lu Yin looked up as well, and his die appeared. He tapped it again. The die spun slowly and finally stopped at 6. Lu Yin was delighted, as he had rolled it. His consciousness appeared in the dark space. This time, Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he quickly traveled through the dark space. The further he traveled, the more likely it was that he would reach the 5th mainland. 15 minutes later, he chose a ball of light to merge with, as he was afraid that he would run out of star essence. My name is San Liang, and I'm a very ambitious person. I've set my goal since I was young, and that is to become a person above others. Others cultivate, and I cultivate as well. Others focus on cultivation, but I'm different. I want to cultivate, but I also want to study psychology. Psychology is a very interesting field of study, especially for cultivators who are all brawn and no brains. I can easily read their body language, and because of that, even if my cultivation is the same as others, I can easily obtain a much higher status. For example, right now, with my power level that barely exceeds 400,000, I frequently come into contact with the various directors and help them deal with some mundane matters. My goal is to become one of the directors. Originally, this was an unattainable dream, as the position of director was not prepared for someone like me with no background. However, something big happened at Glory Mountain, which caused the director position to become vacant. My chance has come. However, it won't be easy to snatch the director position from so many competitors. I don't lack anything, but I lack a powerful background. What should I do? Lu Yin opened his eyes, and the memories flooded into his mind. These words were deeply imprinted in his mind, reminding him to never forget them. This really was the fifth mainland. Lu Yin was ecstatic, and he ignored the messy memories and immediately searched for information regarding the outerverse. After a while, Lu Yin relaxed. Fortunately, after he had disappeared, Elder Chan, the head inquisitor, in Everlasting Island had clearly stated that no one was allowed to touch the outerverse without permission. Furthermore, he had not been missing for long, so nothing major had happened in the outerverse. However, two major events had occurred in the Neoverse. The first was that the sixth mainland's secret ancestor had forced his way into the Neoverse and used his progenitor's power to find the Eternal Kingdom. He had destroyed the Eternal Kingdom in one fell swoop, shocking the universe. However, he had been inexplicably injured, and no one knew exactly how he had been injured. Many speculated that he had been injured by the power left behind by the fifth mainland's progenitor, just like the martial ancestor. Some also speculated that the Neo-Human Alliance had a power that could injure a progenitor. Regardless of which theory it was not something that 2 or 3 people could come into contact with. Back when Bukong had been killed by the 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance, the secret ancestor had moved to eradicate many of the 6th mainland's Neo-Human Alliance strongholds before giving up. Everyone had thought that the matter was over, but who would have thought that the secret ancestor had been suppressing himself until now? He had then moved to find the Eternal Kingdom that the 5th mainland had been unable to find for countless years and directly destroyed it. A progenitor possessed boundless power, but he had held back and endured the ridicule of many. The secret ancestor's schemes were not something that mortals could compare to. Even Lu Yin felt that the secret ancestor had been too rash. If the horizontal black hole had been destroyed without him, then the 5th and 6th mainlands would have been finished. The second incident was a disaster for the 5th mainland. One of the 5th mainland's half-progenitor, Spirit Fat Mavis, had died. She had not been killed, but rather died while trying to break through to the progenitor realm. This incident caused a huge commotion in the 5th mainland, and it even affected the 6th mainland. This was the first time since the ancient war that someone had failed to break through to the progenitor realm. The 5th mainland's half-progenitor had died. How could it be so easy to break through to the progenitor realm? Spirit Fat Mavis had dared to be the first to attempt to break through, which meant that she had a considerable amount of confidence. This Sam Liang was very interesting, and the more Lu Yin read through his memories, the more he felt that this person was a genius. This person also had a deep impression of himself, especially Invincible Sage. No one had ever dared to be impudent on Mount Glory, and Invincible Sage had toppled Sam Liang's worldview. He wanted to become a director, and in order to become a director, he had not forgotten to study psychology while cultivating. He was truly a prodigy. No matter how hard he worked, it was a pity that no one supported him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to leave Wang Wen's contact information before withdrawing from the fusion. Sam Liang's body trembled, and he looked around. Strange, why did he seem to be in a daze just now? He was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed as he saw the contact information left in front of him. His face turned deathly pale. Someone had approached him without him noticing at all. Sam Liang suddenly looked at his gadget. 1 minute had passed, and he had not felt it at all. A feeling of dread spread from the bottom of his heart. This was Mount Glory, and someone had actually dared to attack him so easily. That person's strength was beyond his imagination, and if they wanted to attack him, wouldn't that be an easy task? Sam Liang looked at the contact information in front of him and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, he had to face it. He immediately raised his gadget to try to contact the person, but he found that he could not reach them. The other party was too far away. Helpless, Sam Leong headed to Starlink World, as that was the only place where he could contact the entire universe. On White Dragon Jr. Progenitor Planet, Liu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he moved his shoulders. He looked around, and his expression changed. He had actually used up all of his star essence. Even if he had not voluntarily withdrawn from the fusion would have ended due to the lack of star essence. This was too exaggerated. How long had it been? It had only been a minute or so, and he had only read 2 or 3 portions of the person's memories and left a way to contact him. That much star essence had been used up in such a short amount of time. If he wanted to stay for a while longer, he would have to use up hundreds of millions of star essence. All of the star essence on this planet would not be enough for him. At that moment, star energy swept over him. Long 7, Elder Long Kue wants to see you. It was the middle-aged man's voice. Where are the star essence? Liu Yin pursed his lips and leaped away from the dark red lava. He glanced at the astonished middle-aged man in the distance and then headed towards Long Tian's statue. Soon after, Liu Yin and Long Kue rode on the back of a flying chariot and headed towards the central calm sea. As for the middle-aged man, he reported to Senior Yi he on Junior Progenitor Planet. Senior Yi he was the only person on Junior Progenitor Planet who had survived 6 origin tribulations. By the standards of the 5th mainland, his power level was over 1,000,000. The star essence is all gone. Senior Yi he was astonished. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. Yes, it's all gone. Senior Yi he laughed. It seems like this kid has a way to erase the imprint. Forget it, there's no need to worry about him. To powerhouses above the emissary level, star essence was just a low-level cultivation resource, and they did not care about it at all. However, to the middle-aged man, star essence was an enormous amount of wealth. If he had had that much star essence in the past, he would have broken through to become an emissary long ago. He was rather unhappy, not because he was unwilling to part with the star essence, but because he was jealous. However, when he thought about how Liu Yin was a member of the White Dragon clan, it was likely that he did not lack star essence. He could only sigh and continue cultivating, hoping that the junior ancestor would return soon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1450. Where's Liu Yin? Liu Yin really wanted to take away all of the star essence on Junior Progenitor Planet, but he knew that it was impossible, at least for now. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen just because of a few star essence. However, that didn't matter. As long as Long Tian and the others were trapped in the Sovereign's realm, Junior Progenitor Planet would not disappear. There would always be a way, so Liu Yin decided to set it aside for now. Qi flew past the ancestral gazing tower, past the gazing isle, and arrived above the central calm sea in the blink of an eye. How did you get separated from the princess? Long Kue asked. Someone had already asked him this question. At the mention of Long Shi, Liu Yin pretended to be sad and even a little nervous. There were too many withered creatures, and they didn't die even after being attacked. Instead, they became more and more powerful. We were attacked, and we were all scattered. Long Kue frowned, as the clan had long known this answer. During the 2 months that Liu Yin had been back, the clan had not only tried to think of a way to save junior ancestor Long Tian, but they had also tried their best to search for Long Shi's whereabouts. However, the ruler's realm was not an ordinary place. Although half-ancestors could enter, they had to be more careful than anyone else. In the end, they had failed to find anything. When Liu Yin saw that Long Kue was about to ask more questions, he hurriedly said, "Elder, how will the clan treat me?" His expression was very perturbed, filled with hesitation and confusion about the future. Looking at Luin, Long Kuei lost interest in asking more questions. Among all of them, Long Qi was the one who did not want anything to happen to Long Shi. If something happened to Long Shi, this person would have a hard time in the White Dragon tribe. Not only the White Dragon tribe, but also the people he had offended before would find trouble with him more easily. The White Dragon clan had never doubted Luin. No matter how they analyzed it, Luin did not want anything to happen to Long Shi. He valued Long Shi more than Long Tian. The White Dragon clan was sure of this. Don't worry. News that hasn't been confirmed to be the princess is still good news. Perhaps it won't be long before the princess returns, Long Kuei said. His attitude towards Luin was much better than before. Perhaps it was out of pity, but Long Kuei knew that the tribe's attitude towards Long Seven was definitely not good. This person would definitely not have a good time at Dragon Mountain. Luin sighed and looked into the distance. Nothing must happen. Not long after, the void in front of them cracked open, as if a fault had appeared in the sky. He stopped abruptly and stared ahead warily. Long Kuei's expression was grave. An emissary was blocking their way. A man and a woman walked out of the spatial fault and calmly looked at Long Kuei. When Long Kuei saw who it was, his expression turned even uglier. So it's Mr. Lu Yi and Big Sister Fei Hua. May I know why you two are blocking my path? Lu Yin looked curiously at the man and woman in front of him. The man was Mr. Lu Yi, whom he had met at the ancestral gazing tower. The woman, on the other hand, looked ordinary, but her figure was very hot. Although she wasn't considered beautiful, she gave people a very comfortable feeling. It was just that her cheekbones were slightly high and her lips were thin, making her look a little mean. These two were a team, flying willow leaves and flowers. They were extremely famous in the middle-level world, and even Long Kuei feared them. As for why they had come, there was no need to guess. It was definitely because of half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Up ahead, Mr. Lu Yi took a step forward and smiled. This junior has been waiting here for senior, and I sincerely hope that senior can understand. I have a question for little brother Long Seven. Long Kuei frowned. Mr. Lu Yi, I respect you as a humble guest who helped capture Redback, which is a great contribution to the human race. I won't pursue the matter of you blocking my path, but I'm not afraid of you. I've already said that Long Seven only obtained a portion of half-ancestor Kuei Luo's resources, and it doesn't even count as an inheritance. You also believed me at the ancestral gazing tower, but now you're joining forces with Big Sister Fei Hua to block my path. Difficult. Your words at the ancestral gazing tower don't count. Mr. Lu Yi did not speak, and Fei Hua walked out from behind him. Senior Long Kuei, I'm the one asking this question. I didn't say that I believe that brat's nonsense. Long Kuei frowned, as this woman's words were annoying. Mr. Lu Yi growled, Fei Hua, watch your words. Fei Hua snorted and stared at Lu Yin. Brat, if you're a man, then don't cower. Although half-ancestor Kuei Luo is loathed by others, he never hid his actions and dared to take responsibility for them. Since you've obtained his inheritance, then don't embarrass him. Lu Yin was speechless. Had half-ancestor Kuei Luo dared to take responsibility for his actions? He had done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could Lu Yin satisfy his crazy hobby? Senior, this junior really only obtained a bit of resources. It's just like how you lost your wallet while walking, and this junior just happened to pick it up. Could it be that I've picked up senior's inheritance? Fei Hua stared at him. I don't believe you. Lu Yin opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. Long Kuei barked, Sister Fei Hua, Long Seven said that he doesn't know, and that means that he doesn't know. Anyone who asks, including the 9 gates superintendent or the master of the 4 side scales, still doesn't know. Move aside immediately, or my white dragon tribe will view this as a provocation. Fei Hua gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Yin. That matter has always been a sore point for Master. Even after his death, I still have to ask him about it. Brat, where did you obtain his inheritance? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he was afraid that others would investigate. The more they investigated, the more loopholes they would find. Senior, this junior really doesn't know. There's no point in you forcing me to answer, and there's no point in interrogating me either. Long Kuei was enraged when he heard this. You still want to interrogate me? Tian Ho roared at the sky, and Long Kuei's spear appeared and he pointed it at Lu Yefei. Are you trying to provoke my white dragon tribe? Mr. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Fei Hua's path. He apologized to Long Kuei, saying, Senior, this junior was rude. It's just that my heart is too heavy, and Master died because of this as well. That's why I lost my composure. Please forgive me. He then looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Little brother, it seems like you really don't know. We've offended you. He then raised a hand, causing a willow leaf to bloom, and threw it at Lu Yin. Long Kuei was surprised, but he did not stop him. Lu Yin caught it curiously. This is a power vessel, the flying willow leaf flower. It's something that belonged to the two of us, and it's a gift to you as an apology. We've offended you today. He then stepped aside and pulled Fei Hua away. Fei Hua was still unwilling, but she did not block Lu Yin's path again. Thank you, Long Kuei said in a low voice before Tian Ho sprinted away. As she watched Tian Ho's figure disappear, Fei Hua gritted her teeth and asked, Why did you let them go? Once that brat returns to Dragon Mountain, it'll be very difficult for him to come out. We won't be able to ask him even if we wanted to. Mr. Lu Yi replied, That's why I gave him the flying willow leaf flower. If he doesn't come out, then we'll pretend that he doesn't exist. Once he does, I'll immediately know where he is. You saw the situation just now, and even if he knows, he won't say anything. If he does, then countless people in this region will cause trouble for him. Long Kuei won't let him say anything either, even if it means starting a war with us. Let's fight then. Are we afraid of Long Kuei? At worst, we'll just join the humble school, Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. There's no need to fall out with the White Dragon clan. Let's wait. As long as that brat leaves Dragon Mountain, we'll have a chance. In the distance, on Tian Ho's back, Lu Yin curiously looked at the flying willow leaf flower. It was a rare treasure, and it was not an ordinary one either. He could sense the hidden power within it. That's a flying willow leaf flower power vessel that was jointly created by Lu Yi and Fei Hua. In this region of space, it's a rather good defensive power vessel, and they rarely give it away. You've gotten lucky, Long Kuei said. Lu Yin was curious. What do they want to ask? Long Kuei's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to know? Lu Yin blinked. No. Then don't ask. Don't ask anyone else. Long Kuei's tone was unpleasant. Lu Yin answered, Are we going to the top realm now? Long Kuei did not answer. This guy's attitude had changed again. Old man, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Lu Yin looked at the central plain realm. Why hadn't the fish taken the bait yet? If they really went to Dragon Mountain, then it would be very difficult for them to leave. Was the bait not enough? Seeing that they were about to leave the central plain, Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. On this day, Long Kuei's cloud vision stone trembled, and Lu Yin did not know who he was talking to. Lu Yin could vaguely hear Long Kuei mention Clear Dust Mountain, and he was secretly delighted. Long Kuei put down the cloud vision stone and pondered for a moment. He then patted Ho's back and suddenly changed directions, heading in a different direction in the central plane realm. Lu Yin was curious. Why did you change directions? This time, Long Kuei spoke. Go to Clear Dust Mountain. Lu Yin was puzzled. Long Kuei said, Clear Dust Mountain is where the superintendent of the 9 humble schools, Senior Cleardust, resides. Senior Cleardust wants you to assist in investigating some matters regarding the Guan brothers. Lu Yin was confused. Weren't Guan Tong and Guan Hai taken away by Senior Cleardust? What else does he want me to do? Long Kuei shook his head. This is a matter of the humble school, so I'm not sure. Think carefully about what you know and help Senior Cleardust deal with it as soon as possible. I'll wait for you outside Clear Dust Mountain. Oh, Lu Yin answered, and his lips curled up. Wait? Don't wait, as he would never be able to do so in this lifetime. There was no way he would go to Dragon Mountain. Even if he wanted to go to the top realm to investigate the Lu family, he would not do so with his current identity. If he did, he would only be put under house arrest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1451. Qing Chen glanced at Kai Shu, and it was only then that Lu Yin noticed the scholarly middle-aged man standing behind Qing Chen. Kai Shu smiled. I'm Kai Shu, the superintendent's eldest disciple. Lu Yin bowed again. Junior Long Qi greets Senior Kai Shu. Kai Shu nodded and said, I invited you here this time because the interrogator mentioned the Guan brothers. There's also, Lu Yin naturally knew the reason, he was the one behind this. After Kai Shu finished speaking, Lu Yin frowned and tried to recall. Qing Chen was not in a hurry and simply waited. This matter was of great importance, and they could not give up on any clues related to the Redbacks. Besides, this involved the mastermind behind the Guan brothers, and that person's status was definitely extremely high. If they could find out who it was, it would be a great fortune for humanity. Lu Yin tried to recall, and his expression kept changing. After half an hour, he said, I remember that when I first obtained the evidence, I did see a stone tablet with something recorded on it. However, I only caught a glimpse of it before it turned to dust, so I can't remember it clearly. Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin seriously. Long Qi, you must remember. This matter is very important, and you cannot be careless. Qing Chen said to Lu Yin, as long as you can provide us with valuable information, you'll be rewarded greatly. Lu Yin was resolute. I will do my best. Qing Chen and Kai Shu were satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. 2 days passed, but Lu Yin still could not recall anything. He looked at Kai Shu helplessly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to try my best to remember, but I'm really uneasy and can't concentrate. Kai Shu's eyes flashed. Why are you uneasy? Lu Yin replied bitterly, Princess Long She went missing, and the clan's attitude towards me changed drastically. If I return to Dragon Mountain, I won't have a good ending. That's why I've been worried about this matter, and it's hard for me to concentrate. Kai Shu understood that this kid was asking for a condition. He smiled. How about this? I'll report this to Master and see if he has a way to calm you down. Lu Yin was apologetic. I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Kai Shu did not get angry, as everyone would think for themselves. If Lu Yin was truly so selfless, then Kai Shu would find it strange. It would be normal for someone like him to come up with some conditions. Those who did not raise any conditions were either truly selfless, or they were scheming for something bigger. There were selfless people, but Kai Shu preferred to believe in the latter. Working in a humble family, one could only trust in the latter, which was why he felt more at ease when Lu Yin raised the conditions. You don't want to return to Dragon Mountain? Qing Chen frowned. This is difficult. Although this person is from the 14th gate, he is still a member of the White Dragon clan. From the standpoint of the White Dragon clan, if he wants his clan to return to their ancestral land, he can find any excuse to do so. Even the humble class cannot interfere. Unless Long Qi has a mission, the White Dragon clan can't forcefully take him away before the mission is completed. That way, the humble class can negotiate with the White Dragon clan, Kai Shu said. Qing Chen sighed. Looks like I'll have to contact Owl. He smiled bitterly. Back then, Long Tian contacted me several times because of this brat. Now, I have to contact someone else because of this brat. I even have to negotiate with the White Dragon tribe. That's the most troublesome thing. In the top realm, atop a giant dragon mountain, the White Dragon clan's patriarch, Long Ku, did not have a good expression. During this trip to the sovereign realm, Long Tian had been trapped, and Long Shi had gone missing. The loss of the patriarch was a heavy blow to him. The main bloodline had weakened, and many of the clan members had already begun to dig up old scores. If there was no successor to the main bloodline, then the main bloodline might change. This was something that Long Ku would not allow. However, things had not reached the worst point yet. Long Tian had only been trapped, and there was still hope of saving him as long as the ancestor acted. Moreover, the 4 Cardinal Scales junior ancestor was also trapped. If they worked together, there was nothing that could not be done. Because of this, Long Ku was able to have some peace. Otherwise, if Long Tian had gone missing like Long Shi, his position as patriarch would not be stable. At that moment, someone reported, Elder Quan wishes to see you. Long Ku's expression turned even uglier. Long Quan was the patriarch of the largest branch of the White Dragon clan, and also his biggest competitor. Long Ku had always been thinking of ways to suppress Long Quan's branch. Now that the main bloodline was in trouble, Long Ku had been asking to see him for 3 days straight. He knew what Long Ku was thinking, and if he could, he would have dealt with him long ago. Unfortunately, Long Quan's branch was not weak either. Long Quan greets the patriarch. Behind Long Ku, an old man with a sinister expression slowly bowed and greeted Long Ku. Long Ku was a middle-aged man, and he looked very similar to Long Tian. At first glance, he looked like a middle-aged Long Tian. He was solemn and aggressive, the complete opposite of Kai Shu. Elder Quan, what's the matter? Asked Long Ku indifferently. Long Quan looked up. I'm here to ask you about the investigation on the junior ancestor planet. Long Ku stared at him coldly. Do I have to report everything to you, Elder Quan? Long Quan wasn't angry. He had been suppressed for many years and was used to Long Ku's attitude. Patriarch, you're exaggerating. It's just that many of our clansmen want to know, so they asked me to ask them. On the eve of the sovereign world, Dragon Quarry, Nong Lai, and When First were poisoned. Because of that, the junior ancestor had no choice but to bring Long Qi to the sovereign world. If the junior ancestor had brought Nong Lai or Dragon Quarry, things might not have turned out this way. Besides, Princess Long Shi might have gone missing while protecting Long Qi. We have to give our clansmen an explanation. Long Ku narrowed his eyes. We're still investigating who poisoned them. As for Long Qi, it's just a guess. A few days ago, Kai Shu from Clear Dust Mountain contacted you. She wants Long Qi to go to Clear Dust Mountain to help with the investigation. When will he return? Many of our clansmen want to see him, said Long Quan. Long Ku stared at Long Quan. These subsidiary bloodlines wanted to use Long Qi to humiliate the main bloodline. They couldn't wait. Long Qi is already at Clear Dust Mountain. He'll come to Dragon Mountain in a few days, said Long Ku. Long Quan smiled. That's good. I'm just asking. Many of our clansmen are curious. Please don't be angry. At that moment, Long Ku's cloud stone trembled. He glanced at Long Quan, and Long Quan tactfully retreated. When he turned around, he smiled. The main bloodline. What a joke. He had climbed up from the subsidiary bloodlines just like them. If they could climb up, why couldn't his bloodline? Long Qi was the starting point of the main bloodline's decline. They had already thought of a series of methods to suppress Long Qi. Long Qi wasn't important. What was important was his identity. Long Tian was trapped, and Long Shi had gone missing. Even the heavens were helping him. When he thought of this, Long Quan almost laughed. Elder Quan, please wait a moment, said Long Ku suddenly. Long Quan was startled and turned around. Do you have any other instructions? Long Ku looked at Long Quan and suddenly smiled. Long Qi won't be back for a while. Long Quan's expression changed. What do you mean? Even if the princess is missing, as the son-in-law of the main bloodline, Long Qi should return to Dragon Mountain and be protected by the clan. Long Ku said, it's not that I don't want him to come back, but he was given a mission by the 14th clan to assist Clear Dust Mountain in investigating the 3 Guan brothers as Red Backs. Long Quan's eyes widened. Didn't we already investigate the 3 Guan brothers as Red Backs? All 3 of them are dead. What's there to investigate? Long Ku was helpless. You can ask Senior Clear Dust. Anyway, Long Qi is also from the 14th clan. Since he has a mission, he will naturally prioritize it. This is related to the overall situation of the human race. Elder Quan, you won't disagree, right? Long Quan's expression was extremely ugly. Disagree? Of course he wouldn't agree. Several subsidiary bloodlines had thought of countless ways to use Long Qi as an excuse to suppress the main bloodline. If he said he wouldn't come back, then he wouldn't. He immediately wanted to contact Clear Dust Mountain, but he suddenly looked up at Long Ku and gave up in the end. The humble school was not part of the White Dragon tribe, and he had no right to speak. His reputation was not as important as the mission. It doesn't matter. The mission can't go on indefinitely, and he'll have to come back eventually. Family head, please protect Long Qi well. He's the son-in-law of the main bloodline after all. Don't let anything happen to him during the mission, Long Quan said sinisterly. He was not threatening him, but rather sincerely hoping that nothing would happen to Lu Yin. Long Ku smiled. Elder, there's no need to worry. Please return. Long Quan did not even bid farewell this time. He simply turned and left, his expression terrifyingly gloomy. This had to be Long Ku's idea. This guy had actually mobilized the humble school's resources to forcefully keep Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. If Long Tian did not return, then this guy would definitely keep Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. This would not do. He had to think of a way to get Long Qi out of Clear Dust Mountain. Long Ku's eyes flickered as he watched Long Quan leave. He had thought of keeping Long Qi on Junior Progenitor Planet, but he had never thought of keeping Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. He had not expected this person to be so important that Senior Clear Dust had taken the initiative to keep him. It was better for Long Qi to stay at Clear Dust Mountain until Long Tian returned. When he thought of Long Tian and Long Shi, Long Ku's mood sank once more. In the Central Realm, on Clear Dust Mountain, Lu Yin looked at the mission from the Cloud Connect stone and was secretly delighted. Stay at Clear Dust Mountain and assist in the investigation of Owl. These few words determined Lu Yin's current fate, and he could stay. Outside Clear Dust Mountain, Long Kue left with a blank expression. What was going on? Wasn't he only supposed to stay for a few days? Why had the deadline been extended indefinitely? Tian Ho was more depressed. He still liked Lu Yin, but he could not see him again. Kai Shu appeared in front of Lu Yin with a smile. Long Qi, the White Dragon tribe has agreed to let you stay at Clear Dust Mountain to assist in the investigation. You do not need to leave before the investigation is complete. I want to know. She then looked at Lu Yin. How long do you want to stay? Lu Yin thought about it and then said, until the junior progenitor returns from the sovereign realm. All right, Kai Shu answered. Then, try to think of as many clues as possible. I hope that it will be done as soon as possible. Kai Shu promised that even if Lu Yin revealed everything he knew, he could still stay until Long Tian returned from the sovereign realm. There was no need for him to intentionally hide information and stall for time. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1452. Lu Yin knew that he could not delay this any longer. Staying at Clear Dust Mountain was the first step, so what should he do next? There were progenitor realm experts in this part of the starry sky. No one knew when Long Tian and the others would be rescued. He wanted to find out what happened to the Lu clan before Long Tian and the others were rescued. Then, he would head to the location Invisible Light told him and return to the Fifth Mainland. Neither of these things were easy, and the prerequisite was that he could leave Clear Dust Mountain openly. Over the next few days, Lu Yin exposed Guan Yun's spies one after another. He had only captured a few of the spies, and there were more than half that he had yet to capture. Now, he was exposing them bit by bit, and although Kai Shu was not satisfied, it was still somewhat effective. 10 days later, Qing Chen appeared in front of Lu Yin with an indifferent expression. Long 7, you might have been able to recall those spies, but you know what information I want. Tell me, what exactly did you see back then? Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the information I saw was too vague. It would be useless even if I told you. Behind Qing Chen, Kai Shu said, it doesn't matter. Tell me. Lu Yin said, actually, after thinking about it for so many days, I've gradually recalled some things. Guan Yun's records did not mention the person who developed the Guan brothers, and there wasn't even a code name. When he heard this, Qing Chen's expression turned ugly. He had specifically contacted Owl for Lu Yin's sake and even communicated with the White Dragon clan. Although the communication had gone smoothly, he was a half-ancestor, and doing all this for a junior had resulted in useless information. He had even promised to let Lu Yin stay at Clear Dust Mountain, which made him unhappy. He admired Lu Yin, but that did not mean that he did not mind being used by Lu Yin. Right now, he felt like he had been used. But that person has a special characteristic. Lu Yin looked at Qing Chen carefully, then at Kai Shu. He swallowed his saliva and decided to just say it. No one would be able to verify it anyway. He coughed and said solemnly, it's not a person, it's a doll. Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this, as he had based his description on the sorcerer spirit god's appearance. The sorcerer spirit god was one of the Fifth Mainland's 7 sky gods, and that fellow was also a member of the monsters. Although no one could verify his claim based on his appearance, no one could refute it either. There was indeed such a person among the monsters. Lu Yin had thought that Qing Chen might not believe him, or that she might be skeptical. At worst, she would think that he was lying, but the result shocked him. Qing Chen's face had completely changed. What did you say? A doll. What kind of doll? Qing Chen asked eagerly, staring into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin was stunned. What did this reaction mean? Tell me, what kind of doll? Where did you see him? Qing Chen shouted. Lu Yin blinked and met Qing Chen's eyes. I can't really describe it. Guan Yun's records only mention 4 words, confusion of the 5 senses. Qing Chen's expression changed again, and he withdrew his gaze from Lu Yin and looked into the distance. Kai Shu's face was solemn, and she asked Lu Yin, what else? Lu Yin had prepared some excuses to highlight his role in this matter. It would be best if he could go out and investigate, but Qing Chen's reaction made him pause in time. He shook his head. There's nothing else. Kai Shu looked at Qing Chen solemnly. Master, it's the sorcerer spirit god. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he did not dare to show it. Tang. The sorcerer spirit god. There was actually a sorcerer spirit god in this part of the universe. Was it a coincidence? Or was it the same person? He had just told a simple lie, a very simple one. How did the sorcerer spirit god get involved? And they all knew about it. Qing Chen and Kai Shu left. Lu Yin could not listen to their conversation, but he really wanted to hear it. On the other side, Qing Chen reminisced, the 7 sky gods are humanity's greatest enemies. They have always been a thorn in our side. They have been our eternal enemies since our humble school was first established, but we have not been able to kill them. The 7 sky gods are hidden among us, and no one knows which one is the 7 sky gods. Only a few people know their names, and Long 7 definitely does not know about the sorcerer spirit god. If he can say that the 5 senses are in chaos, then he must have seen Guan Yun's records, Kai Shu said. Qing Chen nodded. With the 7 sky god status, it makes sense to develop the Guan brothers. Huiyuan's geographical location is special, and Guan Tong is one of the leaders of the 9 gates. Only people at the level of the 7 sky gods can develop them. I'm just worried about whether or not there are any red backs in the 13 gates. Kai Shu said, it's difficult to find out whether or not there are any red backs. If not for Long 7, we would not have thought that the Guan brothers were red backs. Master, who do you think is the source of the unknown information behind Long 7? To think that they were able to find out about the Guan brothers. Qing Chen said, I secretly investigated, but there was no result. Could it be? Kai Shu hesitated, but then shook her head. That's not very likely. Sacrificing the Guan brothers to develop Long 7 is meaningless. However, the reason Long Xian left behind that guide map, which led to the 4th young ancestor being trapped, is because of Long 7. If sacrificing the Guan brothers can lead to the 4th young ancestor being trapped, then Long 7 might not be a red back. Qing Chen looked at Kai Shu. You suspect Long 7? Kai Shu said, even Master can't find the source of the information behind Long 7. It's normal to suspect him. Qing Chen laughed. He can't be a red back. Kai Shu was puzzled. Why? Qing Chen's gaze was stern. Because the Huiyuan is too important. It's connected to the cloud ladder, and the cloud ladder hides a lot of unspeakable darkness in the 4-direction scale. The sorcerer spirit god developed the Guan brothers because of their status, which would allow him to smoothly develop spies and obtain information about the humans. Secondly, it's because of that darkness. Kai Shu did not understand. Darkness? Qing Chen did not explain further. The Guan brothers are more important than you know. Even if we want to deal with the 4th young ancestor, the Guan brothers cannot be sacrificed. I'm very certain of this. Kai Shu did not speak. Although she knew many things with her status, and even knew about the 7 sky gods, her master had never told her much about the 4-direction scale. She had only been warned to stay as far away from it as possible. What does Master plan to do? Kai Shu asked. Qing Chen looked in the direction of the Huiyuan. Long 7 came into contact with Guan Yun's scarlet token. Kai Shu trembled. You're planning to. One day later, Lu Yin was staring off into the distance, deep in thought. Kai Shu arrived with a smile on her face. When he saw the smiling Kai Shu, he did not know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Long 7, how have you been at Clear Dust Mountain? Kai Shu asked with a smile. She was very friendly. Lu Yin's mind raced. What did she mean? How should he answer that? This guy's smile was very treacherous. Long 7. Kai Shu was puzzled. Lu Yin coughed. Well, not bad. Kai Shu smiled. That's good. That's right, I remember that you don't want to go back to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly wanted to go back to Dragon Mountain. The current Kai Shu made him feel very uneasy, but in the end, he still replied, I don't want to go back for now. Didn't you promise me that you would only let me go to Dragon Mountain when the junior ancestor returns? Kai Shu nodded. Yes, but even if junior ancestor returns, you don't necessarily have to go to Dragon Mountain. Princess Long Shi has gone missing, and your days are definitely not going to be easy. That's why Master has found another way for you. Consider it your reward for your contribution. You should know that the information you recalled has contributed greatly. Not only did you complete the 14th mission, but you also provided us with a valuable clue. Lu Yin blinked, and the first thing he thought of was the sword steal's reward. It was both a reward and a mission, so he quickly rejected the offer. Thank you, Senior, but I don't want any rewards. The humble school has helped me enough, and I just want to do my part for the greater good of humanity. Kai Shu smiled. You can't not want a reward. If you don't reward your contributions, many people will be disappointed. No, I'm the one who doesn't want a reward. I definitely won't be disappointed, Lu Yin quickly said. Kai Shu patted Lu Yin's shoulder and sighed. If everyone had the same resolve as you, Long 7, then there wouldn't be any spies or redbacks. It's a pity that Master once said that a redback cannot become an ancestor. Long 7, you have the same ambition as Master. Lu Yin pursed his lips and wanted to vomit. Who wouldn't want to become an ancestor if they could? Only by becoming an ancestor would they be able to better deal with those monsters. He hadn't expected Qingchen to be so good with words. It was no wonder why she had been able to become the superintendent of the 9 gates. All right, there's no need to decline. Master's reward for you is to become the acting sect master of the Humble Huayuan School. You'll be in charge of the Humble Huayuan School's affairs. Long 7, you become the acting sect master of the Humble Huayuan School from being an unknown disciple of the 14th gate. There has never been anyone below the strength of an emissary who has become an acting sect master. You're the first, and you'll definitely go down in history, Kai Shu congratulated. Lu Yin's mind was about to explode. Acting sect master. One of the 9 gates. This increase in strength was too great. He had spent quite a bit of time in the humble school, and he knew that one of the requirements to become a sect master was to have the strength of an emissary. Lu Yin was just a hunter, and the difference was too great, but he had actually become an acting sect master. Although he was an acting sect master, his authority was the same as a sect master's, and he could be removed at any time. Kai Shu was still congratulating him, but Lu Yin didn't listen. Humble Huayuan School, acting sect master, these few words stunned him, and he was certain that he had been tricked. But what exactly was Qingchen trying to trick him? He couldn't figure out Qingchen's goal, but he knew that everyone in the humble school of Huayuan was unhappy with him. It was because of him that the humble school of Huayuan was looked down upon by the other 8 gates. Even their own sect master was a redback. What a joke. Once he went to the humble school of Huayuan, his scalp would go numb just thinking about it. Senior Kai Shu, I'm still young. How can I become the acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan? Even a captain isn't qualified, let alone a sect master, Lu Yin immediately refused. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1453. Kai Shu laughed when she heard Lu Yin's words. Young man, you should gain more experience. How many months have you been in the humble class? You've made many contributions, and the list of spies you've revealed over the past few days has shocked the entire Central Plain realm's 9 gates. You don't even know how famous you are, and you were the one who exposed the Guan brothers. Oh, and you also have the ability to see through people. That's why you're the acting sect master. What's the purpose of the humble class? It's not a battle. It's about capturing redbacks and capturing spies. Whoever can capture redbacks more accurately and efficiently will become the sect leader. Look, Shuasi hasn't even caught a redback yet. Isn't he still the sect leader? He relied on his battle prowess, while you relied on your ability to see through people. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. What the hell? He was just bragging, and even an idiot would know that. How disgusting. Senior, I might as well be frank. Because I exposed the Guan brothers as redbacks, the entire humble class of Huayuan is dissatisfied with me. I'm afraid that no one will listen to me even if I go. After all, I'm still young and only a hunter, Lu Yin said bitterly. Kai Shu waved a hand. Don't worry. Since Master has appointed you as the acting sect master, he naturally won't let you go empty-handed. If there's anyone you're familiar with, just tell me, and Master will think of a way to assign them to you. He'll even find some powerhouses to protect you. Lu Yin opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Kai Shu slapped him hard on the shoulder again, almost breaking him apart. This guy was an emissary. Long 7, don't forget the oath you made back then. Master told me, I serve the poor and humble, and I don't ask for any military exploits. I just want to do what I can for my people and fight against the enemy from outside. You were the one who said that, weren't you? Lu Yin was speechless. For the greater good of humanity, I'm willing to die 10,000 deaths. You were the one who said that, right? Kai Shu asked again. Lu Yin was still speechless. Since that's the case, Master will give you a chance. Let's see how far you can go as the acting sect master. Do your best and don't hold back, said Kai Shu heroically. He was a refined scholar, so it was strange for him to act so heroically. Lu Yin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why did he feel like he had screwed himself over? Wasn't that too full of himself? By the way, Master has already convened a meeting of the 9 sects leaders. When the time comes, he will formally introduce you. Make a list of names in the next few days. This trip to the humble Huayuan sect will be more comfortable for our own people. I know. Do your best to prepare, said Kai Shu before leaving. Lu Yin face-bombed. This was going to be troublesome. Qing Chen had made him the acting headmaster and had even sent an expert to monitor him. There had to be something going on, and it had to be related to the witch spirit god that he had revealed. Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Qing Chen couldn't be thinking of using him as bait to lure out the witch spirit god, could she? Why did he think that he could fish out the witch spirit god? He tried to recall what had happened and what he had said, but even after a long time, he still couldn't understand. If he was really used as bait to catch the witch spirit, that would be terrible. Then, the bodyguard that Qing Chen assigned to him was probably not simple. Should he leave as soon as possible? Although the process was different, the results were the same. He was already in Huayuan, and he wasn't far from the place where the light couldn't be seen. It was better to leave as soon as possible and investigate the Liu family later. Jupiter was a passage, and he could come back after he was fully prepared. It would be easier to investigate if he changed his appearance. When he thought of this, Liu Yin relaxed and decided to slip away. He no longer had any misgivings. After thinking about it for a while, he gave Kai Shu a list of people who would be going to Huayuan with him. The first was Wang Deshuai, since they had worked together before. If he wanted to slip away, he couldn't be too obvious. He had to find someone to cover for him, and the white fatty seemed to be having a hard time recently. The second was Lu Tianmu, the third was Xia Tai Li, and the fourth was Shangqing. True and false, false and true. He wanted to bring Shangqing and Lu Tianmu back to the fifth mainland, while Xia Tai Li and the white fatty would be a distraction. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to return to the fifth mainland after some time. Liu Yin was a little tired. This region of space was filled with powerhouses, and the fifth mainland was still better. There weren't many enlighters in the outerverse, and there weren't many emissaries in the innerverse either. Even in the neoverse, there were many powerhouses, and Liu Yin had enough treasures on him to survive. Here, an emissary could casually appear from the central realm, and there was no need to talk about the top realm. Even Long Kuei had been ordered to run errands. In the lower realm, Liu Yin thought about the giant anteater and the ancestral Mang, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He had to go back first. This was his top priority. Since Liu Yin had given the list, it meant that he had accepted the mission. Qing Chen appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Senior." Although Liu Yin was unhappy that Qing Chen might be using him as bait, he was still very respectful. Qing Chen's attitude was gentle. Long 7, the position of the humble school's sect master is very important. Do you know how many people are eyeing this position, whether in the central realm or the four cardinal scales? I've taken a risk to give this position to you, so don't disappoint me. Liu Yin grinned. Yes, I won't let you down. Qing Chen was satisfied. Your cultivation is limited, and most of the humble school's missions are dangerous, so I've decided to have Kai Shu follow you and protect you. Liu Yin looked up, anxious. Qing Chen wanted to monitor him. Senior, I'm confident that I can protect myself, and I have many treasures that were given to me by Long Shi. They're enough to block the attacks of emissaries. Qing Chen laughed. So what? You can only block the attack. What's the point of this old man letting you be the sect master? What this old man wants is to capture the red back, capture the traitor of humanity, not beat the grass to scare the snake. Are you sure you can capture the emissary? Guantong and Guanhai are the most obvious examples. If I don't go to Huayuan, then you'll be silenced by Guantong. Liu Yin was speechless. He could beat Guantong to a pulp, but he couldn't say that out loud. Senior, I'm not used to being followed. He still had to try his best. Qing Chen smiled. I know that you have the ability to see through people and obtain information that others can't. Don't worry, Kai Shu won't keep an eye on you. He'll only be a short distance away from you. As long as you're not in danger, he won't appear and will never interfere with your actions in the humble school. Although he belongs to the humble school, his status is far lower than yours, so he has no right to interfere with your decisions. Liu Yin had no other choice. I'll listen to Senior's arrangements. Qing Chen grunted. Do you know why I put you in the humble school of Huayuan? There was a vacancy there. Liu Yin said, I've thought about it. It's because the humble school of Huayuan currently doesn't have a sect master. Qing Chen laughed. It's because the humble school of Huayuan is too important, so important that it can't be casually appointed. Liu Yin didn't understand. Qing Chen seriously explained, the next day after Guantong was captured, a sect master wanted to transfer to the humble school of Huayuan. Even if the humble school of Huayuan lost 3 experts, they still wanted to become its sect master. The humble school of Huayuan is much more important than you think because it contains the cloud ladder. Lu Yin immediately searched his mind for information about the cloud ladder, but there was very little information. When he had merged with some people, he had indeed obtained information about the cloud ladder, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. The cloud ladder connects the top realm and the middle realm. Although the Bifrost Bridge can also connect the two, there are essential differences between the two. You'll understand in the future. In short, when you go to the Huayuan School of Huayuan, visit the cloud ladder more often. I hope that there aren't any redbacks or spies there. If there are, find them for me. I'll give you double the merit, Qing Chen said solemnly. Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes, this junior understands. You've provided information over the past few days and captured some spies. Combined with your previous rewards, you've received a total of 6 merit points. Don't think it's too little since the other rewards are quite generous. As long as you work hard in the humble school of Huayuan, you'll receive more and more merit points. Lu Yin didn't care too much about the merit points. He had originally wanted them to exchange for the righteous medal, and it would be best if he could obtain the tree medal. That way, he would have some protection after retirement. But now, it was difficult to retire, and he had become the acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan. He didn't need the protection of the tree medal, and no one would dare to touch him unless they had a good reason. A day later, Qing Chen convened a meeting of the 9 gates, and Lu Yin formally met the leaders of the 9 gates. Aside from the humble Huayuan school and Zhuasi from the Yin Mountain region, the leaders of the other 7 were unfamiliar to Lu Yin. However, he knew that they were all experts above the level of envoys. This is the new acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan, Long 7, Qing Chen introduced. 8 Cloud Connect stones appeared in front of Lu Yin, and the images of the 8 sect masters appeared on them. Junior Long 7 greets the seniors, Lu Yin said politely. His attitude was humble, and his expression was solemn with a hint of apprehension and anticipation. It was obvious that he was looking forward to the future. He was an ambitious young man, and he also seemed very honest. Kid, do you know that in the history of our humble school, there has never been a hunter who became a sect master? One of the sect masters spoke up. It was a woman, and she was very flirtatious. Lu Yin felt his mouth go dry with a single glance, as she was simply too alluring. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1454. The others did not have much to say to Lu Yin, as Qing Chen must have already discussed this with them. Otherwise, how could a Hunter Realm Junior have such a reaction? Alright, Long 7, time is of the essence. Kai Shu is already waiting for you outside, and I'll take you to the humble Huayuan sect. From now on, you are the acting sect master of the humble Huayuan sect. These seniors will teach you what to do in the future, but I hope that you will remove the word acting as soon as possible. Do you understand? Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he slowly bowed. This junior will not disappoint the seniors. He paused for a moment before continuing, this subordinate will not disappoint the superintendent. Qing Chen gestured for him to leave. After Lu Yin left, an elder asked, Superintendent, is this useful? Our humble school was originally established to ferret out the 7 sky gods, but after so many years, they are still living freely. Can this kid really fish out the shaman spirit god? Qing Chen sighed. He's the only one who came into contact with Guan Yun's scarlet token, and the shaman spirit god can sense his aura. The humble Huayuan sect is located in a special location, and the shaman spirit god will not give up. With the shaman spirit god's methods, even Kai Shu's personal protection will be useless, someone else said. Qing Chen replied, I know. They had already discussed this with Qing Chen, but Qing Chen's attitude had not changed. Shuo Si's eyes flashed. Using Long 7 as bait to fish out the shaman spirit god was too easy. This was one of the 7 sky gods, and even now, no one knew the true strength of the 7 sky gods. The humble school was just a joke to them. He looked in the direction that Lu Yin had left, as Long 7 was in danger. He was like a signpost, and the shaman spirit god would definitely discover him. Elsewhere, Lu Yin saw Kai Shu. She smiled. From now on, I'm your bodyguard, Long 7. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't make fun of this junior. Kai Shu smiled. This isn't a joke. You're the sect master of the humble school, and you represent the humble school. Nothing can happen to you. Let's go to the Huayuan sect. She then took out a piece of paper from her cosmic ring and began to fold it. Lu Yin raised his brows when he saw the white paper. This was it. He had found more than 200 pieces of paper in Long Tian and the others' cosmic rings, but he had no idea how to use them. He watched as Kai Shu slowly folded the paper until it formed a small boat that was a few meters long. She boarded the boat and looked at Lu Yin. Come on, let's go. Shouldn't a piece of paper the size of a palm be smaller when folded? How could it become bigger? It was amazing. Long Tian and the others had more or less blank sheets of paper, which meant that these things weren't very precious. They were definitely common knowledge, so Lu Yin didn't ask. The small boat folded by Bai Ji flew up and headed in the direction of Huayuan. Its speed was quite fast, not much slower than Ho. Lu Yin touched his cosmic ring. These pieces of paper were equivalent to a spacecraft in this universe. But it was more convenient than a spaceship. Senior, how are the people on this juniors list? Lu Yin asked. Kai Shu replied, aside from Xia Tai Li, everyone else is fine. Xia Tai Li can't come. Lu Yin was secretly delighted. That girl had been a smokescreen all along. Kai Shu replied, she's still the princess of the Xia family. Xia Shenfei is currently trapped in the sovereign realm, and the Xia family won't let anything happen to Xia Tai Li. Whether or not she can come to Huayuan will depend on the Xia family's arrangements. Lu Yin feigned disappointment. We worked together quite well in the sovereign realm. It would be a pity if she couldn't come. Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Is that the only reason? Lu Yin replied, of course. Kai Shu shook her head. You don't have to hide it from me. I know that you want to use Xia Tai Li's status as the princess of Shenwu Plain. That's a good idea. With Xia Tai Li on your side, you'll be able to do many things more easily. However, I have to remind you not to use her. She's not stupid, and Shenwu Plain won't allow a son-in-law of the White Dragon clan to use their princess. You have to be careful. Lu Yin blinked. That seemed to be the case, but he had never thought about it. He had just used Xia Tai Li as a cover. The reason he had chosen Xia Tai Li over Wu Taibai was because Lu Yin had always been wary of this person. Xia Tai Li was clearly from Shenwu Plain, but he had betrayed it. He had even taken the martial ancestor as his master on the 6th mainland and imprinted on the martial ancestor. During the battle in the meditative ruins, he had not used his imprint. He had hidden too much. The more he acted like this, the more Lu Yin felt uneasy. He was not even as good as Xia Tai Li. But would Xia Tai Li be on his side? Lu Yin licked his lips. Maybe, probably, but definitely not. While Lu Yin was following Kai Shu to the Huayuan plains, Wang Deshuai was being held captive on the Wang family's junior progenitor planet. He was tied to a bridge that connected the planet to Wangyu, and he was swinging back and forth as he screamed in pain. I didn't do it on purpose, no. Save me, junior progenitor, please come back. Wang Deshuai's screams pitted many, but of course, there were even more who took pleasure in his misfortune. A ruffian from the Wang family had somehow managed to find 2 experts to accompany the junior progenitor to the sovereign realm. He had ascended to the heavens in a single step and had even been given the privilege of choosing experts for the junior progenitor. That had been the peak of Wang Deshuai's life. He, Yu Chen, Xia Taili, and Long Shi had stood on the bridge together and looked down on many experts. It could be said that their names had spread throughout the astral tree. However, fate loved to joke around. Wang Deshuai had been looking forward to the junior progenitor's return and his own advancement, but what he had received instead was the fact that Wu Taibai and Wu Taibai were stowaways. He had been dumbfounded and felt as if the sky had collapsed. His brain had turned to mush, and by the time he had reacted, he was already tied up under the bridge. I really didn't know. Save me! Wang Deshuai screamed. In the distance, Nong Sanyang rolled her eyes and sighed. It was useless to shout for help. Who asked this fatty to find 2 stowaways at once? How interesting. If she didn't know this guy's background, she wouldn't have believed that he wasn't a stowaway. The ups and downs of life were just that fast. In the ancestral gazing tower, many experts who had been eliminated by Wang Deshuai cheered. They were glad that they hadn't gone to the sovereign realm back then. After a while, on the junior progenitor planet, an expert dragged Wang Deshuai up and said with a cold expression, "There are orders from the family. Quickly report to the humble school of Huayuan. From now on, you will be a member of the humble school of Huayuan." Wang Deshuai was still in shock, and when he heard this, he was confused. The humble school of Huayuan. The first thing he thought of was the 3 Guan brothers. Could it be that they had been cleared of being a redback? He knew that Long 7 was unreliable. He was the master of the humble school of Huayuan, so how could he be a redback? It was over. Wang Deshuai had fought with the humble school of Huayuan before. Right, Wu Taibai was Long 7's old friend, and Wu Taibai was from the humble school of Huayuan. It was all related to Long 7. Long 7 was a bastard. How could Wang Deshuai treat him as a brother? This universe was full of scams. The era of brotherhood was gone forever. I'm not going. I don't want to go. Wang Deshuai immediately shouted. He wanted to tie himself up and jump off the bridge. He would rather wander around here than go to the humble school of Huayuan. Any random mission there could end his life. You don't have a choice. Scram. The person dragged Wang Deshuai up and threw him out. There were people from the humble school waiting outside. On the junior progenitor planet, Xia Taili was shocked. What? You want me to join the humble school of Huayuan? Who said that? Is there something wrong with their head? Do I need to go? There was an old woman in front of Xia Taili. She smiled and respectfully said, Long 7 has been appointed as the acting master of the humble school of Huayuan. He said that he would bring a few acquaintances with him who could assist him, so he wrote down your name. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Xia Taili's mouth fell open in shock. Long 7. The acting master of the humble school of Huayuan. Long 7. Yes, Long 7, the old woman replied. Xia Taili was speechless. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Long 7. The old woman nodded again. Isn't he a hunter? What kind of sect master is he? Who asked him to be? Did you hear wrong? He's a gatekeeper, not a sect master, Xia Taili asked strangely. The old woman coughed. Absolutely. He's the acting master of the humble school of Yun, Long 7. Xia Tyli felt like she had seen a ghost. She had thought that Long Shi's disappearance meant that Long 7 would be isolated and helpless in the White Dragon clan. He would also have to face the retaliation of some people from the Frigid Immortal sect, which would make his life miserable. She had never expected that this guy would become the master of the humble school of Yun in the blink of an eye. Even the fourth young ancestor would at most be the humble school's chief of battle. There was still a considerable distance between him and the position of schoolmaster. To put it nicely, this was the position of a feudal official, in charge of the lives and deaths of countless people. It was perfectly justifiable to frame someone. Wait, justifiable? Xia Tyli's eyes lit up. Framing, retaliation, framing. All sorts of words appeared in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She had never played such games before, so she clapped her hands. Let's go to the humble school of Yun. The old woman was shocked. You want to go? Actually, you don't have to go. No one can force you. Xia Tyli rolled her eyes. Long 7 is an old friend of mine. How can I not go when an old friend is asking for help? How disloyal. Hurry up and send me to Yun. The old woman hurriedly nodded. On planet Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor, Shang-Qing faced an elder from the Frigid Immortal sect and answered his questions word by word. Ever since he had returned to planet Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor, he had been asked the same question every 2 days. It was all because he was from the nest and was looked down upon. Before the trip to the Sovereign Realm, everyone had been polite to him because Bai Xiaohong relied on him. Now that Bai Xiaohong was trapped, everyone's attitude towards him was completely different. The junior ancestor was fighting with someone in the Oblivion ruins. Why didn't you help? Asked the elder from the Frigid Immortal sect solemnly. I had an opponent as well. It was someone called Yao Xian. Every time he attacked, he wanted to kill me. His spiritual energy attacks were extremely powerful, Shang-Qing answered in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Didn't you know he was a stowaway? I didn't. Didn't you suspect him? No. Did the junior ancestor have any orders for you? No. We all had our own opponents. How did Dong He die? I didn't see him. Shang-Qing could only answer one question after another. He had already met a few important people from the Frigid Immortal sect, but none of them had been able to thoroughly investigate his identity. After all, he was from the nest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1455. The more they couldn't find out, the more suspicious they became. However, there was one thing they couldn't deny. If Shang-Qing had followed Yao Xian back then, he could have left without Shanguang or Heaven's emergence. After all, the trip to the Sovereign Realm had already ended. Because of this, they believed that Shang-Qing wasn't a stowaway and that he was only asking questions to report to the sect's higher-ups. To put it bluntly, he was pretending to care about Bai Xiaohong's safety. After a while, the elder stopped asking questions and stared at Shang-Qing. He relaxed and asked, "Have you heard of the humble school?" Shang-Qing was surprised, as this was the first time someone had asked him such a question. Yes. From now on, you will join the humble school of Yun and assist their acting sect master, Long Qi. Of course, you can choose not to go and wait for the junior ancestor to return. Shang-Qing's expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. Acting sect master, Long Qi. Isn't that Luin? What's going on? How many days has it been? Princess Long She had clearly been taken into Mount Supreme, which was equivalent to disappearing. Instead of being miserable, this guy had become the acting sect master. Even though Shang-Qing had been trained by the Hall of Honor since he was young and was very knowledgeable, he still couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had done it. Could this guy really be related to the White Dragon tribe? Shang-Qing was starting to doubt the authenticity of Lu Yin's identity. Shang-Qing didn't respond, and the elder assumed that he didn't want to go. The sect wants you to go. Shang-Qing was stunned and asked, why? I want to wait for the junior ancestor to return. The junior ancestor has agreed to let me make a name for myself in the frigid immortal sect. The elder no longer doubted Shang-Qing, and his gaze softened as if he was looking at one of his own. We already know how you feel about the junior ancestor, but even if the junior ancestor returns, he will still want you to go to the humble school of Huayuan. You should know how the junior ancestor feels about Long Qi. Didn't Miss Yu Chen tell you? Shang-Qing shook his head. The elder explained patiently, the junior ancestor admires Princess Long Qi, but she married Long Qi, so Long Qi is a thorn in the junior ancestor's side. If you can help the junior ancestor get rid of him, the junior ancestor will be very happy. Shang-Qing's eyes brightened, and he seemed to be tempted. The elder wanted to say something, but at that moment, Yu Chen arrived and respectfully said, Elder Shizi, can I have a chat with Brother Shang-Qing? Only then did Shang-Qing know that this elder's surname was Shizi. He didn't know much about the frigid immortal sect, but judging from Yu Chen's appearance, this Shizi elder's position must be very high. It should be known that ordinary elders would be very respectful to Yu Chen, but this Shizi elder was very indifferent. Elder Shizi nodded and didn't move. Yu Chen didn't mind. She stood behind Shizi and looked at Shang-Qing. Brother Shang-Qing, do you know Long Qi? We've met in the sovereign world. Are you acquainted with him? Yu Chen asked again. Shang-Qing thought for a moment. I saved him on the way back. Yu Chen frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shang-Qing frowned. Why should I say that? We're just withered creatures that fought together. If we don't help each other, we won't be able to walk away. Yu Chen's eyes flashed. Did Long Qi say anything to you? Shang-Qing shook his head. Yu Chen muttered to herself for a moment, then smiled at Shang-Qing. What do you think of the junior ancestor? Shang-Qing's eyes widened. I want to join the cold immortal sect. On the other side, Elder Shizi smiled faintly. His gaze towards Shang-Qing became more and more amiable. Shang-Qing's heart belonged to the cold immortal sect, and his eyes were filled with admiration and longing. He had seen this kind of gaze many times, but Shang-Qing was different, because he was qualified to go to the sovereign realm. Yu Chen asked a few more questions, but Shang-Qing couldn't answer them fluently. He even thought about a few of the questions. However, the more he acted like this, the less suspicious Yu Chen would be. It would be strange if he could answer fluently. Brother Shang-Qing, Elder Shizi just said that if you can help the junior ancestor get rid of Long Qi, the junior ancestor will be very happy to return. Are you willing? Shang-Qing didn't understand. If Long Qi is opposing the junior ancestor, why did he ask me to go to the humble Huayuan sect? If you can think of it, he might not have. Yu Chen smiled. No matter what his reason is, just go. Tell me his whereabouts, and I'll tell you what to do. Shang-Qing nodded. All right, I understand. Not long after, Shang-Qing was also taken away from Junior Ancestor Planet. Yu Chen looked in the direction of the Middle Realm and could almost see Shang-Qing's back. You don't trust him? Elder Shizi asked. Yu Chen replied respectfully, under normal circumstances, Long Qi wouldn't look for the cold immortal sect or anyone close to it. Then why did he look for him? Elder Shizi was confused. Yu Chen frowned. I don't know either. The only explanation is that Long Qi isn't worried that Shang Qing will help us threaten him. The two of them either knew each other before, or something happened in the sovereign world that tied their interests together. If that's the case, then Shang Qing won't be of any use, Elder Shizi said. Yu Qin smiled. Even if he's an enemy, he's still useful. Elder Shizi looked at Yu Qin in surprise. You think of Shang Qing as an enemy? Yu Chen didn't deny it. She was used to thinking of the worst-case scenario. Just as she said, even if Shang Qing helped Long Qi, it didn't matter. She was confident that she could get useful information from Shang Qing. Moreover, Shang Qing didn't have to know about it to deal with Long Qi. Even if they didn't know about it, they still had their ways of doing it. On White Dragon Junior Ancestor Planet, Lu Tianmu was also notified and immediately headed to the humble Huayuan school to assist Long Qi. When Lu Tianmu received the news, she was at a loss. She didn't even know how Lu Yin had done it. She stared into the distance, wondering how to leave White Dragon Junior Progenitor Planet, but Lu Yin had already taken her away. This person really had a way of getting anywhere. The humble Huayuan school was one of the 9 schools of the Middle Realm, and it was also the humble school that had the closest relationship with Lu Yin. Speaking of which, the Yin Mountain District was a habitat for Lu Yin, while the humble Huayuan school was more like a meritorious service. He had exposed all the spies that he had learned from Guan Yun's memories, and now that he was here, he didn't know how to perform any meritorious service in the short term. However, he had never thought of performing any meritorious service. What was the point of that? What he wanted was to slip away, and the right way to do so was to wait for the others to arrive. He looked up at Kai Shu, who was in front of him. She was his biggest obstacle. The humble Huayuan school is almost there, Kai Shu reminded him. Lu Yin looked past her back and saw the strange scenery in the distance. The humble Huayuan school was surrounded by ring-shaped rivers that seemed to reach the heavens. Every river seemed to be pulled up into the sky by something, and there were islands and all sorts of creatures living within the rivers. Naturally, there were humble schools as well. Of the 9 schools of the Middle Realm, the strongest was the humble school of Huayuan. This was because it had been the only humble school of Huayuan that had possessed 2 envoys. Of the other 8 schools, only the school of Huayuan had been envoys. This was one of the main reasons why Guan Tong had been able to secure his position as school of Huayuan's humble school of Huayuan. The humble school of Huayuan had gone from being the strongest to being the weakest. Lu Yin didn't need to guess to know that those from the humble school of Huayuan were definitely unhappy. They had been hoping for someone to take over the position of school of Huayuan, but they had never expected that it would be a rookie hunter. To the majority of the humble school of Huayuan, hunters were considered rookies. They couldn't even become leaders, let alone school of Huayuan. The moment he saw the humble school of Huayuan, Lu Yin's inkstone trembled in shock. This was actually the command authority of the humble school of Huayuan. At the bottom of the page, there was a mission for the humble school of Huayuan's inkstone. Was he still considered a member of the 14th school? Lu Yin was at a loss. Since Owl had given him a mission and supported him so much, then he should still be a member of the 14th school. The humble school of Huayuan's headquarters was located at the intersection of the intertwining rivers, which happened to be halfway down the river. There was an island that was submerged in the water and isolated by a giant bubble. There were nearly 1,000 humble school cultivators there, and anyone who wanted to join the humble school of Huayuan had to be specially recruited and recommended. The other way was to walk to the island from below. There were many creatures in the river, and there was no lack of powerful creatures that were as majestic as the humble school. When Lu Yin arrived, all of the cultivators from the humble school of Huayuan's headquarters came out to greet him. No matter how dissatisfied they were with a rookie hunter, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction due to the rules of the humble school. Lu Yin looked up and saw the water flow that was isolated by the bubble. The water flowed back into outer space, and from time to time, there would be giant creatures passing by. The sound of flowing water was quite pleasant to listen to, and it was truly a strange place. As he thought about it, he looked at the 1,000 pairs of eyes staring at him and smiled. I'm Long 7, the acting Humble School of Huayuan's Humble School of Huayuan's Superintendent. Greetings, Sect Master. Over 1,000 cultivators bowed in unison. Among them, there were nearly 10 enlighters, and there were also quite a few hunters, cruisers, and explorers. Even the servants were Lemeters. Any one of these people could act arrogantly in the outside world, and they represented the humble school of Huayuan. No one dared to offend them, and they all bowed to Lu Yin. Even if the average person did not act complacent, they would still be a little proud of themselves. After all, Lu Yin was just a hunter. However, this was nothing to Lu Yin. He was the master of the outerverse and was in charge of 72 weaves. What had he not seen before? He had even overturned the day-night flow zone, let alone the people in front of him. Without the 3 Guan brothers, the most powerful person in the humble school of Huayuan was just an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, that was still too weak in Lu Yin's eyes. Any one of the experts from the ruler's realm could easily deal with everyone here. Of course, this was just one of the 9 gates in the central realm. Under normal circumstances, there would be at least 9 emissaries, and with Qingchen, who was a half-step progenitor, the central realm would have an enormous amount of power. It was not something that the day-night flow zone could compare to. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yin allowed everyone to continue with what they were doing. The man with the strongest aura walked up to Lu Yin and respectfully said, "Greetings, Sect Master. Your subordinate, Blind Qin, is here to show you around the headquarters and hand over all authority. Thank you, brothers, for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1456. Blind Qin. Lu Yin was puzzled. "You can't see." Blind Qin replied, "My eyes can see, but my heart can't." Lu Yin rolled his eyes and pretended to be deep in thought. "Speak clearly." Everyone in the humble Huayuan sect is guilty for failing to recognize the Guan brothers as redbacks, Blind Qin said in a low voice. Lu Yin shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. Redbacks wouldn't be redbacks if you could see through them so easily. Alright, get to work." "Yes, I will transfer the authority of the headquarters to you," Blind Qin said. These people from the humble Huayuan sect were not as difficult to deal with as Lu Yin had imagined. He was overthinking things. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to suppress it in their hearts. They had to carry out Lu Yin's orders meticulously. This was the rule of the humble sect. It could be considered a family rule. Water flowed through the starry sky, and the light came from the sun in the sky. Similarly, there was also night here. The night of the humble sect of Huayuan was beautiful. The dim light reflected on the water and spilled onto the island through the water. It was quite a hazy beauty. Lu Yin looked at the past of the humble sect of Huayuan and sighed. He had finally become the acting leader of the sect. In the intelligence network of the humble sect of Huayuan, Lu Yin found a Yu Dai. Yu Dai was a spy that Yu Qin had planted in various large organizations. Lu Yin had once entered the body of the old man who had been protecting Yu Qin, and through reading his memories, he had learned how to contact and identify Yu Dai. Now, he had actually found a Yu Dai here. Yu Chen's methods were ruthless, and she had even planted a Yu Dai in the humble school of the Huayuan Plains. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the Yin Mountain district. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yin Mountain district was too lazy and was a gold-plated place, there would definitely be a Yu Dai there as well. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. Fortunately, he had been assigned to the Yin Mountain district, or else he might have been schemed against by Yu Qin and the other 8 gates. In the distance, Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin and then closed her eyes to rest. Just as Qing Chen had said, he did not interfere with any of the humble sect of Huayuan or any of Lu Yin's decisions. He was just a bodyguard. More like a monitor. Lu Yin thought about how to get rid of him. Just like that, a peaceful life began. In the following days, he wandered around the headquarters of the humble Huayuan school, getting to know more of his subordinates and familiarizing himself with the roads. He was actually quite familiar with this place since he hadn't read Guan Yun's memories for nothing. A few days later, Lu Yin saw a group of people being taken away by Blind Chin. When he asked about it, Blind Chin replied, "There's a spy among them, but I can't tell which one, so I have to interrogate them one by one." Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group. "How did you determine that there's a spy?" The city lord of Wooden Castle had a son who was exceptionally gifted. He went missing recently, and these people were the ones who came into contact with the child. "The child is either dead or has been taken away to be nurtured as a spy," Blind Chin replied. Lu Yin was curious. "Gifted?" "It has the melting innate skill. It can melt anything it touches," Blind Chin said. Lu Yin nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the group was taken away. The humble class had its own interrogation methods, but he did not ask about it. He was just a passerby, and he never really thought of himself as the master of the humble class of Huayuan. How could he be the master of the humble class with a bodyguard? He was just bait. Lu Tianmu arrived with a cold expression. She did not even smile when she saw Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was very happy to see her. "Hey, Tianmu, how old are you?" He was bored to death. Lu Yin asked casually as he leaned lazily against the wall and watched the water flow above his head. Lu Tianmu stood beside him and answered indifferently, "Older than you. You're not considered part of the younger generation, right?" Lu Tianmu did not deny it. Ever since they had arrived in this part of the universe, they had not been considered part of the younger generation. "When are you going to find someone to marry?" "You're not young anymore," Lu Yin asked, growing even more bored. Lu Tianmu frowned. "That's none of your business." "Why are you saying that?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Lu Tianmu did not say anything else. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had not asked casually, he just wanted Kai Shu to lower her guard. The more relaxed he appeared, the less likely she would be to stare at him. Sometimes, when life and death were on the line, a moment of carelessness from Kai Shu might allow them to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Tianmu did not cooperate. "Smile a little, or you won't be able to get married," Lu Yin said. Lu Tianmu did not say anything, as she could not be bothered with him. Then, the second person arrived. It was Shang-Qing. Lu Yin felt slightly better when he saw the current Shang-Qing. In the past, Shang-Qing had always been surrounded by 3 streams of energy, making him look like a deity. Now, he was much better, and at least he seemed more grounded. "Yu Chen asked me a lot of questions on the way here. She definitely doesn't trust me," Shang-Qing said as soon as he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. "Nonsense, I transferred someone close to the frigid immortal sect. It would be strange if she trusted you. Then why did you transfer me here? Aren't you afraid of being investigated?" Shang-Qing was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, "I have my own plans, and Yu Chen will definitely contact you. Just report whatever you want, it doesn't matter." Shang-Qing nodded. Then, like Lu Tianmu, he stood there without saying anything. Both of them were taciturn. This situation only improved when Wang Deshuai arrived. Brother! Brother! Good brother! The moment Wang Deshuai saw Lu Yin, he was so moved that he cried. He had completely forgotten how he had cursed Lu Yin back on Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Yin saw the fatty rushing towards him and wanted to dodge, but he hesitated and ended up being hugged by the fatty. Bro, you don't know how I've suffered. I've suffered so much. I was hung under a bridge and tortured, and so many people laughed at me. I don't even know how I'm going to survive in the astral tree realm anymore. Bro, you're really loyal enough to transfer me here. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Wang Deshuai was truly venting as he hugged Lu Yin, and it was obvious that he had been greatly wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. He knew that Wang Deshuai's misfortune was related to him. Alright, Brother Wang, it's all in the past. You can stay in the humble Huayuan sect from now on. I'll take care of you, Lu Yin said. The fatty was moved and hugged Lu Yin even tighter. Brother, you're the most loyal. I wasn't wrong about you. You're the best. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and felt even more guilty. He hadn't transferred Wang Deshuai over to save him, but rather to confuse Qin Qin and the others. He had been thinking of ways to escape Kai Shu's line of sight and escape, and Wang Deshuai would probably end up even worse. Lu Yin coughed and patted Wang Deshuai's shoulder sympathetically. Brother, I'll follow you wherever you go from now on. We'll share blessings and misfortunes, Wang Deshuai announced loudly, startling the passers-by. Lu Tianmu glanced at Wang Deshuai from nearby. She glanced at Wang Deshuai, her eyes filled with silent sympathy. She rarely sympathized with anyone, but Wang Deshuai had crossed the line. First, he had been scammed by Obscurus and Heaven's emergence. Now, he was about to be scammed by Lu Yin. This fatty was truly unfortunate. Shengqing thought the same, and the more she looked at the fatty, the more she sympathized with him. When Wang Deshuai arrived at the humble school of Huayuan, Lu Yin's surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. He used his specialty and became familiar with many people in the humble school of Huayuan in just 2 days. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lu Yin, they couldn't resist Wang Deshuai's enthusiasm and friendliness. Wang Deshuai also told Lu Yin many things about the humble school of Huayuan. Brother, the latter is the most noteworthy place in this area. It connects the top realm and the middle realm. Anyone from the middle realm who wants to go to the top realm has to take the ladder. The Bifrost Bridge is too far. Did you know that the Misty Cloud sect contributes a large sum of money to the humble Huayuan sect every year? The fatty whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was curious. Contribute? Why? The fatty looked around and saw that Lu Tianmu and Shengqing weren't too far away from them. He said sneakily, I don't know the details, but I heard that many things that can't be brought to the top realm from the middle realm have to go through the ladder. The humble Huayuan sect has the right to inspect everything. The Misty Cloud sect is probably worried that the humble Huayuan sect will cause trouble, so they contribute a large sum every year. How large is it? Lu Yin was interested. The fatty shook his head. I don't know, but I estimate that it's no less than 100 million star essence. Lu Yin was shocked. That much? 100 million star essence every year. What kind of concept was that? That was only for the humble Huayuan school, and the majority of it would be given to the four-way scales and the Misty Cloud sect itself. In other words, the cloud ladder could bring the Misty Cloud sect hundreds of millions or even billions of star essence every year. This is just star essence. To an emissary, star essence isn't of much use. What they need are strange objects, and the Misty Cloud sect definitely gives the Guan brothers some strange objects every year. That's why the humble Huayuan school doesn't check the cloud ladders very often, the fatty explained enthusiastically. Wondrous items. Lu Yi knew that envoys' cultivation was different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators needed to absorb star energy and circulate it within their bodies, but envoys used astral sources. Astral sources could only be absorbed within the astral source universe, and they were similar to origin tribulations. Anyone who tried to absorb astral sources would suffer a backlash from the astral source universe. Thus, envoys were very careful when they entered the astral source universe to cultivate, as they were afraid of causing too much of a commotion and causing a backlash. Many envoys used all sorts of methods to conceal their own auras, increase the speed at which they absorbed astral sources, or resist the backlash from the astral source universe. These items that could help envoys absorb astral sources were collectively known as wondrous items. In fact, if an envoys used these items to help them resist the backlash from the astral source universe, they could also be called wondrous items. Wondrous items were just a general concept. Brother, as the acting sect master, it's time for you to make a trip to the Misty Clouds sect and finalize the amount they're offering each year, the fatty urged. Lu Yin was tempted. The Misty Clouds sect was a power that was not to be trifled with in the Central Plain. They might not be as powerful as the Sword Steel's Lu family or the Seed Garden Farmer's family, but they were not weak either. Yun Tingting, who had helped by Xiaohong, was also from the Misty Clouds sect. I'm going to talk to them just like that. That's not a good idea, Lu Yin muttered. The fatty replied, why don't we go take a look at the ladder first? That made sense, and Lu Yin looked at the fatty in admiration. This fatty's brain worked pretty quickly. Although he said that he was going to take a look at the ladder, he was actually looking for trouble. The bigger the trouble, the more the Misty Clouds sect would have a headache, and the greater the contribution they would give him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1457. The biggest difference between him and the Guan brothers was that he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. The bigger the situation, the better. As bait, he had to act as bait. No matter how big the situation got, Qingchen would deal with it. If he couldn't deal with it, then he could take the opportunity to escape. Thinking about this, Lu Yin was even more tempted. How about it? Are we leaving? The fatty seemed even more tempted than Lu Yin. Let's wait for one more person. Who? Lu Yin looked up, her. The fatty raised his head and saw Xia Taili slowly walking over with a smile on her face. He was shocked. She. Why is she here? Lu Yin also felt uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Xia Taili to really come. She had nothing better to do, and instead of waiting for Xia Shenfei on Junior Ancestor Planet, she actually had the time to come to the humble school of Huayuan. Brother-in-law, you're still the most loyal one. You didn't forget me even after you took over. Thank you, Xia Taili smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled, I didn't expect you to have the time to come. Xia Taili smiled happily, of course, I've always been interested in the humble school. Plus, you're now the master of the humble school of Huayuan. How is it? Do you have any targets to capture? If you have any suspicions, you can capture them first. Lu Yin saw the excitement in Xia Taili's eyes and his eyes flashed. Yes, come with me. Xia Taili's eyes lit up, really. Alright, let's go, don't let the targets escape. The fatty followed closely behind Lu Yin. Lu Tianmu and Shangqing followed not too far away. Kai Shu watched them leave the headquarters of the humble school of Huayuan and head in the direction of the ladder. She quickly followed them and looked up at the mother tree, recalling what her master had said. There was a huge darkness there, but what kind of darkness was it? The humble school of Huayuan's location was special because it covered the ladder, and Huayuan was directly below the entrance to the upper realm. Anyone who wanted to use the ladder to enter the upper realm would have to come to Yuan, so the humble school of Yuan had the right to capture and interrogate anyone. This was also the main reason why the smoke cloud sect had to contribute to the humble school of Yuan. The cloud ladders were pieces of land formed by the strange smoke. Every once in a while, a piece of cloud land would move toward the top realm. There were thousands of such cloud lands in the area of the cloud ladders, and each cloud land could carry dozens to hundreds of people. Below the cloud ladder, countless people lined up, waiting to ascend the cloud continent and enter the top realm. There were even more people trying to apply to enter the top realm. Although the top realm was where the four sides of balance were located, it did not mean that there were only people from the four sides of balance. There were also various cities there that required servants and servants. There were also dangerous mountains and unfathomable seas that required people to explore. The four sides of balance only occupied less than half of the top realm. The other half had to be inhabited. At the same time, there were also quite a number of people who wanted to join the four-way scales or become disciples of the four-way scales. To the people of the middle world, entering the top world was an honor. For this, they would pay a huge price. This price was also one of the sources of income for the smoke cloud sect. Liu Yin's group got closer and closer to the cloud ladder. Half of it hung in the air while the other half was connected to the main trunk of the mother tree. In other words, getting closer to the cloud ladder was also getting closer to the main trunk of the mother tree. Every time he saw the main trunk of the mother tree that connected the sky and the earth, Liu Yin was shocked. How could a tree grow so big? This was too exaggerated. He couldn't even see the borders of the main trunk horizontally. It was like an isolated world. There was even a grand battlefield behind the main trunk. The main trunk isolated the battlefield. Is the target we want to capture near the cloud ladder? Xia Tyli grew even more excited. She was no stranger to the cloud ladder. Liu Yin looked at the busy cloud ladder and the many smoke cloud sect disciples guarding it. He nodded. Is it someone from the smoke cloud sect? Xia Tyli's eyes lit up. She was even eager to try. Liu Yin was puzzled. You hope it's someone from the smoke cloud sect? Xia Tyli rolled her eyes. No, I'm just asking. Liu Yin felt that Xia Tyli's attitude was strange. He looked at Wang Deshui, who looked confused. Not long after, Liu Yin's group slowly walked past the queue towards one of the cloud land masses. The people around them looked at them curiously. The queue here was very quiet and solemn. Everyone had to pay a price to enter the top world, and no one wanted to be disqualified because of any mistake. Liu Yin's group was a bit out of place. They quickly attracted the attention of the smoke cloud sect cultivators. Originally, these smoke cloud sect cultivators were a cut above the rest and ordered everyone around. However, Liu Yin's group's imposing manner made them not dare to casually approach. As a result, Liu Yin's group smoothly arrived at one of the cloud land masses and stepped onto it. Liu Yin looked at the group of smoke cloud sect cultivators in the distance and was puzzled. No one cares about us. Xia Tyli raised her head. They must have recognized us. She said indifferently, they were scared by us. Really? That won't do, Liu Yin muttered to himself. He raised a hand and pointed at a smoke cloud sect cultivator. It was a small bearded man. You, come here. Many cultivators who entered and exited the ladder knew a rule, a guide fee. This guide fee wasn't the price one had to pay to enter the top world. It was a qualification that represented that one could enter the top world. Entering the top world required one to step onto a cloud landmass, so the question was, who would take you there? The cloud landmasses were easy to find since they were right in front of you. However, you couldn't ascend just because you saw them. You had to line up, and someone had to tell you which cloud landmass to ascend to. This gave rise to a guide fee that was paid to the person guarding the cloud landmasses, which was the dispatcher. There were over 1,000 cloud landmasses, and depending on the situation, they could be integrated or dispersed. All of this depended on the dispatcher. Cultivators who wanted to enter the top world also had to rely on the dispatcher to ascend to the top world. The dispatcher was a very difficult task, or at least that was what the cultivators themselves believed. Only by paying the guide fee would one be allowed to ascend to the top world. Otherwise, one would have to wait. In the past, there had been people who hadn't been willing to pay, but those people had believed that they could definitely enter the top world, so there was no need to pay the guide fee. They had waited for a few months, and even if they wanted to pay the guide fee, the dispatcher wouldn't accept it. They had waited for more than a year, and in the end, they had used all sorts of connections to pay the guide fee and enter the top world. Many people knew about this, so the guide fee was necessary. Second Master, are we not going to care about those people? They don't seem to be lining up, a young disciple whispered from behind the bearded man, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. The bearded man barked, there's only one possibility for them to be so brazen. They have a strong backing. Don't worry about them. What if they're just putting on an act? Then they're just unlucky, the bearded man said unhappily. Just as he finished speaking, the leader of the group that they were staring at hooked his finger at the bearded man, indicating for him to go over. The bearded man blinked. Was this person really that arrogant? He was the dispatcher of the Escalade, and although his status wasn't high, his influence was great, especially since he had a backer in the Smoke Cloud sect. That person didn't seem to care about him at all. The bearded man wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart, which was why he had been able to become the dispatcher. He organized his thoughts. No matter where this group of people came from, he couldn't afford to offend them. That was the least he could do. He straightened his clothes and jogged over. Sir, how may I help you? The bearded man arrived in front of Lu Yin and asked with a warm smile. It was obvious that he was a model service worker. Lu Yin was stunned. With this attitude, it wouldn't be easy to cause trouble for him. Wasn't the Smoke Cloud sect very arrogant? The Escalade was like the Astral River Arc, and they controlled the entrance and exit. It was obvious how high their status was. What was going on? Why was this guy so warm towards Lu Yin? Call the person in charge of this area over, Lu Yin said. He had thought that the bearded man's status was too low, so his attitude would change if he called a higher-up. The bearded man smiled even more modestly. I'm the dispatcher of this area. What orders do you have? You. Isn't the dispatcher Yunyang's lover? Wang Deshuai poked his head out and asked curiously. The bearded man's expression changed when he saw Wang Deshuai. You're here again. Lu Yin looked at Wang Deshuai. This attitude didn't seem right. He seemed to be afraid of something, but he also seemed to be worried about something. Lu Yin thought about how the white fatty kept talking about the Escalade in front of him. Could this fatty have a grudge against the Smoke Cloud sect and was trying to use him? At that moment, a cloud landed beside them, and a discordant voice sounded out, Isn't this fatty Wang? How dare you come to my Escalade? Lu Yin and the rest looked over and saw that the speaker was a young man. He was quite handsome, but his face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had been hollowed out by wine and women, and his eyes were practically floating to the sky. He looked down on Lu Yin and the rest. When the bearded man saw the young man, he hurried over and greeted him respectfully, Sir. Wang Deshuai shouted, Grandson Yun, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? The young man sneered and looked at Wang Deshuai. Nothing. I'm just telling you that this path is blocked. So what if it's blocked? Are you a toilet? Fatty Wang, be careful with your words. This is the Escalade, and it belongs to the Smoke Cloud sect. Be careful or I'll throw you out. How dare you? I'm from the Wang family. Humph, you think I don't know? You introduced a stowaway to the junior ancestor, and the Wang family is about to remove you from the list. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1458. Men, throw this damn fatty and his lackeys out. Yun Yang barked. He didn't even look at Lu Yin and the others as he stared at Wang Deshuai from beginning to end. Wang Deshuai sneered, "Grandson Yun Yang, you're really bold. You even want to throw out the humble Huayuan sect master." Yun Yang looked past Wang Deshuai and saw Lu Yin and the others. What humble Huayuan sect master? Guan Tong. He's redback, and he's already dead. Damn fatty, you're trying to scare me. Wang Deshuai didn't say anything and just sneered at Yun Yang. Although Lu Yin wasn't happy about being used by this fatty, he had always wanted to cause trouble. The fatty thought that he was trying to establish his power so that the Misty Cloud sect would give him more contribution points, but in reality, Lu Yin wanted to escape. The best way to escape was to find someone to hold Kai Shu back. The bigger the situation, the better. Only then would he have time to escape. The Misty Cloud sect was the perfect target, especially since they had sent over a tyrant like Yun Yang. However, before Lu Yin could speak, Yun Yang saw Xia Tyli and his expression changed. "Princess Tyli. Why are you with Fatty Wang?" Lu Yin choked on the words he wanted to say. Xia Tyli waved a hand, "I'm just passing by. Don't mind me. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me." Although she said that, Yun Yang was still afraid. Xia Tyli wasn't Wang Deshuai. She was the princess of the Shenwu Celestial Plain and the younger sister of the junior ancestor Xia Shenfei. Even the Misty Cloud sect master couldn't be too casual around her, let alone Yun Yang. Yun Yang glared at Wang Deshuai and then smiled at Xia Tyli. "Since Princess Tyli is here, I won't spoil your mood. I'll let that fatty go this time." Wang Deshuai was even more pleased with himself, and he sneered provocatively. Xia Tyli frowned. "I said it has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you want." She couldn't wait to see a fight. But no matter what she said, Yun Yang wouldn't cause trouble. He wasn't stupid. She was disappointed. Lu Yin walked out and looked at Yun Yang. "Are you the person in charge of the ladder?" Yun Yang frowned and glanced at Wang Deshuai. Seeing him behind Lu Yin and Xia Tyli, he was afraid. "May I ask who you are?" "Huayuan humble sect master, Long 7. Yun Yang was shocked. Long 7, the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan. "Yes." Lu Yin looked at him. Yun Yang looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. "When did you become the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Looks like your status isn't that high. You don't even know this." Yun Yang frowned. "The master of the humble school has always been an emissary. What makes you the master of the humble school? Moreover, you are the master of the humble school of Huayuan. Idiot, even if you want to die, you wouldn't pretend to be the sect master. You're so stupid, how did you guard the ladder?" Wang Deshuai jumped up and mocked. Yun Yang thought about it and whispered something to the person beside him. He then looked at Lu Yin and asked, "Even if you're the sect master of the humble Huayuan school, why has the dragon sect master come to my cloud ladder? You want to go to the top realm?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked like he was inspecting. "I suspect there's a spy here, so I came to take a look." Yun Yang's gaze turned cold. "Are you saying that the Smoke Cloud sect has a spy?" Lu Yin laughed. There are more than just spies in the smoke cloud sect. Nonsense. How dare you slander the smoke cloud sect? Yunyang shouted angrily. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. We'll know after investigating. As the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect, I should have the right to investigate the latter, including the smoke cloud sect. Yunyang clenched his fists and stared at Lu Yin before looking at the smug Wang Deshuai. He took a deep breath and sneered, looks like you came with bad intentions. Long 7, I have to remind you not to be used by others. Some places can't be investigated just because you want to. Be careful of the consequences. It's best if you ask your elders to see if the smoke cloud sect can be investigated. Are you threatening me? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yunyang sneered, it's just a reminder. Don't step down after being a sect master for a few days. That's too embarrassing, not just for yourself, but also for the entire White Dragon clan. You don't have the right to remind me, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yunyang's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin looked in another direction, where an old man had arrived. When Yunyang saw the old man, he hurried forward. Third Elder. The old man raised his hand to stop Yunyang from speaking and smiled at Lu Yin. I'm the Smoke Cloud Sect's third elder. Greetings, Dragon Sect Master. Lu Yin nodded and kept his hands behind his back. Well said. Yunyang was unhappy with Lu Yin's attitude, but the elder did not seem to care. Since the Dragon Sect leader is here today, I'm sure that you're here to familiarize yourself with the latter. Since I have nothing else to do, why don't I show you around? What do you want to see or ask? I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had run into a peacemaker. This kind of old man was the hardest to deal with, and it was impossible to cause trouble for him. It seemed like he would have to stop here for today, but he still had to save face. Then I'll have to trouble you, third elder. Please show us around. It's my honor, the old man smiled and gestured for them to go ahead. Wang Deshuai was disappointed, and Xia Taili was even more disappointed. What they didn't know was that Lu Yin was the most disappointed. He didn't want to blow things up immediately, and such a small conflict wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, he wanted to at least leave a bad impression so that things could proceed smoothly. Now that this old man's attitude was so good, Lu Yin would be too embarrassed to cause trouble the next time he came. Furthermore, Lu Yin was certain that Yunyang wouldn't appear on the ladder for the time being. The Smoke Cloud Sect would try their best to prevent conflicts with him. Even if they didn't care about a rookie like him, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. The Smoke Cloud Sect was obviously not stupid to be able to guard the four-way scales. Each cloud continent could carry dozens of people, and there were even larger cloud continents that could carry hundreds or even thousands of people. These cloud continents stretched far and wide, and the number of people waiting in line to board the cloud continents was uncountable. Looking at these people, Lu Yin could completely feel their desire to enter the top realm. Actually, he also wanted to take a look at the top realm, but with his status, he couldn't casually go. Under Third Elder's lead, Lu Yin's group strolled from the west to the east. As long as Lu Yin asked about anyone from the Smoke Cloud Sect, Third Elder Yun would immediately get that person to answer. His attitude was respectful, and no one could find fault with him. Lu Yin was helpless, and he glanced at Fatty Bai, indicating for him to think of something. Fatty Bai also had a headache, and he glared at Yunyang provocatively. Yunyang held back and completely ignored him, leaving Fatty Bai helpless. Elder Yun, does everyone who enters the top realm have to check their belongings? Lu Yin asked as he watched a cultivator in the distance pass a cosmic ring to a Smoke Cloud Sect disciple and then drip a drop of blood. The Smoke Cloud Sect disciple poured out everything in the ring. Third Elder Yun smiled. That's right. The top realm is where the four-way scales are located, and no dangerous items are allowed to enter. What do you mean dangerous items? Cultivators carry weapons, so aren't weapons dangerous items? Lu Yin asked. Third Elder Yun replied, all weapons and power vessels are not allowed to be brought into the top realm. If you want weapons, you have to go there and buy them yourself, unless there's special permission. This is also a rule set up to ensure the safety of the four-way scales disciples. Furthermore, all weapons in the top realm are produced by the four-way scales, and every weapon is registered so that their origins can be traced. It's normal for star energy to turn into weapons, but how do we trace their origins? Lu Yin continued to ask. Third Elder Yun replied, naturally, we can't trace their origins. Currently, restricting weapons is the limit of what we can do, and there are many situations that cannot be perfected. Of course, the further we go, the more we can perfect it. It's said that the four-way scales are currently researching something to restrict the use of star energy. Once they succeed, any cultivator who enters the top realm who wants to use star energy will leave traces behind. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This was truly a world-shattering development. In the cultivation world, it was common for cultivators to absorb and release star energy during battles, and to use weapons to defend oneself. However, the four-way scales had forcefully restricted cultivators in order to ensure the safety of their disciples. From Lu Yin's point of view, this was not only to ensure the safety of their disciples, but also to further divide the cultivators. The four-way scales was the strongest power in the cosmic tree realm, and their disciples were far stronger than the cultivators of the middle realm. There was no need for them to use such a method to protect themselves. They were probably trying to highlight their status by dividing cultivators into two classes. The four-way scales were the upper class while the rest were the lower class. Lu Yin didn't know who had come up with this idea, but if this continued for a long time, it would indeed create a hierarchy in the cosmic tree realm. In the future, cultivators outside of the four-way scales would only become more fearful of those from the four-way scales, and they would become less and less willing to resist. Who was the one who set this rule that forbids weapons? Lu Yin asked. Third Elder Yun looked up and replied respectfully, it was Lady Bai Xianer. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he exchanged glances with Shangqing. They both saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Lu Yin quietly watched for a while, as he found the act of having his cosmic ring searched rather novel. He did not know what the others were thinking, but if it were him, he would rather not go to the topmost realm than have his cosmic ring searched. Besides, weapons and power vessels were not allowed to be searched. Of those who were searched, some were numb, some were angry, and some were trying to curry favor. There were all kinds of people, and some wanted to resist when their weapons were taken away, but they had to be mindful of the Misty Cloud sect, so they could only swallow their anger. Weapons that were taken away would not be returned. That person is separated by the items being searched, the white fatty exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin saw that it was a middle-aged man with an arrogant gaze. He wasn't simply separated by items, he had cut the queue and had even been brought here by a Misty Cloud sect disciple. Haha, that's an old friend of mine. Dragon Sect Master, you should know that we can help people with anything, Third Elder Yun smiled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1459. Lu Yin smiled. This Elder Yun San's attitude seemed casual, but when that person had been searched, his pupils had changed imperceptibly. That person had to be very important. Something that could change Elder Yun San's attitude might not necessarily be that person. It was very likely that it was something else, especially that pile of separated items. With that thought in mind, Lu Yin leapt out and headed towards the man. Elder Yun-san was shocked and quickly blocked Lu Yin's path. What are you doing, dragon sect leader? I can help you. Lu Yin's footsteps were light, and he brushed past Elder Yun-san. Elder Yun-san wanted to block him, but he couldn't. By the time he reacted, Lu Yin had already passed him. This shocked him, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he knew that Lu Yin was qualified to enter the sovereign realm. Those who could enter the sovereign realm were all peak powerhouses of the same generation as the junior ancestor of the cosmic tree. Dragon sect leader. Elder Yun-san shouted. Lu Yin had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man, and many of the Yenyun sect's disciples surrounded him, staring at him warily. Lu Tianmu unsheathed his sword, and the sword qi that lingered in the air caused all of the Yenyun sect's disciples to shiver. Even Elder Yun-san felt his scalp go numb, and Yun-yang swallowed his words. Lu Tianmu's sword qi was too terrifying, and he felt like he could be destroyed at any moment. The middle-aged man didn't care about Lu Yin at all, merely glancing at him before casually taking the items away. Lu Yin pressed down on the man's arm. Brother, wait. The man frowned and looked at Lu Yin with dissatisfaction. What is it? Elder Yun-san rushed over and quickly asked, Dragon sect leader, what are you doing? Please don't disturb the Yenyun sect's business. The middle-aged man was surprised to hear Elder Yun-san call Lu Yin Dragon sect leader. That wasn't a title that could be used casually, especially when it came from a Yenyun sect elder. Thinking about it, his expression softened. Lu Yin smiled. Elder, what are you worried about? I'm just curious about searching other people's things, so I wanted to give it a try. Elder Yun-san replied, That's easy. Please wait a moment, Dragon sect leader, and I'll make the arrangements. You can search as many people as you want. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What's there to wait for? Isn't this ready-made? As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man's pile of things. Third Elder Yun's expression changed drastically. Dragon sect leader, this mister is an important guest of the Yenyun sect. Please be magnanimous. The Yenyun sect is extremely grateful. We will give you a generous gift later. Everything that the sect leader received will be given to you. They weren't stupid, and they could guess Lu Yin's purpose for coming here. The white fatty was satisfied. This was the reason why he had tricked Lu Yin into coming here, and it seemed like he had succeeded. However, no one could guess Lu Yin's true intentions. The more Third Elder Yun didn't want him to search, the more interested he became. Don't worry, Elder. No matter what you find, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just taking a look. Third Elder Yun's face paled, and he suddenly raised his hand to slap Lu Yin's hand away from the middle-aged man's arm. However, as soon as he moved, Lu Tianmu moved as well. He pointed his sword at Third Cloud Elder's throat. Third Elder Yun wasn't weak. A mist appeared in front of him, blocking the sword's edge. His hand was still aimed at Lu Yin's wrist. Lu Tianmu's eyes turned cold, and he flipped his sword. The fourth sword of the 13 swords caused Third Elder Yun's hair to stand on end. He immediately retreated. If he didn't, he would have to bear the brunt of the attack. Lu Yin's hand was still on the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man didn't panic and looked at Lu Yin. Young man, there are some things that are better left unknown. Xia Tai Li's eyes lit up. Hey, what on earth are you hiding? Why are you so afraid of being seen? I'm going to take a look. Go away. The middle-aged man frowned and glared at Xia Tai Li. Young man, don't make a mistake. He didn't know Xia Tai Li. Xia Tai Li raised her eyebrows. You dare threaten me? You're finished, your whole family is finished. Get out of my way. Third Elder Yun clenched his teeth and attacked. His mist turned into chains that wrapped around the group. The surrounding Yen Yun sect disciples also attacked, not only targeting Lu Yin, but also Xia Taili. Lu Yin knew that he had caught a big fish. Since he dared to attack Xia Taili, there had to be something extremely important in that pile of separated items. The middle-aged man resisted as well. His cultivation level was similar to Third Elder Yun's. His arms shook and his body moved without wind, turning into a fierce battle technique that cut through the surroundings. Was this the Wind God Slash? A battle technique from the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin hadn't expected this person to be from the Frigid Immortal sect. The arm that was holding him suddenly shook, and a terrifying overlaying stacks pressed down on him like a mountain. Half of the middle-aged man's body collapsed, and the Wind God Slash was destroyed. Lu Tianmu swept his sword across and cut through Third Elder Yun's mist, but some of it seemed to have a mind of its own and spread towards the separated items, trying to take them away. Shang Qing's aura whizzed past and pushed Third Elder Yun's mist away. Third Elder Yun was shocked and looked at Shang Qing in shock. The smoke sex mist wasn't something that could be dealt with so easily. What did this brat do? Xia Taili had already arrived in front of the separated items in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "I'm warning you, don't make a mistake. You'll get into big trouble, and no one will be able to save you." An extremely oppressive and terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this feeling. It was a powerhouse at the level of an emissary. A true expert from the Misty Clouds sect had appeared, but it was too late. An emissary could tear through the void and descend. Lu Yin immediately struck out with his palm, causing the hollow palm to explode. Xia Taili was forced back a step by the shock wave and glared angrily at Lu Yin. The middle-aged man turned around in shock and saw that his items had been destroyed. Then, the star energy in the void stirred and distorted, and even cracks appeared. His eyes narrowed. Not good, something leaked out. The next moment, the void was torn apart, and a muscular man more than 2 meters tall walked out with a terrifying aura that shocked everyone. Kai Shu suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin. The man didn't pay attention to Lu Yin's group and instead looked at the broken items. His face went pale, and he raised his hand as if to do something. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, and it was still an empty palm. This time, it was aimed at the man. He had actually attacked an emissary. Even without using battle force, the 250 stacks empty palm was enough to cause an emissary to raise his eyebrows. The man felt the might of the empty palm and couldn't react in time. His arm was struck by the empty palm, and he staggered back 2 steps as he glared at Lu Yin. He hadn't expected that this junior would dare to attack him after he appeared. At that moment, cracks appeared around the pile of broken items, and liquid appeared and spread through the cracks into the void. This wasn't an ordinary void, but rather the astral source universe, which had absorbed the liquid. Many people saw this scene, including Kai Shu. His expression changed as he recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. Astral source liquid. Xia Taili blurted out, his face pale. The middle-aged man's face was ashen. It was over. It was completely over. Third Elder Yun's body swayed, and he almost fainted. The Yen sect's emissary hurriedly waved his hand, distorting the void and blocking everyone's view. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the remaining liquid. Suddenly, the crack in the astral source universe expanded, and a ray of light shot through it towards the man from the Yen sect. The man's hand was swept by the light, and 3 of his fingers were cut off. He subconsciously retracted his hand, and the liquid was instantly absorbed by the astral source universe. The man's face was gloomy, and he stared at Lu Yin's group with murderous intent. Xia Taili's face was pale, and he stared at the scene in shock. Lu Yin knew that this matter wasn't simple, but he wasn't afraid of the man's murderous gaze. Uncle Kwang, the Third Elder Yun spoke, but the man raised a hand to stop him. Blood dripped from his palm, but he ignored the man and turned to leave without saying a word. Kai Shu didn't stop him either, and he looked at the pile of broken items with a complicated expression. Lu Yin hadn't expected the man to leave just like that. He had slapped the man, but the man hadn't said anything, as if he couldn't wait to remove himself from this matter. Third Elder Yun no longer had that smile on his face, and it was as if his mother had died. Yun Yang was at a loss, as he didn't understand what had just happened. As for the middle-aged man, he was even worse off than Third Elder Yun, and his entire body was limp on the ground. He was an enlighter, and he looked especially pitiful. Lu Yin thought that the man would say something, but he didn't say anything either. He didn't even look at them as he numbly walked towards the cloud continent. Everything was very strange. He looked at Xia Taili, who was also staring at the pile of broken items like Kai Shu. Lu Yin was really curious now. What exactly was that liquid? It could distort and tear apart the astral origin universe. Could it be some sort of strange treasure? He suddenly thought of pyrolite. When pyrolite had first appeared, it had caused the inner verse and outer verse to fight over it. That liquid should be similar to pyrolite. I remember now. It's the astral origin liquid, Wang Dushui suddenly said in disbelief. Shut up. Wang Dushui immediately shut his mouth, and his face turned pale. Just like Xia Taili, he stared blankly at the pile of broken items. Lu Yin nudged the white fatty. Astral origin liquid. What's that? The white fatty's face turned ugly, and he whispered, I'll explain when we get back. In any case, we're in big trouble. We might have poked a hornet's nest. Lu Yin didn't understand. Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin and whispered, let's hurry back to the humble school's headquarters and forget about this matter. Don't mention it to anyone. She then looked at everyone. Did you hear me? Lu Yin replied, don't worry, we're the most obedient. Kai Shu nodded. Let's go back. When they had arrived, they had caused a commotion, but when they left, no one had paid them any attention. The people from the Misty Cloud sect, including Third Elder Yun and Yun Yang, acted as if they hadn't seen Lu Yin and the others leave. No one had come looking for trouble even after they had broken things. Everything seemed strange and peaceful. Lu Yin suppressed his curiosity and didn't immediately ask about it. Instead, he headed towards the humble Huayuan school's headquarters. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1460. Kai Shu was still far behind them. She raised her hand, thought about it, and finally decided to contact Qing Qin. Master, I found some astral liquid. This was the first thing Kai Shu said to Qing Qin. Qing Qin was not surprised. The latter. Kai Shu frowned. Is it the four-way scales? Qing Qin sighed. Times have changed. Back then, with the Lu family suppression, no one dared to target the mother tree. But now... He had a complicated expression. Kai Shu gritted her teeth. The mother tree is the foundation of our survival. Humans rely on the mother tree to survive and resist those monsters. They're actually destroying the mother tree and absorbing the astral liquid like the vermin in the mortal world. They're destroying the foundation of our race. Why isn't anyone stopping them? Qing Qin said, the mother tree has the power to block those monsters, so some people think that once this power is added to them, they can exterminate the monsters. How is that possible? Kai Shu was furious. Qing Qin shook his head. No one knows if it's possible or not. This is also a method. Humans have always been at a disadvantage. Even with the mother tree's protection, who can say for sure if they can reproduce in the future? Kai Shu fell silent. Qing Chen asked, "How did you find out?" Kai Shu told him what had just happened. "Is this the darkness you were talking about?" Qing Chen sighed. "According to what you said, that astral liquid should belong to the frigid immortal sect. They're just unlucky. No one will cause trouble for Draconic 7 because of this, but they'll definitely do it in secret. They might even use extreme methods. You have to protect Draconic 7 well. I'll talk to the frigid immortal sect." "What about Draconic 7? Kai Shu asked. Qing Chen felt a headache coming on. How did he target that person? Astral liquid can't be sensed by others. Even the astral source universe can't sense it. It's probably a coincidence. Kai Shu wasn't sure. Qing Chen frowned. He's deliberately causing trouble. Warn him not to interfere with the latter, which means he's very powerful. Although he's bait to attract the sorcerer spirit, he's also a member of our humble class. I don't want anything to happen to him. If he's involved with the astral liquid, he might become the public enemy of the four-way scales. Disciple understands. Kai Shu was in a bad mood. Qing Chen looked at Kai Shu and comforted her. I know you can't figure it out. Since ancient times, this matter has always been the focus of debate. Back then, because of the suppression of the Liu family, the side that protected the mother tree had the upper hand. Now, the situation is like this. Don't worry, Master. Disciple knows what to do. Kai Shu raised her head. Qing Chen nodded, and the image disappeared. Lowering her hand, Kai Shu raised her head, looking towards the high and mighty top realm. Are you all really doing the right thing? If he was wrong, mankind would be doomed eternally. At the same time, he also understood why the Guan brothers were so important. He also understood why his master was sure that once Long Qi became the master of the Huaiyuan humble sect, he would definitely be able to lure the witch spirit god. It was not only because he had come into contact with Guan Yun's scarlet token, but also because he was the master of the Huaiyuan humble sect. This position itself was a huge temptation for the seven sky gods. If it was done well, it would be enough to overturn the starry sky tree. After returning to the humble Huaiyuan school's headquarters, Lu Yin was just about to ask the white fatty about the star source fluid when Kai Shu appeared. I'll tell you what you want to know. She then sent the others away. Even Xia Taili did not stay behind, as this matter had clearly impacted her greatly. What star source fluid? Lu Yin asked. Kai Shu sat on the ground without a care for her image and patted the area next to her. Lu Yin was surprised that Kai Shu had such a side to her, but he did not think much of it and just sat down. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate after becoming an emissary? Kai Shu asked. Lu Yin shook his head. He had not become an emissary, and no one had told him about this. Kai Shu smiled bitterly. Emissaries cultivate star source, and star source needs to be absorbed from the astral source universe. You should know about the origin tribulation. Once someone absorbs a star source, the astral source universe will sense it. The origin tribulation is a battle between the astral source universe and someone else over star source. Aside from that, such battles can also occur during normal cultivation. Any emissary who cultivates in the astral source universe can be devoured by the astral source universe if they absorb too much star source too quickly. For this reason, many emissaries search for items that can conceal their aura. I know. It's a wonder item, Lu Yin said. Kai Shu nodded. Wonder items are hard to find, and not every emissary has one. In theory, as long as there is no backlash from the astral source universe, a person can easily increase their realm and absorb a star source until they become a powerhouse with 6 or even 7 origin tribulations. However, this is only the dream of all emissaries, and for some people, their dreams can be realized. Star source fluid, Luin blurted out. Kai Shu smiled. That's right, it's star source fluid. If you absorb it, you don't have to worry about the astral source universe's backlash as long as you don't expose yourself. It's just like how you absorb star essence. This is a shortcut for emissaries to cultivate. However, star source fluid cannot be refined by humans or formed naturally. There is only one place in the astral tree that can form it, and that is. Kai Shu paused and looked at Lu Yin. The mother tree. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The mother tree. Kai Shu sighed. The mother tree is rooted in the universe, and it's not just the universe that we see, but also the astral source universe. The mother tree has always been absorbing star source. Has anyone ever told you how those creatures from the mortal realm were born? Long Shi had once told him that the mother tree absorbed nutrients from the universe, and those who descended would destroy it. It was precisely because there were two sides to the universe that all sorts of adventurers had been born, and even the root organization had been formed to protect the mother tree. From this perspective, the so-called nutrients were star source, and the nutrients that the mother tree sent to the trunk were star source fluid. Those creatures from the mortal realm destroyed the mother tree and did everything they could to prevent the mother tree from sending star source fluid up to nourish the trunk. We humans, on the other hand, had to deal with those creatures and protect the mother tree. But now, we humans are destroying the mother tree ourselves and absorbing its star source fluid. How are we any different from those bugs? Kai Shu's tone was gloomy, and her expression was ugly. There's always been a bottom line in the astral tree realm, and that is that no matter how difficult cultivation is, we must never touch star source fluid. This is a basic rule that has been set for countless years, and it's the bottom line of all cultivators. No one has ever dared to touch this bottom line, but... Kai Shu paused, not knowing how to continue. Lu Yin also understood that some people had touched the bottom line of humanity, and those people were the four cardinal scales. It was no wonder why everyone had reacted so strongly when the star source fluid had been exposed. It was the bottom line of humanity. Absorbing star source fluid was for the personal benefit of certain people, but it could also lead to the destruction of the mother tree's foundation, leading to the extinction of humanity. This was unforgivable. Once this matter was exposed, one could imagine how great the impact would be. It would be enough to shake the entire astral tree realm. Now, do you understand how dangerous what you've done today is? Kai Shu asked solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Are we just going to let those people destroy the mother tree? Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin in surprise, not expecting him to say such a thing. After all, Lu Yin was also someone from the four cardinal scales. No one can stop them, not even my master. Lu Yin fell silent. My master will think of a way to suppress today's matter, but you must never touch star source fluid again. Otherwise, you will become the public enemy of the four cardinal scales, and no one will be able to save you. Kai Shu left after saying those last words. His words ignited Lu Yin's heart, and his eyes lit up. Become the public enemy. That would be a huge problem, and Lu Yin's lips curled up as he thought about it. The four cardinal scales were his enemies, so if he exposed this matter, he would be able to stop the four cardinal scales from destroying the mother tree while also achieving his own goal. Wouldn't that be perfect? Kai Shu would never have dreamed that the more serious he made it sound, the more tempted Lu Yin would be. Thus, the next day, Lu Yin went to the Escalade again. Although Kai Shu was curious as to why Lu Yin would go to the Escalade again, he didn't think too much about it. He had already made it very clear that when it came to star source fluid, even a commoner would have to pretend not to know about it. Furthermore, a commoner's job had nothing to do with star source fluid, and the slightest carelessness could result in him becoming the public enemy of the four cardinal scales. Kai Shu didn't believe that Lu Yin would dare to touch Starsource fluid again, and he guessed that this trip to the Escalade was just an act so that no one would think that Lu Yin was afraid. Lu Yin learned about the situation with the Starsource fluid from Kai Shu, while Shangqing and Lu Tianmu learned about it from the White Fatty. The White Fatty was a little nervous when he went to the Escalade again. "Brother, what are we going to do this time?" Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, "The Misty Cloud sect didn't give us any offerings." The White Fatty coughed. "Well, didn't Elder Yun San say yesterday that he would give us some? Why don't we go back and wait?" He was also afraid when it came to Starsource fluid. Only a native of the cosmic tree realm like him knew how serious the consequences would be if this matter was exposed. Even Xia Taili wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone him. Xia Taili also spoke up and rolled his eyes. "This Escalade is boring." Lu Yin replied seriously, "I went around the Escalade yesterday, and I'm certain that there's a spy here." The White Fatty and Xia Taili were both shocked. "A spy?" Lu Yin nodded. "We have to find him." The White Fatty was a little skeptical, but when he recalled Lu Yin's glory in the Yin Mountain district, he felt that it was believable. This guy had the ability to see through people's secrets. Xia Taili gritted his teeth. How could a spy be discovered so easily? Last night, she had been warned by her family not to go to the Escalade. After all, she had played a part in the exposure of serious origin fluid. Even if she was lawless, she didn't want to go to the Escalade right now. As she watched Lu Yin's back, Xia Taili suddenly felt that this guy was a little too bold. If it were anyone else, even if they were certain that there was a spy on the Escalade, they wouldn't go there immediately. They would at least put on a show for the 4 cardinal scales to see, lest they think that this person was provoking them. Why was this guy different from the rumors? How was this the attitude of a son-in-law? If long she hadn't gone missing, she would have cursed him to death. When they reached the Escalade, Lu Yin was surprised to see Yun Yang there. This guy hadn't been transferred back, but Elder Yun San had disappeared. When Yun Yang saw Lu Yin's group, his expression turned ugly as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He ignored them and turned to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1461. Lu Yin stopped him, and Yun Yang frowned. He wanted to speed up and leave, but he wasn't as fast as Lu Yin and was blocked in front of him. Around them, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples glared at Lu Yin warily and angrily. The fatty's heart skipped a beat. He was still looking for trouble at this time. In the distance, Kai Shu was also stunned. Looking for trouble at this time would be too conspicuous. She was very sure that the 4-way scales were watching the cloud ladder, afraid that the matter of the astral origin fluid would be leaked. Whoever looked for trouble at this time would be the unlucky one. "What are you doing?" Yun Yang gritted his teeth as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why are you running?" Yun Yang growled, "Third Elder is already dead. If you don't want to die, scram." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Because of the Starsource liquid?" Yun Yang's face paled when he heard this. The only reason he could continue to stay on the cloud ladder was because he knew about the Starsource liquid. Previously, this matter had been handled by Third Elder Yun, but Sirius's source liquid had been exposed yesterday, causing the Frigid Immortal sect to suffer great losses. Third Elder Yun had been executed, and in order to prevent more people from finding out about the Starsource liquid, Yun Yang, who was familiar with the cloud ladder, had been arranged to replace Third Elder Yun here. Actually, he didn't want to replace Third Elder Yun even if he was beaten to death, but he had no choice. If anyone dared to mention the Starsource liquid in front of him, he would fight to the death. He was certain that if something went wrong, he would be the first to die. "If you want to die, Don't drag me down with you. You still dare to say those words? Yunyang growled as he subconsciously looked around. He couldn't help but order the Misty Cloud sect's disciples to retreat further away. What words? Star Source Liquid. Lu Yin found it funny, as this fellow was truly frightened. However, he had also seen the severity of this matter. A dignified elder of the Misty Cloud sect had actually died because the Star Source Liquid had been exposed. Yunyang gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. What do you want, Long 7? Lu Yin shrugged. Nothing, I'm just curious why you're running. Yunyang was silent as he stared at him. He was really afraid of this person. He had spoken without thinking. Did this guy not understand the seriousness of this matter? Lu Yin didn't continue scaring Yunyang, and he continued to lead Fatty Bai and the others up the ladder. Yunyang had originally wanted to hide, but when he saw Lu Yin, it was as if he had seen a ghost. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned even paler. In the end, he kept a distance from Lu Yin's group, as if he was guarding against a thief. Not long after, the emissary from the Smoke Cloud sect appeared and exchanged a few words with Yunyang. He then stared at Lu Yin's group with vigilance. The envoy stared at Lu Yin's group for an entire day, only stopping when they left the escalator. On the third day, Lu Yin came again and continued to tour the ladder. Yunyang and the emissary-level expert continued to watch for the whole day. The fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day. Until a week had passed, Lu Yin strolled the ladder every day. Xia Taili had long since become impatient, or perhaps he had some misgivings, so he stopped coming on the fifth day. Fatty Bai didn't want to come either, but Lu Yin had dragged him along. Yunyang hated Lu Yin to death, and whenever Lu Yin appeared, he would stare at him like he was guarding against a thief. The emissary from the Smoke Cloud sect was just as sullen. He was an emissary, not a bodyguard. Every time Lu Yin's group came, he had to watch from afar. Although the flying willow leaves had blocked Uncle Kwang's attack, the shock waves from the attack pushed the Shangqing elders away and even caused the cloud continent beneath them to crack. Lu Yin grabbed the man, and the man subconsciously resisted. However, he was an enlighter, so how could he resist Lu Yin? Lu Yin easily grabbed him. Kai Shu walked out of the void and blocked Lu Yin's path. Uncle Kwang appeared at the same time and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Let him go. Kai Shu looked at Lu Yin suspiciously, as she had a bad premonition. Lu Yin grabbed the man tightly. I'm sorry, but you want me to release this spy? Uncle Kwang barked, he's an honored guest of the Smoke Cloud sect, not a spy. Yunyang rushed over anxiously. His face was pale. Long Qi, let him go. Let him go quickly. Lu Yin glared at him. I'm sure that this person is up to no good. He might be a spy. Why is the Smoke Cloud sect stopping me from capturing him? The void around Uncle Kwang's body distorted, and he was clearly on the verge of exploding. Yunyang turned to look at Kai Shu. This person is the same as the one from 10 days ago. Please let him go. Kai Shu was shocked, as it was yet another person who had been transporting astral fluid. She looked at Lu Yin. Long 7, let him go. Don't touch him. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, there's something wrong with this person. He then exerted some force with his palm and used overlaying stacks to force the man to the ground. The man roared in pain, Kid, let me go. You're courting death. Lu Yin slapped him, and the man was almost stunned. He felt dizzy. Uncle Kwang grew anxious. Junior, you're courting death. Kai Shu's face twitched, and she grew anxious as well. Long 7, you really can't touch this person. Did you forget what I said? Behind them, the white fatty's heart was pounding. It was happening again. He wanted to return to Junior Progenitor Planet, and even being beaten up was better than dying. Why was this Long 7 targeting astral fluid? He was too bold and courting death. Shang-Qing's eyes flashed. It was about time. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Kai Shu in astonishment. Senior, are you saying that this person is also transporting Long 7? Yunyang and Uncle Kwang shouted at the same time, stopping Lu Yin from continuing. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Really? Based on my ability to see through people, I'm sure that there's something wrong with this guy. Uncle Kwang anxiously replied, That's him. Don't make a mistake. Let him go. Lu Yin looked at Yunyang, who was on the verge of tears. Long 7, let him go. We don't want to die, so just state your conditions. He then looked at Kai Shu, who nodded. Lu Yin exhaled and released his grip. Looks like he really is a transport. Long 7, the rest shouted again. Lu Yin rubbed his ears and kicked the man away. Alright, how would I know? He paused and looked at Yunyang and the rest's flushed faces. It's a misunderstanding. Yunyang and Uncle Kwang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Long 7 wasn't stupid, and he wasn't looking for trouble with the astral fluid. Once he knew that they were transporting astral fluid, he immediately released them. Only an idiot would look for trouble with the astral fluid. They had worried for nothing, but now that the person transporting the astral fluid was fine, Long 7 wouldn't dare to do anything. Kai Shu also heaved a sigh of relief, but she still looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. How had he known that there was something wrong with that person? Ever since the incident that had occurred more than 10 days ago, anyone who searched through a cosmic ring would have their line of sight blocked, as they were afraid that some special individuals would be discovered. However, Lu Yin had his domain, and of course, the materials that blocked his line of sight were not something that his domain could penetrate. He relied on his domain to observe people. Previously, his Dai's possession had fused with 3 Liang from the 5th mainland's Glory Mountain. 3 Liang was a genius, and he had studied psychology for many years. He had a rather accurate understanding of people's movements, and Lu Yin had seen through his memories and understood some things. He used his domain to observe the smoke cloud sect's disciples and found that they were rather respectful towards that man. Even if they didn't show it, their subtle movements couldn't escape Lu Yin's notice. It was from this that Lu Yin was certain that there was something wrong with that man. However, there had been a gamble involved, but it didn't matter. No one would say anything even if he lost the gamble. At worst, he could just capture the man and interrogate him before releasing him. Still, he had won the gamble. Lu Yin released the man, and everyone was happy. The white fatty patted his chest and relaxed. The man was furious after being kicked away by Lu Yin, and he turned around to curse at Lu Yin. However, he was stopped by Uncle Kwang, who whispered something to him. The man's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a god of plague. He didn't say anything and directly left for another cloud continent. Clearly, he had been frightened. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1462. When Kai Shu saw this, she shook her head inwardly. The four-way scales had a tacit understanding when it came to the astral origin liquid. The previous person was from the Cold Immortal sect, while this person was from another sect. Both sides knew of each other's existence. This was the four-way scales. Lu Yin had captured another person transporting Star Source liquid. Although he had released him later, many people had been frightened. Even the Misty Cloud sect master had been scared out of his wits. The first thing he did was invite Lu Yin to the Misty Cloud sect for a chat. When Yunyang heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the sect master appeared, Long Qi would definitely not come to the cloud ladder again. Lu Yin was also happy to meet the Misty Cloud sect master. He wanted to let others know that he had been at the cloud ladder for so many days just to get some benefits. The Misty Cloud sect was second only to the Lu family in the Central Plain. It was a powerful power that guarded the cloud ladder for the four-way scales. It was rumored that its inheritance originated from a progenitor, but no one knew if this was true. The Misty Cloud sect's mountain was located in the sky west of the cloud ladder. There was no soil there, only smoke. This mysterious smoke was the foundation of the Misty Cloud sect's cultivation. When Lu Yin saw the Misty Cloud sect's mountain, he couldn't help but wonder if the Fifth Mainland Smokescreen mountain range was the same. The two sides seemed to originate from the same inheritance. Actually, there were many inheritances from the Fifth Mainland that could be found in this part of the universe, and they seemed to be even more advanced. There was the Lu family, the Wen family, the Phoenix, and so on. Fatty Bai and the others didn't enter the Misty Cloud sect. Only Lu Yin went in to meet the Misty Cloud sect master, Yunmu Bai. Yunmu Bai was the first sect master that Lu Yin had seen in this part of the universe. He was in charge of a region. He gave Lu Yin the same feeling as Kai Shu, with a scholarly temperament. Lu Yin glanced at him and didn't find him too unfamiliar, as he somewhat resembled Yun Tingting. Yunmu Bai smiled when he saw Lu Yin. "Sect Master Long Qi, I've heard a lot about you." Lu Yin smiled, completely lacking the ruthlessness he had shown when he had captured people on the cloud ladder. "Sect Master Yun, I've heard a lot about you as well. Ever since the establishment of the humble school, Sect Master Long Qi is the first person to become Sect Master before reaching the Star Emissary level. To be honest, when I heard this news, I didn't believe it. I especially asked Senior Qingchen, and Senior Qingchen praised Sect Master Long Qi greatly. Now it seems that Senior's insight is unique. Sect Master Long Qi has just arrived in Huayuan, but he has already made a contribution," said Yunmu Bai. As she spoke, a young girl walked in and poured tea for Yunmu Bai and Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted the teacup. "Sect Master Yun, you're wrong. I didn't perform any meritorious deeds. On the contrary, I've caused a huge disaster." Yunmu Bai was astonished. "Disaster? Are you talking about the Star Source liquid?" Lu Yin had not expected Yunmu Bai to be so straightforward. The young girl who had served him tea had not left, and she was stunned when she heard Yunmu Bai's words. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. Smoke rose from the top of her head, and then she fell straight to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yunmu Bai. "You killed her." Yunmu Bai smiled faintly and slowly sipped his tea. "She heard something she shouldn't have. Shouldn't she die?" Ever since Lu Yin had started cultivating, he had seen many vicious and merciless people, but there were very few who would kill while chatting. This Yunmu Bai had a scholarly temperament and looked like a gentleman, but he was actually so cruel. Yunmu Bai saw Lu Yin's expression and felt strange. "Are you surprised? With our status, what we say is not something these servants can listen to. Since they have heard it, they should be prepared to accept it. Shouldn't they be prepared for it?" Lu Yin looked at the completely dead girl, and a considerable amount of disgust towards Yunmu Bai rose in his heart. This person made him very uncomfortable, and at the same time, he felt somewhat guilty. If not for Yunmu Bai, the girl would not have died. Yunmu Bai had killed her as a warning to Lu Yin. Sect Master Yun's methods are swift and fierce. As expected of someone who can control an entire sect, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yunmu Bai laughed. Humans are also divided into different ranks. Dragon Sect Master does not need to care about the lives of these ants. Back to my question, what do you think about the Star Source liquid? Lu Yin looked at him coldly. What does Sect Master Yun want me to think about? Yun Mubai put down his teacup and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Dragon Sect Master is from the White Dragon clan. Although you are from a branch, you still have a superior bloodline. You should understand the rules of survival in this universe. The four cardinal scales are the heavens, and although the Star Source liquid is taboo, there is nothing that cannot be done for the four cardinal scales. What do you think? Lu Yin indifferently replied, the Star Source liquid has nothing to do with me. I'm just capturing spies. Yun Mubai replied, I am the Cloud Ladder, and I have no spies. Lu Yin sneered. Sect Master Yun, when you first met Guan Tong, was this your attitude as well? Yun Mubai frowned and casually tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a look and saw that there were about 50 million star essence inside. I know what Dragon Sect Master needs. When it comes to cultivation, resources are of utmost importance. This is a gift for Dragon Sect Master to congratulate you on becoming the Sect Master of the humble Huayuan sect. There will be a sum of money every year from now on. I only hope that Dragon Sect Master knows that I, the Cloud Ladder, do not have any spies. Lu Yin rubbed the cosmic ring that Yun Mubai had given him. If this had happened in the past, he would have been very happy, but the scene just now had caused him to loathe Yun Mubai to the extreme. Even the things that Yun Mubai had given him made him feel like they were stained with blood. Whether or not there are spies, we'll know once we investigate. But rest assured, Sect Master Yun. I, Draconic 7, will not disturb the normal operations of the Cloud Ladder. Lu Yin was no longer in the mood to speak with Yun Mubai, and he stood up to leave. That girl's expression before she died kept replaying in his mind. Yun Mubai looked at Lu Yin. Dragon Sect Master, did you meet my daughter in the ruler's realm? Lu Yin stopped and turned around. Yin Tingting. Yun Mubai nodded. Lu Yin replied, yes, and we even exchanged blows, but we got separated. Yun Mubai had already known about this. Is my daughter with Princess Longxi? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. Danger came too quickly, and even young ancestor Long Tian couldn't take Longxi away. It's impossible for me to notice anyone else. Sect Master Yun should be asking about the frigid immortal sect, not me. He then left. Yun Mubai watched Lu Yin's departing figure, but he didn't show any particular emotions. He didn't care about Draconic 7 at all. The first time that the Cloud Ladder had been exposed, it had been an accident, and the previous incident had been even more of a coincidence. This person might have a unique ability to see through people, but it was fine as long as he didn't interfere with the transportation of the Cloud Ladder. Now that Yun Mubai had accepted Yun Mubai's gift, he wouldn't come to the Cloud Ladder frequently. He was just a junior. Lu Yin looked at the girl's corpse on the ground and then casually left. After accepting Yun Mubai's gift, Lu Yin didn't go to the Cloud Ladder for the next 2 days. Yun Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Every time Lu Yin went, he had to keep an eye on him for an entire day. It was too tiring. Shang Qing also received a call from Yu Qin. So, the rumors are true. No wonder these 2 days, that senior was in a bad mood, and even the disciples were punished. Although the loss of the Cloud Ladder wasn't much, it was a huge loss of face. Shang Qing looked at Yu Qin and listened quietly. Based on what you know, did Long 7 know about the Cloud Ladder? Yu Qin asked. Shang Qing shook his head. He doesn't even know what the Cloud Ladder is. Then why did he cause trouble for the Smoke Cloud sect? Yu Qin was puzzled, and she looked at Shang Qing with suspicion. Shang-Qing replied, the excuse is that he's looking for spies, but the real reason is for resources. When the Guan brothers were in charge of the humble Huaiyuan sect, the smoke cloud sect gave them a batch of resources every year for their cultivation. After Long Seven became the sect master, the smoke cloud sect didn't react at all. Wang Deshuai instigated him, and he went. Yu Qin smiled. So it's because of Wang Deshuai. He went to the Yin Mountain district because he had a conflict with Yun Yang, so it's possible that he was instigated by him. But her understanding of Lu Yin was no longer that of an ordinary son-in-law, but someone who had the ability to avoid her schemes time and time again. How could such a person be so easily instigated? But aside from this explanation, there was no other reason for Lu Yin to cause trouble for the smoke cloud sect. She would never have dreamed that Lu Yin was using the smoke cloud sect to blow up the situation so that he could restrain Kai Shu and escape with Shang-Qing and the rest. Although Yu Qin couldn't think of the real reason, she could tell from Lu Yin's actions that he wasn't just looking for resources. If it was for resources, then how could he explain the second time he had almost caught someone transporting the cloud ladder astral liquid? Was there really such a coincidence? She didn't believe in coincidences. If it wasn't a coincidence, then this person was simply too daring. Was he trying to blow up the situation on purpose? If that was the case. Yu Chen's eyes flashed. I'll give you the whereabouts of a few people. You can tell Long Seven that these people are the ones transporting the astral liquid from the frigid immortal sect. As for the source, you can also tell him that I told him about it, Yu Qin said. Shang-Qing was astonished. Tell him that you told him about it. Yu Qin nodded. Tell him clearly. She then told Shang-Qing the whereabouts of the few people before her image disappeared. After Yu Chen's image disappeared, Shang-Qing turned around to look for Lu Yin. The frigid immortal sect transporting the astral liquid. Yu Chen told you that. Lu Yin was puzzled. Shang-Qing replied, she also told me to tell you clearly that she was the one who revealed it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman's thoughts were frightening. She had actually guessed that he was trying to blow up the situation, which was why she had sent him a few targets. These people definitely weren't the ones transporting the astral liquid from the frigid immortal sect, but rather from the other three parties. She wanted to use this matter to see what Lu Yin would do and use it to deduce her own goals. Lu Yin frowned, as he felt like he had been seen through. However, it didn't matter. Once the situation blew up, he would retreat. Even if he returned to this region of space, his identity would be different. Long Seven would disappear forever, and any of Yu Chen's plans would be useless. If it weren't for Qingchen, who was backing Kai Shu, he would have taken Shang-Qing and the others to that place long ago instead of waiting until now. When are these people going up the ladder? Lu Yin asked. In 2 months, Shang-Qing replied. Lu Yin nodded. Then let's wait for 2 months. 2 months passed by quickly, and Lu Yin did not do anything during this time. Most of the Huaiyuan humble sect spies had already been captured. Normally speaking, the sect master should have been developing various sources of information and investigating more people, but he did nothing. This made many people in the humble sect of Huaiyuan humble sect unhappy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1463. Over the past 2 months, he hadn't gone to the cloud ladder even once. The Misty Cloud sect was completely at ease, and the White Dragon tribe had also contributed to this. An elder named Long Quan had specifically sought him out to warn him that this was related to the astral origin liquid. Lu Yin's attitude towards Elder Long Quan was both arrogant and respectful, but he also seemed obedient and honest. Elder Long Quan didn't say anything else. After Xia Taili left, she felt bored. There was no one in Huayuan who was worthy of being bullied by her, which was why she had left. However, Lu Yin still felt that it was because of the Star Source liquid. She had wanted to play, but she had gone too far. On the second day after Xia Taili left, Yu Dai, who Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on in the humble Huayuan sex intelligence network, finally made a move and released a piece of information. Yu Dai had thought that this information was very secretive and that no one would know about it, but in reality, if not for his Dai's possession, Lu Yin wouldn't have known about Yu Chen's method of contacting Yu Dai. This piece of information caused Lu Yin's calm heart to stir. It was time to make a move. A day later, Lu Yin left the humble Huayuan sex headquarters with Wang Deshui, Shangqing, and Lu Tianmu and headed for the cloud ladder. In the distance, Kai Shu was astonished. They were going to the cloud ladder. She had thought that Yun Mubai had dealt with Lu Yin. When Lu Yin's group arrived at the cloud ladder, Yun Yang's expression changed the moment he heard the news, and he hurriedly went to find Lu Yin. Dragon sect leader, what are you doing here again? Yun Yang asked the moment he saw Lu Yin. Uncle Kwang from the Misty Clouds sect had also come the moment he heard the news. Lu Yin had left a deep impression on them. The white fatty sneered when he saw Yun Yang's startled expression, but Yun Yang ignored him. He knew that this batch of astral origin liquid was about to be delivered, and Lu Yin's arrival at this time made him very uneasy. Lu Yin looked around. I haven't been here in a while, so I wanted to take a look. Yun Yang took a few steps forward and whispered, Dragon sect leader, have you forgotten what the sect master told you? Or have you forgotten about that corpse? His words reminded Lu Yin of the young girl that Yun Mubai had killed in front of him. Lu Yin's heart turned cold, and he looked at Yun Yang with an unfriendly gaze. Are you threatening me? Yun Yang sneered. Dragon sect master, you'd better think this through. There are some things that you can't touch. Has Dragon sect master never thought that what happened to that woman could happen to you? Suddenly, the air was torn apart as a sharp blade brushed past Lu Yin's ear and pierced towards Yun Yang. He hadn't expected someone to stab him with a sword. He hadn't even had the time to react. Even Uncle Kwang, an emissary-level powerhouse, hadn't been able to react. When everyone came back to their senses, Lu Tianmu was holding the hilt of his sword. The tip of the sword was less than a millimeter away from Yun Yang's neck. If he moved forward slightly, Yun Yang would be beheaded. Yun Yang stared at the tip of the sword in horror. He could feel the real murderous intent, as if he had just walked the line between life and death. Uncle Kwang was infuriated, and he took a step forward and raised his hand to slap at the sword's edge. Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time, and both Uncle Kwang and Uncle Kwang met the sword's edge. Uncle Kwang's palm collided with Uncle Kwang's palm, and with the sword's edge as support, the collision caused the void to distort as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Lu Tianmu almost lost his grip on his sword, and the tip of his sword trembled. Uncle Kwang and Lu Yin simultaneously retreated. Yun Yang's entire body was sent flying by the shockwave, and his chest felt stuffy as he almost spat out blood. Uncle Kwang looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person's strength had actually forced him back. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the shockwave dissipated as he stared coldly at Uncle Kwang. Back on the Royal Frost continent, he had used an empty palm to force back Emperor Luo. Although he hadn't used any battle force, his own realm and physical strength had made up for it. Uncle Kwang and Emperor Luo were on par, so it was only natural that he would be forced back. If Lu Yin had used his golden battle force, then Uncle Kwang wouldn't have simply been forced back. In terms of true strength, the gap between the astral realm and Lu Yin's own strength was too great. He might not have been able to gain much of an advantage, but Uncle Kwang's hasty attack would only be at a disadvantage against Lu Yin's empty palm. Lu Tianmu sheathed his sword and stared coldly at Uncle Kwang. Uncle Kwang looked at Lu Yin. Nice move, Dragon Sect leader. Lu Yin coldly replied, does the Misty Cloud sect only teach its disciples how to threaten others? I'm the sect leader of the humble Huayuan sect, but your sect's disciple actually threatened me and said that he would kill me. I will pass this message to Superintendent Qin Chen and ask her to uphold justice. Uncle Kwang looked at Yunyang with a cold gaze. Yunyang hurriedly said, don't slander me, Dragon Sect leader. I didn't say that. The superintendent will ask sect leader Yun about it. Just you wait, Lu Yin said loudly. Yunyang panicked. If he really provoked the Nine Gates superintendent, then he would definitely be punished. Third Elder Yun's fate had made him much more restrained during this period of time, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. He helplessly took a deep breath and apologized, Dragon Sect leader, please forgive me for speaking without thinking. I didn't mean any harm. The white fatty was pleased. He had also been forced back by the exchange of palms and had been shocked by Lu Yin's strength. When he saw Yunyang lower his head, he felt extremely satisfied. Lu Yin looked at Yunyang and his attitude improved. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you've apologized, then I won't pursue the matter. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'll leave after taking a look. Yunyang cursed inwardly, but he didn't know what Lu Yin was here for. He didn't believe that it had anything to do with the astral origin liquid, and he didn't believe that Lu Yin would be so bold as to touch the liquid again. That would be courting death. As long as it didn't have anything to do with the astral origin liquid, then there really wasn't anything beneath the cloud ladder that would make Yunyang angry. Thank you, Dragon Sect leader, Yunyang said sullenly. Uncle Kwang looked at Lu Yin and exclaimed, it's rumored that the White Dragon tribe specializes in physical strength. You haven't even used your White Dragon transformation, but you already have such terrifying physical strength. There aren't many below the emissary realm who can compete with you. Lu Yin indifferently replied, you're too kind. I just absorbed some dragon saliva. Dragon saliva. Uncle Kwang, Yunyang, and Wang Deshuai exclaimed at the same time as they looked at Lu Yin with envy and jealousy. They were no strangers to dragon saliva, as it was a supreme treasure of the White Dragon tribe that had been obtained from the ancestral Mang. Anyone who absorbed dragon saliva would experience a huge increase in physical strength. No wonder, Uncle Kwang said as he recalled Lu Yin's past. He had first heard that Lu Yin had been adopted as a son-in-law and was rumored to be cowardly and incompetent. However, it wasn't long before he heard that Lu Yin's inheritance in the sword steel had surpassed by Sienner's. After that, more and more rumors about Lu Yin had appeared. Now that he had faced Lu Yin face to face, Uncle Kwang finally had a better understanding of Lu Yin's strength. However, these didn't seem to be Lu Yin's true abilities. After all, Lu Yin had obtained half-ancestor Kuei Luo's inheritance, and half-ancestor Kuei Luo was proficient in spiritual force. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had been qualified to accompany the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm and had successfully come out. Even the young mistress hadn't been able to do so. After intimidating Yunyang for a while, Lu Yin explained the situation to Yunyang. Yunyang no longer stared at Lu Yin like a ghost, but instead observed him from a distance, just in case. Lu Yin continued to stroll around the cloud ladder, and it wasn't long before he discovered his target. It was one of the Yu butterflies who had hidden her identity. The cloud ladder was connected to the top realm and the middle realm. Aside from transporting people, it also carried goods and materials. Most goods could be taken away through cosmic rings, but there were still many that couldn't be stored in cosmic rings, such as those that were too large. Lu Yin saw quite a few ores and materials piled up on the cloud continent, such as living creatures. Generally, the Misty Cloud sect would inspect goods that couldn't be stored in cosmic rings more strictly. However, there were some exceptions, as they had the same privileges as the people transporting the Star Source elixir. Lu Yin watched as a lively girl instructed a Misty Cloud sect disciple to move the materials onto the cloud continent. No one inspected the materials. When Lu Yin's gaze focused on the girl and the materials, Yunyang didn't feel anything. However, Xiao Er's expression changed, and he hurriedly shot a look at the disciple who had activated the cloud continent. The disciple didn't wait for anyone else to come up and immediately activated the cloud continent, causing it to fly along the trunk of the mother tree towards the top realm. Lu Yin smiled faintly and then vanished. Yunyang's eyelids twitched, and his heart sank. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen when Lu Yin moved. Lu Yin appeared on top of the cloud continent and then exerted his strength, causing the cloud continent to shatter into pieces. "What are you doing?" The girl was furious, and she pointed a finger at Lu Yin. She used the frigid immortal sect's battle technique, Immortal Guides the Way. Lu Yin didn't move, and a stream of energy wrapped around the girl's arm before he viciously punched her abdomen. The girl bent over from the impact and almost vomited out the contents of her stomach. The Prime Clear sect took action, and he and Lu Tianmu quickly followed Lu Yin onto the cloud continent. Yunyang hurriedly rushed over, and along the way, Xiao Er transmitted a message to him. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Dragon Sect Leader, please have mercy." Even further away, Uncle Kwang subconsciously attacked Lu Yin. This guy was causing trouble again, but Kai Shu reacted quickly and blocked Uncle Kwang's path. Misty Cloud sect disciples appeared one after another and surrounded Lu Yin's group. Xiao Er was so anxious that he started to sweat, and he looked at the pile of materials in fear. Lu Yin quietly stood beside the pile of materials, and Yunyang hurried over and asked, "Dragon Sect Leader, what are you doing now?" Lu Yin looked around and then pointed at the girl. "She's a spy." The girl was furious. "Nonsense. I'm a disciple of the Frigid Immortal sect and one of the junior ancestors' people. How could I be a spy? Let me go." Yunyang gritted his teeth. "Dragon Sect Leader, what evidence do you have?" Lu Yin sneered. "Normally, a commoner doesn't need to provide evidence, but since you want to see it, I'll show it to you." He then waved his hand, and the pile of materials was lifted to reveal a child. No one had expected that there would be a child under the pile of materials. The oldest was no more than 5 years old, and they had fainted on the ground. They looked innocent and cute, but their expressions were filled with fear and helplessness. The people who had been waiting in line to ascend the escalator were all stunned. Yunyang's expression was even gloomier. Xiao Er's body swayed. "It's over, it's all over." Kai Shu's expression changed, and she glared at Yunyang. Even Uncle Kwang was stunned, as he hadn't expected that children would be smuggled to the topmost realm. No one had told him about this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1464. No matter where or when, there were always dark and sinister things happening. Some people wanted to train puppets that would be loyal to them forever, so these puppets naturally had to be trained from a young age and brainwashed from a young age. These children would be Yu Chen's future jade butterflies. They would be brought to the Frigid Immortal sect and receive uniform training. When they grew up, they would be sent out to become Yu Chen's sources of information. The girl's face paled. "What's going on?" I don't know. Someone is trying to harm me." Lu Yin coldly replied, 2 months ago, my humble Huayuan school received news that the city lord of Wooden Fort had a son with exceptional talent, but he mysteriously disappeared. Wooden Fort has been searching for him for more than 2 months, but nothing has been found. It's confirmed that he was captured by a spy and will be trained as a spy in the future. One of these children is the city lord's son. The crowd fell silent, and many people secretly opened their cloudstone to contact someone. Yunyang, you stopped me just now. Are you colluding with a spy? Lu Yin shouted. Yunyang jumped in fright and hurriedly said, No, it's just that he's a disciple of the frigid immortal sect. That's why I asked you to release him. Lu Yin coldly replied, Is that so? You've been watching me ever since I came to the cloud ladder because you were afraid that I'd find this spy. And that Uncle Kwang as well. You must accept the humble school's investigation. Yunyang was stunned. Even an idiot would know why he had been watching, so how could Lu Yin make it sound like that? Wasn't he being wrongly accused? Yunyang immediately tried to defend himself. Uncle Kwang was so angry that his face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin had reason and evidence, and those children were irrefutable evidence. This matter quickly reached the ears of Yunmubai, who frowned. Since they've been discovered, it has nothing to do with us. The frigid immortal sect didn't hide it well. Don't worry about it. As long as it didn't involve Starsource Elixir, he didn't care. Yuchen didn't have the right to suppress him. There had been no movement for 2 whole months, but the spy had been caught as soon as they moved out. This news immediately spread throughout the middle realm and even to the top realm. When Qingchen heard the news, he was also surprised. Had Long Seven found out by himself, or had there been another source of information? He had not gone to the ladder for 2 months. It was impossible for him to have found out by himself. Then, there must be another source of information. Was it the unknown information that had helped him? He wasn't sure whether or not those children had been captured by the spies, but he didn't need to know either. Lu Yin wouldn't be wrong to save those children. Yu Qin was the most infuriated of all. She had gone to great lengths to capture those children, and they were all gifted. Once they had matured, they would have been of great help to her, and they would have become the junior ancestor's sharpest blade. Now, all of that had been destroyed by Lu Yin. More importantly, those children had not only served her, but also the junior ancestor. This was a responsibility that she could not bear. That night, she contacted Yu Dai, who was hiding in the humble school of Huiyuan. She asked Yu Dai to think of a way to silence the captured girl. She could not be implicated. Capturing other people's children and training them into puppets was a very bad thing. Even though she was a member of the frigid immortal sect and didn't fear those people, she didn't want to take such a risk. However, Yu Dai failed. No matter what, he couldn't find the girl who was captured. Those children were sent back, and at the same time, Long Seven's virtuous reputation spread. Countless people were grateful to him and sang his praises. Lu Yin had only done it in passing. Everything that he had done before was to pave the way for what was to come. A few days later, he brought along Yu Qin once again. Lu Tianmu, Shangqing, and the white fatty arrived at the escalator. When Yunyang saw Lu Yin, his head exploded. He wanted to go forward and stop him, but the events of a few days ago had left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to get too close, and he didn't even dare to stare too closely. At the same time, he looked for the waiter and asked if there were any important people going to the top realm today. How could the waiter know? He was just following orders. Helpless, Yunyang could only stare at Lu Yin from afar. Even Uncle Kwang didn't dare to get too close for fear of being wrongly accused by Lu Yin again. A few days ago, Lu Yin had wrongly accused them once, causing them to be taken to the humble school for 2 days for investigation. Although they hadn't suffered any losses, they had lost a lot of face. Furthermore, they had innocently been accused of assisting the spies, which was not a good thing to bear. In any case, they had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin because they were afraid that he would expose the Starsource Elixir again. Now that they had confirmed that Lu Yin wouldn't dare to be involved with the Star Source elixir again, there was no need for them to keep an eye on him. The white fatty was very pleased with himself. He had been afraid of being involved with the Star Source elixir, but now that Long 7 could no longer be involved with the Star Source elixir, he could do whatever he wanted with the escalator. During the 2 days that Yun Yang had been taken to the humble school of Huayuan for investigation, he had been in the limelight. Are you ready? Whether or not we can leave this region of space alive will depend on today, Lu Yin secretly said to Shangqing and Lu Tianmu. Shangqing looked up. It's a pity that I haven't been to the top realm. Lu Tianmu looked up as well. Yeah. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There might be a chance in the future. The two looked at him in surprise. There was still a chance. Lu Yin didn't say it explicitly, but he would definitely come back. The truth about the Lu family was still unclear, but he was certain that the 4 cardinal scales were the culprits who had annihilated his family. He would not let this grudge go. Bai Xiaohong's words became clearer and clearer. He was eager to lead the 5th mainland to attack the cosmic tree realm. The people at Mount Supreme were all resources. It was a pity that he didn't know where Xiao Luo, Qiu Shi, and the others were. They hadn't even shown their faces, so they were destined to stay here for the rest of their lives. Not long after, the waiter found Yun Yang and whispered something to him. Yun Yang's face grew solemn. Are they here? They're here. They've already reached the cloud continent. What about Long 7? He's not responding. Yun Yang relaxed and looked over. He saw a young man with a sallow face, but Lu Yin's group had already walked past him. They were quite a distance away, and it seemed like they hadn't caused any trouble. Right, there's another person who'll be here soon, the waiter said. Yun Yang frowned. Why are there 2? Oh fuck, they're here again. Uncle Kwang. Above his head, the void distorted as Uncle Kwang grabbed at Lu Yin like an angry lion. He didn't hold back this time, and Lu Yin had already expected this. It was still the flying willow flower. Uncle Kwang's palm was blocked by the flying willow flower while Lu Yin successfully grabbed the sallow youth. Shangqing and Lu Tianmu grabbed the middle-aged man at the same time. Kai Shu's eyelids twitched, they were here again. This Long 7 clearly had a grudge against the latter. She had no choice but to appear in front of Lu Yin's group and face Uncle Kwang directly. Uncle Kwang looked at Kai Shu and barked, Star Source liquid, release them. Kai Shu's expression changed, and she looked back at Lu Yin. Let them go. Lu Yin met up with Shangqing and the rest while the flying willow flower blocked them. He looked at Kai Shu. Senior, these 2 might be spies. Yun Yang rushed over and had the Yenyun sect's disciples block the people who were preparing to ascend the cloud continent. He stared at Lu Yin and threatened, Long 7, they're the ones transporting the Star Source liquid. Release them. Lu Yin sneered. Your Yenyun sect really is colluding with spies. I think Yun Mubai must be a redback. Otherwise, how could every spy be related to you? Long 7, don't slander us. Release them, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yun Yang said anxiously, his mind replaying 3rd Elder Yun's fate. He didn't want to die just yet. The sallow-faced youth was terrified, but the middle-aged man was calmer. We're indeed the ones transporting the Star Source liquid. Lu Yin slapped the middle-aged man, causing him to faint. His gaze was vicious, and Yun Yang's heart sank. This bastard had hardened his heart. Lu Yin didn't care about Uncle Kwang or Yun Yang, and instead looked at Kai Shu. Senior, trust me. These 2 are definitely spies. There's something wrong with the Yenyun sect. Kai Shu frowned, as she couldn't remain calm. Logically speaking, no one wanted to become the public enemy of the four-way scales, and Long 7 wouldn't deliberately cause trouble if he knew about the star source liquid. The 2 months of peace had been a show for the four-way scales, so why would he want to destroy the star source liquid now? It didn't make sense. The only reason was that these two were spies, and there was a redback in the Yenyun sect. When Yun Yang thought about Lu Yin's efficiency in capturing spies, especially that young girl from a few days ago, he became even more convinced that Lu Yin was telling the truth. He looked at Uncle Kwang suspiciously. Uncle Kwang said, "They're really transporting the star source liquid." He then stared at Lu Yin. "Junior, what are you trying to do? Don't make a mistake and become the enemy of the four-way scales. Even if you're the master of a humble family, you'll still die." Long 7, let them go. "I'll prove that they're transporting the star source liquid," Yun Yang said anxiously. Lu Yin coldly replied, "Once I let them go, they'll run away. This is the Yenyun sect, so who can prove it to me? Plus, just because you say it's the star source liquid, it's the star source liquid. This is the Yenyun sect's method. Using the star source liquid to scare people and send spies into the top realm. I've received information that this is what you're doing." Kai Shu's eyes flashed. Information? Was it that unknown piece of information? He was even more convinced of Lu Yin's words now. Lu Yin had inadvertently revealed that there was someone helping them from behind the scenes, so it couldn't be fake. He then looked at Uncle Kwang warily. "Retreat immediately. I'll report this to the superintendent, and she'll make the final decision." Uncle Kwang exchanged glances with Yun Yang, and he immediately contacted Yun Mubai. The entire Yenyun sect was thrown into chaos. Kai Shu also contacted Qin Qin. "Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 1465. Lu Yin wasn't worried about Qin Qin, as even if Qin Qin had asked him to release them, he wouldn't have done so. The Misty Cloud sect was definitely harboring spies. When Yun Mubai received the news, he was furious, and the entire Misty Cloud sect was shaken. Damn it! He immediately left the sect and headed for the ladder. At the same time, the four cardinal scales also received the news. No one had expected that Lu Yin would once again detain the people transporting the astral fluid. This time, one of them was from the Wang family, and the other was from the White Dragon clan. When Yun Mubai arrived at the ladder, the two sides were in a standoff. He angrily shouted, "Long 7, release them." Lu Yin remained vigilant and said to Kai Shu, "Senior, he's definitely the biggest redback. Stop him." Kai Shu naturally trusted Lu Yin even more, as she was certain that the unknown source of information behind Lu Yin was true. She thought about the three Guan brothers being redbacks, and her gaze towards Yun Mubai changed. The most anxious thing was that she couldn't contact her master, and she didn't know where he had gone. "Kai Shu, do you want to become public enemies? Release them. They're transporting astral fluid." Yun Mubai shouted, isolating himself from the threat. Lu Yin loudly replied, "The astral fluid in their cosmic rings is fake. This is the Misty Cloud sect's way of sending spies into the top realm. Long 7, what are you trying to do? Do you want to become the mortal enemy of the four cardinal scales?" Yun Mubai was furious, and his gaze towards Lu Yin was filled with unprecedented killing intent. Previously, the loss of astral fluid had led to the death of one of the Cloud sect's elders, and he had also been under pressure. Now, there were two of them, and he couldn't allow any more accidents to happen. "Stop pretending, Yun Mubai. I think you're the biggest redback. You killed someone in front of me 2 months ago, and you don't seem to be unfamiliar with it at all. You're just like how Guan Tong used creatures from the lower realm to destroy Crimson Orchid City. No one would believe you if you said you weren't a redback. Yun Mubai was furious. He had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, but now, he was being attacked instead. At that moment, the cloud pass stone on Lu Yin's wrist vibrated, and he immediately rejected it. Yun Mubai gritted his teeth. A senior from the White Dragon clan is contacting you. He wants to tell you who these two are. Even if I offend my own clan, I, Long Seven, won't let a spy go. I'm certain that these two are spies. Yun Mubai was really speechless. It didn't make sense. Kai Shu said, let's take these people to the humble class headquarters. We'll release them after we confirm that they're really the ones transporting the astral liquid. This method was the least likely to cause conflict, but Yun Mubai rejected it as soon as it was mentioned. The impact of transporting the astral origin liquid was too great. Once it was brought to the humble class, no one knew what would happen. More importantly, who knew if there were any redbacks in the humble class of Huayuan? Once the redbacks exposed this matter, it would be a huge blow to the balance of power. More importantly, the dignity of the four-way scales was not to be challenged. There couldn't be any problems with the transportation of astral origin liquid. At this moment, Yun Mu's white cloud stone trembled. He glanced at it, and there were only 2 words, snatching people. He knew who the person who sent him the message was. Since he had sent such a message, it meant that he had already made preparations. With that person's status, the humble class could not do anything to him. When he thought of this, he decisively made his move. The smoke transformed into a giant palm that crushed down on Lu Yin and the others, instantly suppressing the star energy beneath the latter. Even the star energy within Lu Yin's body became unstable and began to overflow. Lu Yin barked, trying to steal her. You really are a redback. Kai Shu acted. Yun Mubai, stop. Kai Shu was a powerhouse who had survived 3 origin tribulations, while Yun Mubai was a powerhouse who had been through 3 origin tribulations. Although Lu Yin did not know his exact strength, if he dared to snatch someone in front of Kai Shu, then he was definitely not weak. The void exploded, and even the willow leaves around Lu Yin trembled. All he could see were cracks in the void. Kai Shu and Yun Mubai roamed around the edges of the void, one surrounded by smoke and the other with palm shadows. Their attacks were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Uncle Kwang roared, and his arms suddenly swelled up like the arms of a giant ape. He punched out, causing the void to crack as he viciously punched the willow leaves. The willow leaves were strong enough to withstand an attack from an emissary, but they were still inanimate objects, and cracks began to appear after 3 punches. Fatty Bai, Yun Yang, and the rest were all sent flying by the violent wind. Lu Tianmu stabbed out with his 12th sword, Profound Intent. Bang! The Profound Intent sword was formless and formless. Although it was not as certain as the 13th sword, it was still extremely swift and fierce, and it caused Uncle Kwang to raise his eyebrows. However, the 12th sword relied on star energy, and the moment the long sword stabbed out, Lu Tianmu's star energy was disturbed, causing him to be unable to stabilize his attack. Both of Uncle Kwang's fists landed on the willow leaves at the same time, finally shattering them. He was greeted by the sight of an umbrella, which was the Spirit Void umbrella that Shangqing had obtained from the Spirit Void Temple. Shangqing was unable to fully display the umbrella's might with her strength, but it was still a half-ancestor-level power vessel, and its defenses were not something that an emissary could break through. Uncle Kwang's fists landed on the umbrella, and a huge force pushed Lu Yin and the rest away. Shangqing grunted, having been lightly injured. Lu Tianmu looked up and moved his sword, unleashing the 13th sword. Uncle Kwang was about to give chase when he suddenly looked stunned. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at his heart in disbelief. He had been injured. How was this possible? Lu Tianmu's face paled. Lu Yin growled, "Let's go." He then grabbed the other two and headed east. Uncle Kwang gritted his teeth and tore through the void with both hands. He stepped through, and a terrifying aura appeared above everyone's heads. Lu Yin frowned, as an emissary was a whole new level. An astral source suppressed star energy too much, and even someone like him, who had reached the world realm in terms of star energy control, found it difficult to deal with, let alone Shangqing and Lu Tianmu. Given their power levels, they could unleash attacks that would cause an emissary to raise her eyebrows, and they could even injure her. However, facing an emissary head-on was too disadvantageous for them. Uncle Kwang might not be as strong as Crimson Lord, but Crimson Lord had been injured at the time and had not been able to unleash the full power of an emissary. Even so, Lu Yin had almost failed when he had used his full strength. Now, the three of them might be able to defeat Uncle Kwang if they worked together, but they could not use their full strength. Fortunately, Lu Yin had already anticipated this situation. He had Shangqing use the Spirit Void umbrella to block Uncle Kwang while he contacted the 14th Gate's members. This was the authority that the 14th Gate's leader had given him. There was a loud boom as Uncle Kwang slammed down, tearing through the void as he viciously smashed into the group. Shangqing used the Spirit Void umbrella to block Uncle Kwang's attack, and he almost could not help but use the three young ancestral qi. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the seaweed power vessel appeared along his arm and wrapped around Uncle Kwang. Uncle Kwang did not mind and wanted to destroy it, but the seaweed power vessel had been upgraded by Lu Yin and was now different from when Xia Taili had used it. Uncle Kwang's strength was unable to destroy it, and the seaweed power vessel wrapped around his legs before he was ruthlessly flung away. Around them, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples surrounded them, and there was no lack of enlighters among them. Lu Tianmu swept out with his sword, and no one dared to take the attack head-on. Smoke appeared in all directions from the Cloud Continent, and it transformed into a cage that trapped Lu Yin and the others. This was the Cloud Ladder, the Misty Cloud sect's home ground. Lu Yin had no choice but to take out the Walnut Power Vessel. "Everyone, get behind me." He then raised the Walnut Power Vessel. It was a treasure. Uncle Kwang saw it from a distance. Although he did not know what the Walnut Power Vessel was, he immediately felt his scalp go numb. After cultivating for so many years, he had an instinctive sense for danger, and he did not hesitate to flee. The next moment, the Walnut Power Vessel exploded, and the void suddenly compressed before exploding. Beneath the Cloud Ladder, the ground split apart, and the void began to crack. The cracks extended towards the mother tree and everything in the surroundings. Countless people wailed as they tried to escape. Even Kai Shu and Yunmu Bai were shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to take out such a terrifying power vessel. The Walnut Power Vessel cut off Uncle Kwang's pursuit, and Lu Yin, Shangqing, and the rest quickly fled towards the east. By the time the Walnut Power Vessel's attack dissipated, Lu Yin's group had already disappeared. Yunmu Bai was furious. "Chase after them. We must get them back." "Yunmu Bai, are you really a redback?" Kai Shu glared at him. Yunmu Bai gritted his teeth and glared at Kai Shu. "I'm not. Don't slander me." At that moment, the Cloud Connect stone in Kai Shu's hand vibrated. Qing Chen had contacted him. He hurriedly answered, "Master, Long 7 caught 2 spies. The Misty Cloud sect is trying to snatch them." Qing Chen was shocked. The Misty Cloud sect is trying to snatch spies. On the other side, Yunmu Bai roared, "Senior Qing Chen, those two are transporting astral elixir for the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. They're not spies. Nothing must happen to them." Kai Shu replied seriously, it was revealed by the unknown source behind Long 7. Long 7 is certain that the Misty Cloud sect is hiding a redback, and we must capture those 2 spies. He also said that the Misty Cloud sect often uses transporting astral elixir as an excuse to send spies to the top realm. Nonsense! Yunmubai roared. He was about to go crazy, and he felt as if the entire humble school had wronged him. Qing Chen's head hurt. How could something like this have happened? The witch spirit had not been lured out, and troublesome things were happening one after another. Qing Chen was not sure what was going on, so he could only say, don't let anything happen to Long 7. Control those 2 spies. They're not spies. Yunmubai roared. Kai Shu answered, yes, master. I'll hold Yunmubai back. On the other side, Yunmubai was about to vomit blood. If Qing Chen was certain that Long 7's words were true, then he really had been wrongly accused. He had never thought that the day would come when he, the Misty Cloud sect master, would be wrongly accused. The Misty Cloud sect was not the only force protecting the area under the cloud ladder, there was also the 4-way scales hidden within. When Lu Yin had used the Walnut Power Source treasure to break through the Misty Cloud sect's force that had trapped them, the entire Misty Cloud sect, along with those hidden forces, had formed an inescapable net that surrounded Lu Yin and the others. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape. This was the door to the 4-way scales. Lu Yin had expected that the force protecting the area under the cloud ladder would be terrifying, but he had not expected that there would be 2 light emissary-level experts. Other than Uncle Kwang, there was also a fierce-looking woman. The void cracked, and the strange weapon in the woman's hand transformed into countless snakes that tore at them from all directions. The Shangqing Spirit Void umbrella could defend in one direction, but it could not defend in all directions. Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu attacked together. Fortunately, these small snakes were not power source treasures and were merely in the form of weapons, so they were easily destroyed. However, the woman appeared from the belly of one of the small snakes and raised her hand to form a claw, grabbing at Lu Tianmu. Thank you to Brother Suifeng for the tip, I'll give you an extra chapter. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and all I can do is continue to update. I wish my brothers a happy holiday. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1466. Lu Tianmu tried to push her away with his sword, but his star energy was disintegrated the moment it touched her. This was the absolute suppression of star energy by the astral source. There was a thump as Lu Tianmu's abdomen was struck, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Lu Yin pulled Lu Tianmu behind him and then raised his other hand to strike at the empty air. The woman raised her claws and clashed with the empty palm. There was a loud bang as the void split open, and both Lu Yin and the woman were forced back several steps. She was shocked, a hunter could actually force back an emissary like her. Just as she was about to attack again, the ground beneath her feet seemed to come to life and firmly suppressed her legs. At the same time, the surrounding air transformed into countless sharp swords that pierced towards her. The woman snorted and swept out with her strange weapon, deflecting all of the attacks. A terrifying domain whizzed past and pressed down on the woman as if the world was collapsing. A mere spirit transformation domain, the woman said coldly as she broke free from the ground suppression. She disappeared and entered the astral source universe, reappearing in front of Shangqing. The sallow-faced youth and the middle-aged man had been captured by Shangqing, who had placed his spirit void umbrella between them in an attempt to stop the woman. The woman slammed her palm against the umbrella, but she was repelled by the rebound. With her status, there was no way she could come into contact with a half-ancestor power vessel like the spirit void umbrella. Long 7, it really is you. Guoshan shouted as he appeared. He was the one who had used his domain to stop the woman. Behind them, Uncle Kwang and a large group of smoke cloud sect disciples were chasing after them. Lu Yin had no time to catch up with Guoshan. Stop those people. They're trying to steal the spy. Guoshan was speechless. The smoke cloud sect is rebelling. Several figures appeared around them, all from the 14th gate. They tried to stop the smoke cloud sect disciples, but no one could stop Uncle Kwang. At this point, Lu Yin no longer wanted to hide anything. Faced with the two emissaries, he used a tactic that he had not used in a long time. The moment Uncle Kwang broke through the void and appeared, the seaweed power vessel extended out from the ground and wrapped around Uncle Kwang's legs. Uncle Kwang growled. Although the seaweed power vessel had been upgraded several times, it was still just a power vessel. The person controlling it was a hunter like Lu Yin, so he could not rely on it to defeat Uncle Kwang. However, Lu Yin did not plan on using the aquatic plant power vessel to defeat Uncle Kwang. The moment that Uncle Kwang was entangled by the aquatic plant power vessel, Lu Yin took out the splitting heaven array that he had obtained from Bai Xiaohong. This was a source box array that had been incorporated into the frigid immortal sect's ultimate battle technique, split the heavens. Lu Yin immediately released one, and the two dots transformed into two black lines that swept across Uncle Kwang's body. Uncle Kwang was shocked, and his scalp felt like it was about to explode. This was the first time he had taken out a power vessel to defend himself, but Lu Yin's secret art managed to shift his power vessel by half. That slight shift had allowed split the heavens to sever Uncle Kwang's neck. No one in the vicinity saw this scene. Uncle Kwang had attacked, and his star energy had been melted away, causing the void to distort. Everyone could only see Lu Yin and Uncle Kwang fighting within a certain range, but they couldn't see what was going on inside. With Uncle Kwang's death, the surrounding star energy returned to normal, and everyone could only see his corpse. On the other side, Shangqing had finally manifested Ancestor Hui. He relied on Ancestor Hui's seemingly sealed shut and sourcebox array to tangle with the woman, but he was unable to do so for long. Shangqing was also using star energy, so Ancestor Hui's manifestation dissipated after just a few breaths of time. The woman's claw landed on Shangqing's chest, but she discovered that Shangqing was completely unharmed. Impossible. The woman was shocked. Shangqing raised a hand. Banish. The woman's body was forcefully pushed back 1,000 meters. She had been hit by a secret technique. At this point, Lu Yin killed Uncle Kwang and reunited with the rest of the group. The woman saw Uncle Kwang's corpse in the distance. Her pupils shrank, and she looked at Lu Yin with disbelief. How had a hunter killed an emissary? Uncle Kwang's death filled the woman with dread towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the opportunity to lead the group towards the east. He knew that he had caused a bit of a ruckus this time, but he had never imagined that it would be even worse than he had imagined. Lu Yin's actions had crossed the bottom line of the 4 cardinal scales, especially since there were some people who didn't like him. An old woman immediately descended from the top realm the moment she found out that Lu Yin had taken control of those 2 people. Many other experts also descended at the same time, and they were all emissaries. The 4 cardinal scales were shaken by Lu Yin's actions. Within the White Dragon clan leader Long Ku had an ugly expression on his face. In front of him, an elder had a fierce look in his eyes. A mere son-in-law from a side bloodline dares to go against the main bloodline. That's disgraceful. Long 7 doesn't know that one of the people transporting the astral fluid is from my White Dragon clan, Long Ku carefully explained. The elder retorted, Yunmubai already told us. Long Ku replied, he's definitely a spy, so there must be a reason. Clan leader, what's the reason for him to not even answer my calls? He doesn't even put me in his eyes. If the astral fluid is lost because of him, who will bear the responsibility? More importantly, he'll be seen as a joke by others, Long Quan sneered. That old woman, Wang Si, has already descended. That brat won't be able to survive. You all know that old woman's temper, and no one can persuade her otherwise. We can only hope that the astral fluid isn't lost. Otherwise, that old woman will definitely blame this on us. The elder helplessly shook his head. Long Quan's expression turned even uglier when he heard Wang Si's name. The four cardinal scales had dispatched experts to descend from the top realm, unlike the others who had taken the cloud continent. They had their own methods to reach the middle realm as quickly as possible. Everyone was certain that Lu Yin's group would eventually be surrounded by the experts of the four cardinal scales, and their fates would be miserable. However, Lu Yin did not think so. After killing Uncle Kwang, the other emissary was wary of him, and she did not dare to push him too far. He took Shangqing and the others with him and used the plan's secret art. The woman was shocked when she saw this, but she was not too surprised. After all, Lu Yin was from the White Dragon clan, and it was understandable that they would hide one or two secret arts. Although it was impossible for the plan's secret art to immediately escape the woman's surveillance, they were still rapidly approaching the place that Invisible Light had mentioned. Lu Yin had calculated that they would arrive in an hour. Are you sure that we can return once we get there? Lu Yin asked. Shangqing replied, absolutely. If we can't return, then we'll really be in trouble, Lu Yin said in a low voice. He had exposed the walnut power vessel, the method to kill Uncle Kwang, and the plan's secret art. If they could not return, then he would not know how to explain it. At the bottom of the ladder, Yun Mubai and Kai Shu were still in a deadlock. After nearly an hour, Qing Chen finally arrived. He waved his hand, causing Yun Mubai to retreat. When he saw that it was Qing Chen, he did not dare to move. Where is he? Qing Chen asked as he looked at Kai Shu. Kai Shu's expression was solemn. He went east, but I don't know if he was captured. The 14th gate is doing their best to stop the smoke cloud sect. Qing Chen stared coldly at Yun Mubai. Just as he was about to head east, he suddenly paused and looked up. There, the void distorted, and an old woman walked out. When Yun Mubai saw her, he was delighted. Senior. The old woman was Wang Si, a half-ancestor powerhouse from the Wang family. She was also the one who had ordered Yun Mubai to capture Lu Yin. Where is he? Wang Si stared at Yun Mubai with a fierce gaze. Yun Mubai's expression turned ugly. He went east. Wang Si sneered. A son-in-law from a branch of the White Dragon clan dares to make an enemy out of the four-way balance? Who gave him the guts? Elder Wang, long time no see, Qing Chen said. Wang Si had already noticed Qing Chen, and her words had been directed at him. Qing Chen, your humble school is getting bolder. You even dare to do something like this. My humble school's master has discovered a spy, and he's doing everything he can to capture him. Why? Are you going to stop him? Qing Chen questioned. Wang Si sneered. Don't give me that. Those two aren't spies. Qing Chen frowned. He had already guessed that Wang Si was a spy the moment she had appeared. If she was a spy, then this elder from the Wang family would not have appeared. If she was not a spy, then this matter with Long 7 would have gotten out of hand, and even Qing Chen might not be able to protect him. Even though he was also a half-ancestor like Wang Si, Qing Chen knew her background. This old woman was enough to make everyone in the four-way balance apprehensive. Her background was directly connected to a progenitor, and she was not someone that just anyone could afford to offend. Alright, let's go. I want to see how daring that little rat is to dare touch my things. After saying that, she headed east. Qing Chen sighed inwardly and set off at the same time, heading east as well. At that moment, Lu Yin finally brought Shangqing and the rest to the rendezvous point. It was a very ordinary mountain valley, and this was the place that Shangqing had said would bring them back to the fifth mainland. It's at the bottom of the valley, Shangqing said. They were finally going back, and this matter had gotten out of hand. Lu Yin turned around and saw the woman who had been watching them the entire time. She was the only one who had caught up to them. Actually, he should be thankful that she had not tried to stop them and had only been watching them. If she had tried to stop them, it would have taken her at least an hour to reach this place. It was not that the woman did not want to stop them, but rather that she was afraid. In terms of strength, Uncle Kwang was slightly stronger than her, and if he had died, then she would not be able to do anything. She was not someone who viewed death with equanimity. Otherwise, she would not have hidden at the bottom of the ladder and would have joined the Star Alliance long ago. Keeping Lu Yin and the rest at a distance was already the limit of what she could do. It's time to go back. Lu Yin sighed. He was worried about Kai Shu because she had Qing Chen behind her. Qing Chen was a half-step ancestor, and Elder Chan and the others who had brought them back were also half-step ancestors. Although Lu Yin was afraid of them, he didn't care about this woman. After saying that, he led Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, and the two others back into the valley. Suddenly, the group paused, and their expressions changed. An old man had appeared in front of them at some point, and he was beaming at them. It was normal for people to appear in such an ordinary mountain range, but that old man was smiling at them in a way that made their hair stand on end. Lu Yin and Shangqing exchanged glances, but they decided to ignore the old man and leave. The old man spoke up with a creepy smile. "Where do you want to go, little brats? I'm familiar with this area, so I can take you there." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "There's no need to trouble you. We can find the place and go by ourselves." Go by ourselves. That won't do. This old man's greatest hobby is helping others. Tell me, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. The old man laughed strangely, and his laughter grew colder and colder. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish my brothers a happy holiday. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support, Brother Zongheng. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1467. Lu Yin frowned and did not hesitate to strike out with a hollow palm. Then, without any movement, the hollow palm disappeared. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at the old man in fear. The old man looked at Lu Yin's hand in astonishment. What incredible physical strength. Not bad, kid. Are you trying to hit me? That's not right. You have to respect the old and love the young. Lu Yin's fingers twitched. He could not afford to be delayed by this old man, or someone else might catch up. This old man had dared to stand in front of them, and his hollow palm had been completely ineffective. He was clearly an emissary, and not an ordinary one either. He was at least stronger than Uncle Kwang, or else he would not have been able to ignore the hollow palm. Lu Yin took out his water plant and wrapped it around the old man. Let's deal with him together. The air around her body whistled as Lu Tianmu unleashed the 13th sword. She had been preparing for this for a long time. The old man remained in his original position, as the water plant could not get close to him. Lu Tianmu's 13th sword did not even cause him to react. The air from the Supreme Purity sword pierced through the old man, but it was useless. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. This was not normal. The old man looked at Lu Tianmu and raised his brows. Yes, the Liu family's lost 13 swords. This must be the unavoidable 13th sword. It really is a supreme sword technique. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yin asked, "Who are you, senior? Why are you stopping us?" The old man cackled again. "I heard your conversation. You can go back once you reach your destination, right?" Lu Yin's heart sank. Go back. Where to? Little fellow, can you tell this old man about it? The old man asked with interest. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Senior, if you're interested, you can come with us. The old man shook his head. Kid, you're quite sinister. You want to trick me, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in where you're going. I heard that you're going back and that you're about to succeed, so I came here to stop you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior, were you sent by the four-way scales? The old man sneered. What's the four-way scales? How dare they order me around? The more upset they are, the happier I am. Since that's the case, senior, if you let us go, the four-way scales will be very upset, Lu Yin said. The old man smiled and shook his head. I forgot to mention one thing. Not only do I like to see the four-direction scales suffer, but I also like to see everyone suffer. The more you suffer, the happier I am. Ha ha ha. Without another word, Lu Yin took out the splitting sky array and unleashed it. A black line swept towards the old man, and at the same time, the aquatic plant power vessel coiled around him. Lu Yin did not want to waste any more time, as this old man was definitely from the four-way scales. The old man was surprised. The heaven opening of the frigid immortal sect. Little guy, how did you get this? I'm getting more and more curious about you. After saying that, he didn't move. Split the heavens slowly dissipated in front of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had originally thought that Split the Skies would be able to force the old man to move, and then he would use the aquatic plant power vessel to bind the old man before using Split the Skies to kill him. He hadn't expected that it would be useless. Stop struggling. Only that umbrella is good enough. The rest are useless. The old man yawned. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "You're a half-ancestor?" The old man laughed strangely. "You're smart." Lu Yin's group's heart sank. They were doomed. A half-ancestor was a half-ancestor. Even if Elder Chan was here and could fight against a half-ancestor, he would not be able to escape easily. They were completely doomed. Who would have thought that a half-ancestor would be able to block their path? Lu Yin sighed. This is fate. He was already thinking about how to explain everything that had been exposed. Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu's expressions turned ugly, as they could not escape at all. The place was clearly right in front of them, but this old man was blocking them like a mountain. When the old man saw that Lu Yin's group was no longer resisting, he clicked his tongue in boredom. He glanced over at the girl who had been staring at Lu Yin's group. Someone from the four-way scales? How annoying. After saying that, the girl strangely disappeared as if she had been devoured by the void. When they saw this, Lu Yin's group completely gave up. An emissary had been dealt with so easily, and this was not a power that they could resist. Senior, what do you want? Lu Yin asked. The old man laughed strangely, and his lips moved. Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu could not hear him, and only Lu Yin could. Lu Yin's mouth gradually fell open, and he had a look of disbelief. Really? The old man's lips curled up. Do as I say. Do you have a choice? Lu Yin's gaze changed, as if he was conflicted about something. I'm coming, kid. Whether or not you can survive is up to you, the old man said before vanishing. The next moment, two figures walked out from the sky, and the void remained calm. They were Qingchen and Wang Xi. Two half-ancestors descended, and the pressure that they exerted caused the void to boil. It was unbearable, and the mountains and rivers cracked open. A terrifying aura shook the stars. Lu Yin's group behaved themselves in the face of two half-ancestors, and they immediately released the two. However, they remained unconscious and were tossed to the side. Wang Xi looked down at Lu Yin's group, especially Lu Yin. Her gaze was sharp, but there was also a hint of playfulness. She had not moved in a long time, and she had not expected to leave the top realm today because of a hunter realm rat. Long 7, tell us what happened, Qingchen spoke up before Wang Xi could, giving Lu Yin a chance to explain himself. He knew Wang Xi's personality well, and she might not even give Lu Yin a chance to speak. Everyone in the cosmic tree realm knew how ruthless this old woman was. Lu Yin took a few steps forward and respectfully asked, Governor, where is Yunmu Bai from the Yanyan sect? Qingchen replied, he's still at the bottom of the ladder. Lu Yin replied, can you bring him here? I want to confront him face to face. Wang Xi was astonished, and she looked at Lu Yin with amusement. Confront him? What do you want to confront him about? Those two were clearly transporting the astral origin fluid, but you took them as hostages and brought them to this place. What is your goal? I'm very interested. Lu Yin respectfully replied, my goal is simple. I purposely messed up the ladder to lure out the Yanyan sect's experts and give Wang Deshuai a chance to search for evidence. Wang Xi was puzzled. What evidence? She was indeed curious. She had originally thought that Long 7 had made a mistake and that she could just kill him, but now she realized that something was wrong. Lu Yin solemnly said, Yunmu Bai is a redback. Wang Xi was astonished. Qingchen was shocked. What did you say? Yunmu Bai is a redback. Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu looked at Lu Yin speechlessly. Wasn't he purposely messing up the ladder to accuse him of being innocent? How could he turn a lie into the truth? If the two seniors don't believe me, you can head to the Yanyan sect. Wang Deshuai should have found evidence there by now, Lu Yin said solemnly. Qingchen and Wang Xi looked at each other. All right, let's go together. Qingchen then led Lu Yin and the others away. They headed towards the Yanyan sect. On the other side, the white fatty looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings and was completely stunned. Lu Yin had suddenly messed up the ladder and caused a huge battle, and he had been the first to be affected and sent flying. His head was buzzing, and he had originally wanted to hide, but he had not expected to suddenly appear here. He opened his eyes and saw a scarlet token with a vertical eye in front of him, along with a bunch of strange things. He recognized a few of them as strange items. What the hell? Who had brought him here? He looked around, but he could not find a place to leave. The white fatty was a little anxious. There was a scarlet token with a vertical eye here, and it seemed that only redbacks had it. No one would accuse him, right? No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get out. Helpless, the white fatty could only wait. Since someone had sent him in, they would definitely bring him out. He was quite generous. Of course, he was careful not to touch the scarlet eye. If someone wanted to wrongly accuse him, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. After waiting for a while, the surroundings shook, and the ceiling was suddenly lifted, revealing the outside world. Wasn't this the Yanyan sect? Then, he saw Lu Yin, Qingchen, and Wang Xi. Elder, the white fatty exclaimed. Wang Deshuai, have you found evidence of Yunmu Bai colluding with the monsters? Lu Yin's voice sounded, startling the white fatty. Yunmu Bai colluding with the monsters? Redbacks. Thinking that this was the Yanyan sect, the white fatty trembled and pointed into the distance. "I found it." Qing Chen and the others had already seen the scarlet token with a vertical eye in the distance, as well as the pile of strange objects. The Yanyan sect was shaken, and many disciples saw the token with a vertical eye as well. Their Yanyan sect actually had red backs. Lu Yin relaxed. This was what the old man had said. Yunmubai really was a redback, and Lu Yin would never have dreamed of it. He had only wanted to accuse Yunmubai, but he had not expected it to be true. No wonder Yunmubai had been so agitated. Lu Yin rejoiced that the old man had brought the white fatty here. At this time, Yunmubai and Kai Shu arrived. Looking at the scarlet token in the distance, Yunmubai was aghast and turned to flee, but his fate was the same as Guan Tong's. There was no way he could escape. Qing Chen had never thought that the Huaiyuan would have so many redbacks, the three Guan brothers, and Yunmubai. He did not dare imagine how long these people would have remained hidden and how much damage they would have done to humanity if Lu Yin had not exposed them. Yunmubai's face was pale, and he did not even have a quibble. Everything had happened too suddenly, and he had no idea at all. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would create a diversion? Even Lu Yin himself had not expected this. Qing Chen looked at Lu Yin. "How did you find out that he was a redback? And how did you find that place?" Lu Yin replied respectfully, "Isn't the governor clear about this subordinate's abilities?" Qing Chen understood that Lu Yin was indeed the source of that unknown intelligence. He valued Lu Yin more and more. Even a humble student could not find out, but this unknown source of intelligence could. Who was this person? Wang Xi also did not expect the plot to turn around. She had thought that Draconic 7 had overestimated himself and was fooling around, but she did not expect that he would really catch a redback. "Brat, you deliberately said that those two were spies to draw the Yanyan sect's people away." Lu Yin said, "Yes, I deliberately took them away from the Yanyan sect to avoid Yunmubai's suspicions and to facilitate Wang Deshuai's actions. Wang Deshuai is worthy of being an elite of the four-way scales Wang family." The white fatty was at a loss, but he gladly accepted Lu Yin's praise. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1468. Wang Xi glanced at Wang Deshuai. She also had a deep impression of him. It was this fatty who had sent the two stowaways to Wang Su. His merits offset his demerits. The white fatty was moved. "Thank you, Elder." He didn't intend to make any contributions. He just wanted to make up for his previous mistakes. He had thought that his life was over. Huaiyuan's geographical location was extremely important, and the Yanyan sect was in charge of the four-way scales. They helped the four-way scales transport things like the astral elixir. Once this matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the four-way scales. On the surface, it didn't seem to hurt them, but it was enough to shake the four-way scales' position in the hearts of countless people. From start to finish, the unluckiest people were the two who were transporting the astral elixir. They had thought that they could do whatever they wanted for the four-way scales, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Furthermore, there was a previous incident where the astral elixir was exposed, which left them with a shadow in their hearts. No matter what Lu Yin's methods were, or whether they would infringe on the four-way scale's interests, he had still exposed Yunmubai. He had made a great contribution, and even Wang Xi couldn't blame him. The Yanyan sect was really unlucky. They had no choice but to invite a half-ancestor powerhouse. In the entire Middle Realm, there were only a few powers with a half-ancestor powerhouse, and the Yanyan sect was one of them. There was no need for Lu Yin to worry about the aftermath. From the moment that Yun Mubai had been confirmed as Redback, what awaited Lu Yin was countless cheers and exclamations. Regardless of whether they were from the middle realm or the top realm, countless people had to look up to him. Not everyone would dare to take the risk of becoming the public enemy of the four cardinal scales to do such a thing. If they were not careful, they could die. Even if one had the guts, they might not have the ability to do it. This matter wasn't without loopholes. If one thought about it carefully, there would be a perfect way to expose Yun Mubai as the Red Back. However, the results were out, and even if people had doubts, they couldn't ask for the time being. Lu Yin had exposed the walnut treasure, the method to kill Uncle Kwang, and the plan's secret art. Many people were puzzled, but now wasn't the time to ask about these. Lu Yin told Qing Qin that he was tired and wanted to go back to rest. He even coughed up some blood. Shang Qing, Lu Tianmu, and the white fatty were all injured. Qing Qin hurriedly asked Kai Shu to protect Lu Yin back to the Huayuan headquarters and not allow anyone to disturb them. When Lu Yin returned to the Huayuan headquarters, many poor cultivators looked at him with admiration. Their eyes were filled with reverence and fanaticism. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the old man among them. This old man had been watching him for a long time, or else he wouldn't have been in the humble Huayuan school's headquarters. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Yin was in a bad mood. He had used up the walnut power vessel, exposed the plant's secret art, and the aquatic plant power vessel. He had offended the Misty Clouds sect, but in the end, he hadn't been able to leave. In Shangqing, Lu Tianmu calmly went back to rest. Fatty Bai was silent on the way back. After returning to the headquarters, he asked, "Who threw me to the smoke cloud sect?" He wasn't stupid. He wanted to clarify things. Lu Yin answered seriously, "I arranged for someone to do it." The white fatty frowned. "Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Since you can arrange for people to find that place, why did you bring me there?" "Because you're from the Wang family." The Four Corners scale belongs to the Wang family. The white fatty blinked. He seemed to understand, but he still didn't seem to. However, when he saw Lu Yin's expression, he decided not to pursue the matter. After the white fatty went back to rest, Lu Yin returned to his own residence and sat down tiredly. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "You must have contributed a lot." Lu Yin knew who it was, but he didn't turn around. "Senior, who are you? What do you want?" "I'm old and bored, so I want to watch the younger generation struggle." "What do you mean?" Lu Yin frowned. "I want to see how far you can go with what I've accumulated over the years." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Senior, you want to help me? You can understand it that way, haha." Lu Yin laughed. "Why?" "When I'm old, I want to watch the younger generation struggle." "You're still young, so you don't understand. When you're old and can't walk anymore, your mentality will change. Only an idiot would believe such nonsense. Who would believe that this person had no ulterior motive for helping him?" "Kid, don't think too much. I won't harm you." Lu Yin clenched his fists, wanting to beat this old thing up. If it weren't for him, they would have already returned to the fifth mainland. "Senior, I don't need your help. Did I ask if you needed it? Helping is my business. What does it have to do with me whether you accept it or not?" Lu Yin suddenly turned around and stared at the old man. "What are you trying to do? You're not related to me, but you're helping me for no reason. What do you want?" The old man's lips curled up, and he leaned forward. For some reason, a sinister aura emanated from him. "Kid, I'm very curious. Where are you going when you said you were going back?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he fell silent. "Or, should I go and discuss it with Qing Qin? It's been many years since we last met." The old man laughed strangely. Lu Yin looked away. Senior, please do as you wish. You don't believe that I'll go look for Qingchen, do you? The old man threatened. Lu Yin's expression remained calm, as if he were an immovable mountain. The old man laughed deeply and then rolled his eyes. You guessed right. I haven't had enough fun with this game, and I don't want it to end so quickly. Lu Yin looked at the old man. May I ask for Senior's name? I don't want to say, the old man replied lazily. May I ask where you're from? I don't want to say. May I ask, Senior? All right, kid, stop asking. I won't say anything. I only took a fancy to you because you're bold. No one has dared to make an enemy out of the 4 cardinal scales for so many years. Star Source Elixir is like a ghost to people. Only you would dare to use it to scare people time and time again. Who else would I look for if not you? The old man laughed strangely and then disappeared. Lu Yin frowned. This old man had mentioned return to where several times. Did he know? Or did he not know? If he did not know, why would he threaten them? And if he did know, why would he help them? A dignified half-progenitor had helped Lu Yin by hiding his identity and not revealing his name. This made Lu Yin feel that this person was very dangerous, but he could not shake him off. The only thing he could do now was wait for an opportunity to slip away. Not only did he have to shake off Kai Shu, but he also had to shake off this old man. When he thought about the old man, Lu Yin's head hurt even more. He had a feeling that he would never be able to escape. He could only hope that the 4 cardinal scales would delay in rescuing Long Tian and the others so that they would not be exposed prematurely. Just as the old man had said, after so many years, who would dare to make an enemy out of the 4 cardinal scales? Even though Lu Yin had tried to smooth things over, his audacity and efficiency in capturing redbacks still shook the entire cosmic tree domain. On the 2nd day, some people came to join him, hoping to join the humble Huayuan school and become his subordinate. Then came the 3rd day, the 4th day, and the 5th. Every day, more people came to join Lu Yin, and his reputation grew. Lu Yin didn't even know how his reputation had spread. It seemed like someone had deliberately spread rumors about him, making him look like a fearless person who didn't fear anything in order to capture the redbacks and eliminate a threat to humanity. When Lu Yin heard about this from the outside world, he didn't even know that he was that great. However, it was good that he did not fear the 4 cardinal scales. Among those who came to him, quite a number of them had been oppressed by the 4 cardinal scales. They regarded Lu Yin as a benchmark and a hero who had resisted the 4 cardinal scales to show their determination to not fear the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin was speechless. His identity as Long Qi was a member of the White Dragon clan. Many people came to join the humble Huayuan school, and Lu Yin himself had been invited by many forces to check if there were any spies or redbacks in their families, including the Sword Steel Lu family, the Seed Garden Farmer family, and even the Zijin family, Yixian Academy, Bifrost, and so on. Lu Yin did not want to go to those places. He just wanted to find a way to escape as soon as possible. The follow-up of the Smoke Clouds sect was more complicated, and it involved the problem of the 4 cardinal scales. How many people knew about the transportation of the Star Source liquid and how many had participated in it needed to be investigated one by one to prevent the possibility of this matter spreading. On this day, Lu Yin saw dozens of new cultivators who had joined the humble Huayuan school. These people had joined because of him, and their eyes were full of passion, expectation, and worship. Lu Yin met with these people and left them to Blind Chin to make arrangements. He looked up and saw the water flowing towards the starry sky. He sighed. How could he go back? In this place, he did not even dare to take out Mount Supreme to meet with Mingguang and the others. He also did not know if they had fought in Mount Supreme. Suddenly, the color of the water changed to gray and stopped moving. Then, everything around him turned gray, as if space and time had been frozen. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he turned around abruptly to see Mr. Mu looking at him calmly. Lu Yin had never dreamed that he would see Mr. Mu in this part of the starry sky. This was really strange, and Mr. Mu was as mysterious as when he had appeared in the fifth mainland. One had to know that the humble Huayuan school was not King Zishan's residence. There was Kai Shu and even that half-ancestor here. But now, everyone had been frozen. Or rather, in Lu Yin's shallow knowledge, he felt that even space and time had been frozen. Moss. Master. Lu Yin exclaimed and looked at Mr. Mu excitedly as if he had returned home. He quickly ran to Mr. Mu and wanted to hug him. Mr. Mu looked at him calmly. You ran quite far. I almost couldn't find you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Was it a question of whether or not he could find him? Master, why did you come to this part of the starry sky? Lu Yin asked curiously. Mr. Mu replied calmly, I wanted to come, so I came. Lu Yin did not know how to respond. Their worldviews were different. You won the sovereign tournament. Not bad. What reward do you want? Mr. Mu asked calmly, not at all curious about Lu Yin's appearance in this part of the starry sky. Master, are you here to give me a reward? Lu Yin asked in surprise. Thank you for your support. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1469. Mr. Mu's eyes flashed with admiration. If you don't win the sovereign tournament, you'll be expelled from the sect. This punishment is very severe, but the rewards for winning the tournament are also very high. He then raised his hand and gave Lu Yin an intelligence root. Lu Yin blinked. Master, you have a lot of intelligence roots. I like to drink tea, Mr. Mu replied. Have you thought of a reward? Lu Yin thought about it and then answered seriously, I want to break through to the Enlighter realm. Mr. Mu was not surprised. Sure. Lu Yin felt troubled. Master, it might be difficult for me to break through, and there might be obstacles. Give it a try, Mr. Mu said, always as carefree as ever. Lu Yin was inexplicably confident, and he nodded excitedly. Wait. Mr. Mu took out another item. Break through the 3 stages first. You've already broken through the lower charge stage, so there's still the middle finger and wisdom stages left. Lu Yin stared blankly at the giant tribulation crystal pillar in front of him. Mr. Mu had this as well. Furthermore, it was much larger than the one Long Ding had obtained when he had broken through the lower charge stage, and it was even larger than the one he had obtained in the sovereign realm. Do you know what it means to break through the 3 stages? You've already broken through the lower charge stage, so this tribulation crystal pillar can help you break through the middle finger stage, Mr. Mu said. What about the wisdom stage? Lu Yin looked expectantly at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu raised his hand, and a tree branch appeared. It was not the leaf that Lu Yin had obtained in the sovereign realm, but this branch was not unfamiliar to him. It had been this branch that had pushed his physical strength to the limit when he had been a Lamiter, and he had needed the help of Fate Sand to suppress it. This is an origin item. Lu Yin was stunned as he took the branch in a daze. Mr. Mu calmly replied, That's right. You're giving it to me. Lu Yin was excited. He had an origin item, and although he suspected that it was fake, that was not necessarily the case. No one would complain about having too many of such items. Mr. Mu looked at him with an intriguing gaze. Lu Yin was nervous. Find the origin item yourself. I can send you to the sovereign realm, Mr. Moose said before retrieving the branch. Lu Yin was disappointed, but this was to be expected. It was impossible for the 4 cardinal scales to not have an origin item, and Mr. Mu would not give him such preferential treatment. Break through the middle finger first, Mr. Mu said calmly. Yes, Master. He had obtained 2 tribulation crystal pillars in the ruler realm. The first was from the Spirit Void Temple, which could help one break through to the next stage. Because it was relatively small, it was about the same size as Long Ding's. The second was from the meditative ruins, which had been deliberately placed there by those monsters to lure the junior ancestor. In the end, it had fallen into Lu Yin's hands. The third was larger, and although it couldn't compare to the one that Mr. Mu had given him, it was close enough to allow him to break through the middle finger. Since Mr. Mu had given him the tribulation crystal pillars, he could save the other 2. To be honest, at this moment, Mr. Mu's status in Lu Yin's heart had risen to the level of a progenitor. Even the 4 cardinal scales would find it difficult to take out so many tribulation crystals, but Mr. Mu had been able to easily take out so many tribulation crystals. What else could he be if not a progenitor? However, Mr. Mu did not know everything. He did not know that not only did Yi Futian have the Calamity Crystal Pillars, but he also had the origin item. He hadn't wanted to pass the 3 stages because he didn't want to expose himself. But now that Mr. Imaki was here, that problem was solved and he could follow them home. As Lu Yin's thoughts ran wild, he placed both hands on the Calamity Crystal Pillar and began to refine it. With Lu Yin's ability, he was able to refine the Calamity Crystal Pillar much faster than Long Ding. He did not know how long it took him to refine it. It could have been a few hours, or it could have been a few days. Finally, the Calamity Crystal Pillar transformed into Calamity Crystal Threads and was absorbed into Lu Yin's body. Then, as if he had just broken through, an intense pain spread throughout his body. His skin was torn apart, and fresh blood flowed to the bottom of his feet, filling the air with the stench of blood. Mr. Mu stood quietly not too far away. Lu Yin did not know what he was thinking, but he did not even look at Mr. Mu. With a low roar, a powerful aura surged into the sky. Lu Yin successfully broke through the middle finger stage and stood on the same starting line as the 4 young ancestors. At this moment, he was certain that with his current strength, he could defeat a young ancestor even without the Reaper transformation, even if the young ancestor used his visualization technique. Break through to the Enlighter realm immediately, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin asked, what about the upper intelligence stage? You can also break through the upper intelligence stage after breaking through to the Enlighter realm, Mr. Mu said. Would it be better if I broke through now? Lu Yin asked again. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. If you want the origin item, find it yourself. Your reward is to break through to the Enlighter realm. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the leaf appeared. When Mr. Mu saw it, he was stunned. A rare look of surprise appeared on his face, but there was also a rare look of satisfaction in his eyes. Break through the upper intelligence stage. Just like the tribulation crystal threads, you need to focus your mind and calm your chi before absorbing the origin item into your body. This step is called taking root. He then turned to Lu Yin and seriously said, "You're not bad." Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was not fake. After thinking about it, he realized that it made sense. After all, how could a fake origin item fool those young ancestors? As expected, using the origin item would require one to break through the middle finger stage. When Lu Yin had tried to absorb it earlier, there had been no reaction at all. Mr. Mu must have praised him, but Lu Yin didn't recall being praised by Mr. Mu before. This praise had made him a little carried away. Master, this disciple can defeat the 4th young ancestor of this universe. Just like a child who wanted to be praised by an elder, Lu Yin would occasionally show off and then begin to absorb the leaves. Mr. Mu smiled, a rare smile that had never appeared before. Young ancestor. You're just deceiving yourself. He then looked at Lu Yin and watched as he slowly absorbed the leaf into his body. Unexpectedly, this step was not painful, and the leaf smoothly entered the upper intelligence stage. It stayed there as if it had taken root. The only difference was that Lu Yin's body glowed with a radiance, but it was not the kind of radiance that came when one's physical strength was raised to its peak. Instead, it was a type of vitality that was indescribably surging. This step was quickly completed. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at his hands in confusion. Had he changed? He did not think so. It still felt like he had broken through the middle finger stage, but there also seemed to be something different. Suddenly, the void split open and Lu Yin's abdomen was cut open. He did not even have time to react. Mr. Mu had attacked. Lu Yin was stunned, not understanding why Mr. Mu had suddenly attacked him. Then, a strange scene occurred. The cut on Lu Yin's abdomen rapidly healed, and in a few seconds, it was completely healed. Aside from a tear in his clothes, there were no other injuries on his body. It was as if the wound had never existed. Master, what's this? Lu Yin was stunned. Mr. Mu explained, this is the change that comes from breaking through the upper intelligence stage. There's a seed in your body that will bring about vitality and the beginning of a change. Lu Yin did not understand. Those who have broken through the 3 stages are completely different from those who have not. You can challenge those who are a higher realm than you in the other realms, but you cannot do so in the progenitor realm. No matter how strong a half-ancestor is, they will never be able to challenge a progenitor. A progenitor can fight against a progenitor. You have the qualifications to become a progenitor, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin was excited, and his injuries healed in an instant. Wasn't this because he had the withering secret symbol with him? Who would be able to defeat him in future battles? At the very least, he could not think of anyone who could be his opponent in the same realm. Lu Yin wanted to return to the sovereign realm and go to the meditative ruins to challenge the 4 young ancestors. No, he wanted to challenge an emissary. An emissary and an enlighter had the same level of difference, but the difference was huge. It was the difference between astral sources and star energy. An emissary could travel through the astral source universe, and an enlighter would not be able to see the difference. Even so, Lu Yin was confident that he could challenge an emissary with his current strength. The changes brought about by breaking through the 3 stages were too great, and it allowed him to soar. If only he had this kind of strength during the sovereign tournament, then he would have been able to defeat anyone with a single finger. He would not have needed to use the death god transformation at all. You've only just stepped through the threshold of cultivation. You don't have the qualifications to become a progenitor, which means that you don't have the qualifications to cultivate, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin asked, Master, can this disciple break through to the enlighter realm? Mr. Mu nodded. Go ahead. Lu Yin took a deep breath, as he had completely ascended today. He took out a pile of star essence and melted it with a heaven fire stone's high temperature before circulating it throughout his body. He had already reached the peak of the hunter realm, and now, he was only 1 step away from becoming an enlighter. This single step was easily crossed, and Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes as the formcast model in his body melted. He had never heard of anyone using a formcast model to break through to the enlighter realm. He was the first. Mr. Mu was astonished. When the formcast model melted, Lu Yin began to break through to the enlighter realm. Star energy surged through his body like a flood, and Lu Yin could even hear the sound of it rushing through his body. His body once again felt the pain of being crushed and reassembled, but it was still slightly less painful than when he had broken through the lower and middle finger stages. Mr. Mu quietly watched as Lu Yin broke through to the enlighter realm. Waves of valiant auras emanated from him as the star energy was quickly absorbed into his body. Not long after, a complete cycle was completed, and Lu Yin could be considered to have broken through to the Enlighter realm. His breakthrough to the Enlighter realm was not obstructed by the seal, and it went smoothly. Lu Yin had not expected it to go so smoothly, and his momentum did not slow down at all. Cultivating as an Enlighter was not very different from cultivating as a hunter. The reason there was a threshold for the Enlighter realm was that after breaking through, the human body would undergo a qualitative change and sublimate. However, the cultivation method was the same, which required the absorption of star energy into the body to complete the cycle. Every cycle was equivalent to an increase in a normal cultivator's power level by 10,000. If one wanted to become an emissary, they would need to complete 50 cycles. What was different from becoming a hunter was that after breaking through to the Enlighter realm, one's body would undergo a qualitative change, and the rate at which one could absorb star energy would greatly increase. Even so, most cultivators would never reach the threshold for becoming an emissary, let alone break through. Back then, the 10 arbiters and the others could have broken through to the Enlighter realm long ago, but they had not done so because they wanted to accumulate the deeper foundation. After breaking through, the gap between them and the others would grow wider. When Obscurer and the others broke through, they immediately completed 24 cycles, which was equivalent to breaking through 3 cycles. When Prime Qing had broken through to the Enlighter realm, he had completed 27 cycles, and when the 4 young ancestors had broken through to the Enlighter realm, they had completed 30 cycles. If they were a normal cultivator, they would be equivalent to an Enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Thank you for your support. I'll be updating at 3 p.m. I'll be updating for the 3rd day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1470. After Lu Yin had broken through, his star energy absorption rate had become even faster. He quickly completed 21 cycles, then 22, 23. When he reached 24 cycles, he had no more star essence left, and the high-temperature flames within the heaven flame stones were also running low. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered with curiosity and anticipation. He waved his hand, causing a large pile of star essence to fall out. At the same time, the surrounding star energy boiled and replaced the heaven flame stones, melting the star essence for Lu Yin to absorb. Lu Yin had no idea that he was still absorbing star energy at a faster and faster rate. 25 cycles, 26 cycles, 29 cycles, all the way to 30 cycles, and finally, 32 cycles. Breaking through to the Enlighter realm in one go had taken him more cycles than a normal cultivator would take to go from the Explorer realm to the Hunter realm. This was his foundation. Even Mr. Mu had not expected Lu Yin's foundation to be so terrifying. No one knew that Lu Yin had absorbed Progenitor Chen's blood in Progenitor Chen's tomb. In addition, he had broken through 3 stages and accumulated the dragon saliva, as well as his origin item and formcast model. His foundation surpassed everyone else's, and not only in terms of power level, but even in terms of realm. He had surpassed everyone in his generation and truly stood at the peak. Lu Yin opened his eyes and stood up. He felt the surging star energy within his body and was stunned. When he had been a hunter, the amount of star energy within his body had far surpassed that of his peers, but it had been much, much less than now. If he really wanted to compare, the difference was almost 10 times. In other words, the amount of star energy within his body was 10 times greater than before his breakthrough. How could the difference be so great? Master. Disciple absorbed all the star essence that I just took out. Lu Yin asked in surprise, as there were no more star essence left on the ground. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. Take out all the star essence from your cosmic ring. Lu Yin did not hesitate, and a small mountain quickly formed on the ground. Then, Mr. Mu took it all away. Lu Yin was stunned. What was the meaning of this? You just became an enlighter and went through 32 cycles. In total, you absorbed nearly 600 million star essence, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin understood that Mr. Mu was collecting a debt from him. The star essence that he had absorbed during his breakthrough had been paid for by Mr. Mu, and now that his breakthrough was over, Mr. Mu was taking the money back. Lu Yin was speechless. Was this even possible? It had to be known that Lu Yin only had around 600 million star essence left, and he didn't have a single cent left. He wanted to ask for the money back, but when he looked at Mr. Mu, he decided to forget it. Even Hugin was worth more than this. Master, are we going back now? Lu Yin asked. Return to where? Mr. Mu asked. Back to the fifth mainland. Mr. Mu raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's forehead. He did not know what he did, but Lu Yin did not feel any changes in his body, and his face was filled with confusion. I've already hidden your current realm. No one can clearly see your strength, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Yin had a bad premonition and laughed dryly. Master, what do you mean by this? Mr. Mu replied, I came here on my own, so I'll think of a way to go back. What? Lu Yin was stunned. Master, I can't go back. There's a shameless old half-martial ancestor keeping an eye on me, and I can't shake him off. Mr. Mu did not say anything to Lu Yin, and his body immediately disappeared. Everything returned to normal, leaving behind only a piece of jade. Lu Yin stared blankly at the empty space around him, as Mr. Mu did not care about him anymore. The jade quietly fell to the ground, and Lu Yin helplessly picked it up. He sighed. Fortunately, he had left this jade behind so that he could contact Mr. Mu. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. However, Mr. Mu had hidden his true strength, which was a good thing since it was less conspicuous. Bro, you're out. The white fatty walked over from a distance and asked in astonishment. Lu Yin was stunned. Out? Hold on, he suddenly thought of something and casually asked, how long has it been since we returned? Fatty Bai calculated. It's been more than a month. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that Mr. Mu had not frozen time, and time was still flowing normally. However, Lu Yin had been taken to another void, isolated from everyone else, and misled everyone. Although this power was not as shocking as freezing time in the void, it was still a power that Lu Yin could not fathom. After all, there was still a half-martial ancestor in the humble Huayuan sect. Did anything happen during this period of time? Lu Yin asked. The fatty thought for a moment. Elder Long Kuei from the White Dragon clan passed by once, but he left after hearing that you were in seclusion. A few other people came by and said that they were looking for you. Right, one of them was Lu Yefei. Lu Yin frowned. It seemed that this duo was not planning on letting him go. An elder from my Wang family also asked me to contact you and talk to you, the fatty said. Governor Qingchen also wants to talk to you. Many people are looking for you, and the White Dragon clan is the most proactive. What about the Frigid Immortal sect? Lu Yin asked. He had captured Yu Dai, and that woman, Yu Qin, would not let him off easily. The fatty shook his head. No one from the Frigid Immortal sect is looking for you. Also, the Yanyan sect has already recovered and is continuing to guard the sect. The four cardinal scales have also transferred a group of experts over, and it's said that there are even emissaries overseeing the sect. Even that half-ancestor from the Yanyan sect has come out. All of this was within his expectations. After speaking with the fatty, Lu Yin went straight to find Shang Qing and asked about Yu Chen's movements. Unfortunately, Shang-Qing had not contacted Yu Qin during this period of time. She didn't trust me in the first place. After you captured her, she would rather expose Yu Dai, who was hidden in the humble Huayuan sept, than look for me. That girl had been locked up by him, and unless it was someone from the humble Huayuan sept, no outsider would be able to take her away. Why do I feel like you're different? Shang-Qing looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin shrugged. What's different? I've broken through to the Enlighter realm. Shang-Qing was not surprised, as it was time for Lu Yin to break through as well, even though he was already the strongest. It's good that you broke through. Congratulations. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Mu had concealed his strength, but he had not hidden it until he was a hunter. He could have revealed his Enlighter realm since he had been in seclusion, so breaking through to the Enlighter realm was not a surprise. Breaking through to the Enlighter realm was also an excuse for his strength to increase. Lu Yin went to find Kai Shu and learned that Qingchen had gone to the top realm. He would contact him when he returned to the middle realm. That night, the old half-ancestor came looking for Lu Yin. Kid, do you want to contribute to the humble school? No, Lu Yin answered straightforwardly. At this moment, he was much less apprehensive when facing this old man. With Mr. Mu as his backing, he was not afraid of anyone, and having an escape route was indeed different. Kid, why are you acting like an old antique at such a young age? Don't you want to be famous in the astral tree realm? Let Forfang Tianping be afraid of you. Don't you want to be above everyone else? Or even make your bloodline the main bloodline of the White Dragon clan in the future? Let me tell you, the current main bloodline of the White Dragon clan rose to power because of a huge change. Before that, they were just side bloodlines, the old man said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had almost forgotten that he still needed to investigate the Lu family. Since he could not return, he might as well investigate this matter first. If he wanted to investigate the Lu family, this old man would be the best place to start. A half-ancestor powerhouse should not have any restrictions in his mind, right? Senior, just tell me what your goal is, Lu Yin said. The old man lazily replied, I already said that it's just for fun. This old man has lived in the universe for far too long, so I know many things that ordinary people do not. I can tell you everything. Lu Yin met the old man's gaze. So, what do you want this junior to achieve with this information? This junior does not like being used by others, but we can cooperate. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're overthinking things. You don't have the qualifications to cooperate with this old man. Many people have contacted you recently, and they all want to ask you about certain things. Forget about the others, but how do you plan on explaining this to Qingchen? Even the humble school could not find out that Yun Mubai was a redback, but you could. Without a proper explanation, will Qingchen give up? You don't want him to send more people to keep an eye on you all the time, right? The old man smiled. If Senior Qingchen insists, then this junior will have no choice but to tell the truth, Lu Yin said seriously. The old man did not mind. Sure. Then, before you met this old man, where were you planning to go with those two people who were transporting astral fluid? Are you done? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was not sure if this old man knew that he was from the fifth mainland. This junior doesn't understand what senior is talking about. The old man stretched lazily. If you don't understand, then don't. He then opened his palm to reveal an exquisite jade pendant. If you really don't know how to deal with Qingchen, then show this to him. He'll understand. With that, he slowly walked away. Lu Yin looked at the jade pendant in front of him and felt that he could not understand the old man anymore. He definitely had a motive, but why hadn't he said anything? Was he afraid that his identity would be exposed? Or had Lu Yin not reached the level where he could make the old man reveal his motive? This old man wanted Lu Yin to make contributions to the humble school, so his motive definitely had something to do with the humble school. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment, and when he sensed that the old man was far away, he closed his eyes and slowly spread his domain through the air. With his breakthrough, his domain also changed, reaching the spiritual transformation realm in one go. This realm was not very useful in battle, but it made Lu Yin more sensitive and easier to sense Kai Shu and the old man's presence. They could naturally sense Lu Yin's domain as well, but they did not react, which made it easier for Lu Yin to monitor them. When he saw that they were no longer watching him, Lu Yin placed his cosmic ring to the side. It was time to roll his die. He hid in a corner and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped it without hesitation, and it slowly spun until it showed 4 pips. Lu Yin was secretly delighted that he had obtained the number he wanted so easily. He immediately picked up his cosmic ring, and the scene in front of him changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. The first thing he needed to do after arriving here was to extend the time. Unfortunately, he had almost no star essence left, so he could only extract the star energy from his body to extend the time. He then took out the root of wisdom, as it was time to upgrade his overlaying stacks technique. The empty palm was always the most convenient attack method. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1471. As he thought about it, he brewed the wisdom root into the tea. A refreshing fragrance wafted over, and Lu Yin suddenly thought about how great it would be if the dye had the ability to replicate things. Wouldn't the wisdom root be endless? He felt both resentment and anticipation, so he took a sip of the wisdom root tea. He only brewed 3 sips of wisdom root tea, and it was the same this time. After drinking the tea, Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with his palm, beginning to deduce the overlaying stacks path. His current overlaying stacks path had reached 250 stacks, which could no longer match the increase in his physical strength. 260 stacks, 270 stacks, 280 stacks, all the way to 290 stacks. The first sip of wisdom root tea had only allowed Lu Yin to reach 290 stacks. The overlaying stacks path became more and more difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but he wasn't surprised. He took another sip and continued to deduce. The second sip of wisdom root tea allowed him to deduce 320 stacks, but that still wasn't his limit. After coming to this part of the universe, he had reached the 19-cycle hunter realm and broken through the lower hurdle gate. He had used the dragon saliva to increase his physical strength, and at that time, he had been able to withstand close to 300 stacks. After breaking through to the enlightened realm, his physical strength had increased once again, and he hadn't even taken into account the improvements from breaking through the middle finger and upper intelligence gates. After factoring in all of these, along with the overall improvement from breaking through the 3 gates, Lu Yin didn't even know what level his physical strength had reached. In any case, he was confident that he could shatter the void with a single punch, and if he met Uncle Kwang again, he could beat him to a pulp. After drinking the 3rd sip of wisdom root tea, Lu Yin could only deduce 350 stacks, which was an increase of 100 stacks from before. This wasn't an ordinary increase, and its power couldn't be compared to before. After using 350 stacks, Lu Yin's arm began to ache, as he had reached his limit. The wisdom root tea allowed him to deduce the overlaying stacks path to the limit that he could withstand. Lu Yin exhaled and looked down at his palm, his lips curling into a smile. 350 stacks. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Forget about the sovereign tournament, If he had that kind of power in the Forgotten Ruins in the Sovereign Realm, he wouldn't have needed to use the Death God transformation to beat up those junior patriarchs. 250 stacks was enough to make them apprehensive, but they had ignored it after using visualization. 350 stacks, on the other hand, was something that they couldn't ignore. It was time to test his strength. Right, this is the time-stop space. If Ghost Monkey could appear here, then what about those people in Mount Supreme? He immediately took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and looked at it. There were a total of 8 people in Mount Supreme. They were all far away from each other and were on guard against each other. However, no battle broke out. The first person he looked for was Long Shi. Long Shi frowned when she saw Lu Yin. Her amber eyes went from calm to furious as she transformed into a white dragon and raised her spear. Lu Yin pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. He flicked his finger, shattering the spear with a bang. The remaining force stopped Long Shi's attack, forcing him to take a few steps back and stare at Lu Yin in shock. Your strength? Lu Yin was pleased with himself. He didn't feel this way towards anyone else, but he wanted to show off in front of Long Shi. What do you think? Amazing, right? Long Shi couldn't believe it. In the ruler realm, even if this person had the strength to fight against a junior ancestor and could even challenge one of the 4 junior ancestors after using that transformation, he would at most be comparable to a junior ancestor in his normal state. However, that strength had not only broken her spear technique with just a flick of his finger, but it had also stopped her next attack. This was something that even her elder brother couldn't do. This person's strength had suddenly changed. You became an enlighter. Long Shi asked. Lu Yin smiled. Not only that, I broke through 3 stages. Long Shi frowned and took a few deep breaths, but she didn't say anything. Lu Yin looked at her. Don't you want to know what happened after breaking through 3 stages? That has nothing to do with me, Long Shi said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. How boring. How are my brothers? Long Shi asked. Lu Yin shrugged. They're still trapped, but they're fine. Long Shi looked at him. You'll only let us out when we reach the abandoned land, right? Lu Yin nodded. I can't keep you here forever, but if I can't return, you can't leave either. Don't worry, I'll come and accompany you often since you're my wife. Long Shi was annoyed. I'm Long Seven's wife. This has nothing to do with you. I'm Long Seven, Lu Yin said. Long Shi snapped. You're not. I am. No. I am. Long Shi glared at him, and Lu Yin's heart trembled as he felt a little guilty. He had been frightened by Long Shi's reprimand, and this was a conditioned reflex. Who are you? Long Shi asked. She had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't Buguang and the others say anything? Long Shi fell silent. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It seemed that these people hadn't interacted with each other since entering Mount Supreme. Long Shi and the others were prisoners, and Buguang and the others weren't much better off either, so there was no point in communicating. I'm Lu Yin, the Outerverse Master of the 5th Mainland. Lu Yin. Long Shi trembled and looked at him in shock. Your surname is Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for not asking for my name from the start. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Long Shi sized Lu Yin up, especially his face. Suddenly, his face overlapped with someone else's. Surname Lu, surname Lu. Was it him? She had seen some similarities from the start, so it had to be him. After a while, Long Shi smiled bitterly. How could it be him? He was dead and couldn't appear again. Even if the surname Lu had been extinct in this universe, there should still be many in the abandoned lands. Long Shi's expression was complicated. How great would it be if he could return? At that moment, a golden light appeared from beneath Lu Yin's feet, trapping him in layers of literary prison. 7 layers of literary prison appeared, and at the same time, smoke descended and turned into chains that wrapped around the literary prison. Wen Xingyi and Yun Tingting appeared and worked together to trap Lu Yin. Princess Long Shi, White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror, quick! Yun Tingting shouted. Long Shi didn't move. If this had been before, she would have definitely acted, but now that she thought about Lu Yin's strength, would it be of any use? This was someone else's power vessel, so it was useless. Furthermore, the surname Lu made her subconsciously reluctant to act. Princess Long Shi! Yun Tingting shouted. Lu Yin laughed and clenched his fists. With a bang, the 7 layers of literary prison shattered, and at the same time, the smoke was torn apart. Lu Yin casually tore through it as if it was paper. In the distance, Wen Xingyi and Yun Tingting were shocked. How was this possible? How could it be so easy? Even the junior ancestor couldn't do this. Back when the 7 layers of literary prison had trapped by Xiaohong, it had taken him a lot of time to break through. Alright, stop standing there. Your attacks are useless against me, Lu Yin said to Wen Xingyi and Yun Tingting. Their expressions changed, and they looked at each other helplessly. Long 7, don't even think about taking us to the abandoned land. Yun Tingting said. She had a gentle appearance and a gentle temperament, but her words were vicious. Lu Yin found it funny. We're already in the abandoned land. What? Yun Tingting went pale and glared at Lu Yin. Wen Xingyi was bitter. We're actually in the abandoned land, and we won't be able to return for the rest of our lives. Lu Yin was curious. Brother Wen, what do you guys think the abandoned land is like? Wen Xingyi replied, resources are scarce, and there are many civilizations that have developed. However, there's a gap between them. It's a land isolated by the cosmic tree realm, and it's an unrecognized cultivation desert. Lu Yin looked at Yun Tingting. She was in a bad mood. A place for a bunch of ignorant people. Finally, Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. She ignored him. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Speaking of which, our abandoned land is a fusion of 5 mainlands, and there are many inheritances there. It's useless. There's a gap in the cultivation civilization, and it's useless no matter how many inheritances there are, Wen Xingyi said. Lu Yin looked at him. Then why do I exist? They were all stunned. Lu Yin smiled. Think about it carefully. Is the abandoned land that you're talking about really a cultivation desert? I, Lu Yin, am the leader of my generation on the 5th mainland, and my cultivation is at the top of the universe. That includes your cosmic tree realm. I've broken through 3 stages, and I'll definitely become a progenitor in the future. This is what you call the cultivators of the abandoned land. In the 5th mainland, we have many half-progenitors, and there's a genesis item there that will give birth to even more progenitors in the future. Even your region might not be able to beat us. At this point, Lu Yin recalled by Xiaohong's words, and his gaze turned cold. You might even be suppressed by us. He then vanished. Wen Xingyi exclaimed, his surname is Lu. Yun Tingting's expression changed, and she looked at Long Shi. Did you already know that his surname was Lu? Long Shi replied, I just found out. Wen Xingyi's expression became complicated. Lu. Could he be from the Lu family? No, the Lu family had been exiled long ago, and there should be many with that surname in the abandoned land. Wen Xingyi shook his head. How nice would it be if he was from the Lu family? Lu Yin did not leave Mount Supreme, but instead went to find Guiqian. Guiqian was able to make the place dark and gloomy wherever he went. Lu Yin looked at the black energy above his head, and even the stones had turned black. Come out, this is my world. I know where you are, Luin said. Gui Qian walked out of the shadows and looked at Luin with strange eyes. He asked hoarsely, "You're in the abandoned land?" "No," Luin replied. Gui Qian stared at Luin. "How did you cultivate that kind of power?" Luin retorted, "Do you need to absorb death energy or produce it yourself?" Gui Qian fell silent. "You're not going to answer?" Luin asked coldly. "Your inheritance comes from the death god," Gui Qian said, his strange eyes turning gold. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, the black and white mist in his heart moved, and the death energy around Gui Qian's body was drawn in and absorbed by Luin. Gui Qian was shocked and immediately retreated, staring at Luin with vigilance. His eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and unwillingness. Luin approached him step by step. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1472. Gui Qian retreated again. "What are you trying to do?" "I'm asking you a question. Did you absorb the death energy or produce it yourself?" Luin asked coldly. Gui Qian gritted his teeth. "I absorbed it. No one can produce it." Luin frowned. "Where did you absorb it?" "The ghost abyss," Gui Qian answered. "What else? Is there no other place in this region with death energy?" Luin asked. Gui Qian looked at Luin strangely. "You're the successor of the death god, the only person in the world who can create death energy. How dare you ask me such a question?" Luin's eyes narrowed. Create death energy. He couldn't do that. The original death energy came from the death god. There was no death energy in the universe, and it was created by the death god. Our race only borrowed death energy to cultivate in the distant past. We're not the masters of death energy, Gui Qian explained. Luin thought of the Spectre clan, which was similar to the Spectre clan. The Spectre clan could transform ordinary people, and theoretically, anyone could absorb death chi. However, the process would become uncontrollable. The Spectre clan had cultivated using death chi a long time ago, and their descendants had gradually adapted to it. That was how they had become a race, and the Ghost Abyss in this part of the universe was the same. Perhaps the Ghost Abyss clan was part of the Spectre clan. Go to the Ghost Abyss. You can become its king, Gui Qian suddenly said, his eyes filled with fervor. He seemed to have thought of something, and that fervor grew. Luin sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I go to the Ghost Abyss, you'll be the one to decide whether I live or die." Gui Qian hurriedly said, "The death god's inheritance isn't something that can be obtained through cultivation. No one can steal it from you. Since you're the death god, you're the master of the Ghost Abyss. Only there will you be able to cultivate better. When you become a progenitor, you'll be the death god. That's the most ancient ancestor, a true invincible powerhouse." Luin didn't believe him. "Long 7, trust me. Only the Ghost Abyss will sincerely help you," Gui Qian said. Luin looked at him. "You were wary of me from the start, and now you're saying that you'll help me with everything you have. Do you think I'll believe you?" Crown Prince Gui Qian said in a low voice, "I'm just not willing to accept that the death god's inheritance that I, Gui Qi, have been pursuing for countless years, has been obtained by an outsider like you. However, the inheritance cannot be taken away, and since you have the opportunity to become the death god's successor, Gui Qi, will do my best to help you become a progenitor. At that time, no one in the entire starry sky will be your opponent." "I'm a stowaway from the abandoned lands," Luin replied. said Prince Guiqian loudly. The ghost abyss is feared by the entire starry sky. The 4 cardinal scales are suppressing the ghost abyss, and they don't want us to come out. Many ancestors are watching us, and even if we have an ancestor, he can't come out. Only you can lead us out of the starry sky. What does the abandoned land have to do with us? We have a common enemy, the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin didn't believe Guiqian's words. He didn't know where the guy got his confidence from, but he didn't seem reliable at all. However, Prince Guiqian's words about the death god's inheritance convinced Lu Yin. His death god transformation couldn't really be the death god's inheritance, right? Only the death god could create death energy. Could he really create death energy? He didn't immediately ask Guiqian, as he wanted to slowly fish for information. Finally, Lu Yin met with Yuhua Mavis. She looked up. You're back. Lu Yin shook his head. I can't for now. I've been targeted. Your identity has been discovered. Yuhua Mavis was astonished. Lu Yin replied, I don't know, but I've been targeted by that strange old man. Yuhua Mavis had a strange expression. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yin smiled. I've become an enlighter and passed 3 stages. I wanted to spar with you. Yuhua Mavis's eyes narrowed. Looking for a beating. Lu Yin raised a brow. Are you serious? Yuhua Mavis snorted, and the grass beneath her feet spread out and transformed into countless fists that smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Be serious. I don't even know how powerful I am right now. He then waved his hand, causing a gale to sweep out and slice through the void, shattering all of the grass fists that had transformed into grass. Yuhua Mavis's fists came crashing down with a ferocious expression. She looked as if she was going to go all out. She felt very sullen, as Lu Yin had come looking for her to spar with after breaking through to the Enlighter realm. He was treating her like a touchstone, and she felt that she was being looked down upon. Lu Yin raised a hand, but he didn't use any empty palm or overlaying stacks. He just used pure strength to meet the attack. There was a loud bang, and the void distorted as a gale spread out in an arc. Lu Yin firmly grasped Yuhua Mavis's fist, just like during the Sovereign Tournament. The only difference was that Lu Yin had needed to fling Yuhua Mavis away, but now, he didn't need to do so. Yuhua Mavis's fist was firmly grasped by Lu Yin, and she couldn't break free for a moment. She stepped barefoot on Lu Yin's chest and tried to pull her fist back, but Lu Yin's lips curled up as he exerted more strength. Pain spread from her fist, and she gritted her teeth as a green brilliance blossomed around her body. Branches and leaves wrapped around her, and finally, a green leaf imprint was imprinted on her forehead. Yuhua Mavis growled, and she exerted even more strength on Lu Yin's chest in an attempt to break free. Lu Yin could feel her strength, and golden stripes gradually appeared on his arm. That was 10-line battle force. Yuhua Mavis was still unable to break free, and she suddenly raised her knee and aimed it at Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin blocked it with his left hand and flicked his finger against Yuhua Mavis's knee, causing her entire body to go numb and her movements to become sluggish. Lu Yin then released his hand and allowed Yuhua Mavis to fall to the ground. Yuhua Mavis stood on the ground, panting heavily as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could the difference be so exaggerated? During the Sovereign Tournament, Heaven's Emergence Mavis had used her limitless strength to fight against Lu Yin's 250 stacks Empyrean palm. Even though she had lost, outsiders had felt that they were evenly matched. Now, Heaven's Emergence Mavis had improved, but Lu Yin's improvement was even more exaggerated. Even if he hadn't broken through to the Enlighter realm and passed the 3 stages, Lu Yin's golden battle force would have been enough to maintain the gap between them. The difference between the two was so great that it was impossible to make up for it. Yuhua Mavis could no longer take a few punches from Lu Yin, she couldn't even take a single one. 350 stacks was enough to shatter her into pieces. Monster. Even Yuhua Mavis could only say these two words at this moment. Lu Yin looked at his right hand, "You're really strong." Yuhua Mavis frowned, taunt. Lu Yin laughed dryly, "Praise. That doesn't sound like it from your mouth," Yuhua Mavis said, "since you haven't returned yet, you should leave. I'm going to cultivate." Lu Yin was a little conflicted. He had another reason for coming here, which was to borrow money. After all, she was the descendant of the Mavis family's treeheart, so she should be quite rich. However, it seemed that he had offended her too much, and she was angry. He coughed, "Then I'll come again next time." Yuhua Mavis' back was to Lu Yin, and she didn't even want to look at him. After Lu Yin left, invisible light appeared. The difference is too great. Even if he doesn't use that transformation, he should be able to suppress the junior ancestor. Yuhua Mavis calmly replied, "You can exclude him from the comparison." Invisible light deeply agreed, as she had been dealt a blow when compared to Lu Yin. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and the general appointing platform appeared in front of him. He rarely used his second innate gift, or rather, he couldn't use it in front of others, especially in this part of space. Bai Xiaohong immediately confirmed Lu Yin's identity when he saw the platform. Lu Yin was certain that this was the symbol of the Lu family, and if he used it, it would shock the entire region. "In my name, summon the general," Lu Yin growled as the star energy in his body rapidly drained away. Bai Xiaohong's figure appeared in front of him, standing there silently. He looked exactly the same as he had when he was alive, but he had no intelligence and was completely formed from Lu Yin's star energy. "Do it," Lu Yin ordered. Bai Xiaohong suddenly looked up and tapped out, using Immortal Guides the Way. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a strong gale to disintegrate Immortal Guides the Way. Bai Xiaohong raised a hand and pressed down, causing clouds to descend from the sky at some point. Secret technique, Cloudfall. The moment he used the secret technique, the star energy in Lu Yin's body decreased once more. Any attack that Bai Xiaohong used originated from Lu Yin's star energy. Cloudfall froze Lu Yin, and the phantom of the frozen celestial pond appeared behind Bai Xiaohong. He tapped out once more, using Immortal Guides the Way. This time, the water in the frozen celestial pond disappeared at a visible rate. Lu Yin's star energy was also rapidly depleting. Faced with Bai Xiaohong's Immortal Guides the Way, Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with empty palm. Bai Xiaohong's finger collapsed with a whoosh, spreading to his arm and eventually destroying half of his body. If Bai Xiaohong had a physical body, this attack would have been enough to heavily injure him. Bai Xiaohong looked up and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin suddenly saw Ming Yan looking at him with grief, and his heart trembled. In front of him, Bai Xiaohong pointed at the void and used Split the Heavens. Black lines swept out, and Lu Yin recited the Stonewall scriptures to break free from Bai Xiaohong's innate gift. He struck out again, this time with empty palm. With his previous combat strength, the emptiness palm was not enough to break through Split the Heavens. However, this emptiness palm was able to distort Split the Heavens, splitting it in two. The palm wind swept past Bai Xiaohong's body, scattering him. Lu Yin felt completely suppressed. Although Bai Xiaohong didn't have any intelligence, the difference was still too great. Even if he did, Lu Yin believed that he could completely suppress him. This was Lu Yin's current strength. Nearly a tenth of the star energy in his body had been used up. Lu Yin calculated that Bai Xiaohong had used his innate gift, secret technique, battle technique, and so on to summon Bai Xiaohong. In addition, Lu Yin had only used a tenth of his own energy. This meant that he could still summon the giant emperor and even more people at the same time. And this was only his current star energy reserves. Once he had more, he would be able to summon more experts. Bai Xiaohong wasn't an ordinary person, he was second only to Lu Yin in his generation. Lu Yin didn't know how much star energy it would take to summon an emissary, but he was looking forward to finding one. I'll be updating again at 3 p.m. I'll be updating for 4 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1473. As he looked at the commander role platform, he suddenly understood why the Lu family had been the ruler of this region. If the direct descendants of the Lu family all had some innate gifts, then they would be too terrifying. A single person could even fight against a large power. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to the real world. He exhaled. After entering the time-stop space, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. It seemed that he was no longer suited to compete with his peers. The next 2 days were relatively peaceful, but there was a constant stream of people who wanted to join the humble Huayuan school, which caused the school's standards to increase. 2 days later, Kai Shu found Lu Yin. Master requests that you return to Clear Dust Mountain to assist in the investigation of Yun Mubai being a redback. Lu Yin asked, "You're back, Superintendent?" Kai Shu grunted and folded a piece of paper. Just like when he had arrived, Lu Yin was escorted to Clear Dust Mountain by Kai Shu. Perhaps it was because they were in a hurry, but the trip to Clear Dust Mountain was much faster than when they had first arrived. Lu Yin saw the tall mountain again, and he saw countless people trying to climb it in hopes of becoming Clear Dust Mountain's disciple. When Lu Yin had first stepped out of the Great Yu Empire and headed to Astral 10 to take the entrance exam, he had also been like these people. What had left the deepest impression on him was the entrance exam that he had seen at the vast Earth sect. Various major galaxies, even entire weaves, and even the surrounding weaves had all gathered and competed against each other. At that time, he had already stood at the peak of the outerverse. It had been a wonderful moment, and everyone liked being at the top. Is Clear Dust Mountain's entrance exam very difficult? Lu Yin asked curiously, as he had not only seen many young people, but also many older people trying to climb. Kai Shu smiled. It depends on who you're dealing with. For you, it couldn't be any easier, but for some people, it's impossible to pass in their entire lives. Lu Yin looked down and saw an old man spitting out blood as he fell. It was a rather tragic sight. Actually, most of these people are from the 9 gates of the Middle Realm. If they want to become Master's disciple, the best way to enter the humble school is to earn merit points. Otherwise, it's very difficult to attract Master's attention with just innate gifts. Those with innate gifts also want to join the 4-way scales. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Qing Chen and quickly bowed. Subordinate Long 7 from the humble Huayuan school greets Superintendent. Qing Chen turned around and smiled at Lu Yin. Long 7, you've broken through to the Enlighter realm. Not bad. You've become much stronger. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Superintendent, thank you for your praise. Qing Chen nodded. I went to the square scale. Lu Yin's expression remained unchanged, waiting for Qing Chen's next words. Although the outcome of your operation this time was gratifying and no one will find trouble with you, it was still too rash. Once the matter of the astral origin liquid is leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable. Have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? If the people from the 4-way scales don't listen to your explanation and directly kill you, even I may not be able to stop them, said Clear Dust. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. Your subordinate will not consider anything else. When I found out that Yun Mubai was a redback, all I wanted to do was capture him. Any redback is a great enemy of the human race. Qing Chen smiled faintly. I know what you're thinking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made an exception for you to become the sect master of the humble Huaiyuan sect. However, this matter still requires an explanation to the four cardinal scales. It's not that you did anything wrong, but this process requires an explanation. Otherwise, who knows if someone will use this matter to make an issue out of it in the future. Lu Yin understood what Qing Chen meant. In reality, it was not necessarily the four cardinal scales that needed an explanation, but rather Lu Yin himself. A hunter who had grasped a secret technique and possessed more than one power vessel that could threaten an emissary. He had even been audacious enough to use the astral origin liquid as a bargaining chip to plot against the Misty Cloud sect master. This was not something that an ordinary person could accomplish. More importantly, many people wondered how Qing Chen had found out that Yun Mubai was a redback. Before this, Lu Yin had repeatedly thought about it, but he still could not come up with a reasonable explanation. Since Qing Chen had summoned him to Clear Dust Mountain, it was impossible for him to fool him. This was not something that could be explained by an unknown source of information. In the end, Lu Yin could only trust the old man. The old man had no reason to harm him. The matter of Yun Mubai being a redback had been kept a secret, but the old man had been willing to reveal it in order to protect Lu Yin from the four-way scales. Lu Yin's jade pendant should be able to resolve this issue as well. Qing Chen stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. He had to get a clear answer today. If the so-called unknown source of information had only helped Lu Yin capture spies, revealed one or two unimportant redbacks, or occasionally revealed a very important redback, then Qing Chen could not care less. However, if even the Misty Cloud sect master had been exposed, then things were different. This was a redback that was hidden even more deeply than the three Guan brothers, especially since the Misty Cloud sect was backed by the four-way scales. To a certain extent, Yun Mubai's status in this region far surpassed that of the three Guan brothers. He was also more important than the three Guan brothers, and he was definitely one of the most important redbacks. Qing Chen had to investigate the unknown source of information that had been able to find such a redback. Otherwise, it would not be easy to explain to both the humble school and the four-way scales. Lu Yin put on a helpless expression and pretended to be in a difficult position. Qing Chen asked, "Is it that difficult?" Lu Yin sighed. "I have no choice but to obey the superintendent's orders." He then took out a jade pendant and nervously handed it to Qing Chen. Qing Chen took it and glanced at it. Suddenly, the jade pendant cracked open and connected to the Starsource universe. An image of an old man and a symbol appeared, causing Qing Chen's expression to change. Half-ancestor Kuei Luo's keepsake. Lu Yin's heart trembled. What? Half-ancestor Kuei Luo's keepsake. This thing belonged to half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Then, could that old man be half-ancestor Kuei Luo? But that couldn't be. Wasn't Kuei Luo already dead? Could that old man be Kuei Luo's disciple or descendant? That couldn't be right either, as that old man was a half-ancestor. For a moment, Lu Yin was at a loss. Qing Chen, on the other hand, was not at a loss. He stared intently at the jade pendant that had split open the Starsource universe and the symbol that had appeared. That symbol represented Realmless. Your information came from Realmless? Qing Chen asked in surprise. Lu Yin fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Half-ancestor Kuei Luo and Realmless. Is half-ancestor Kuei Luo from Realmless? Qing Chen asked again. Lu Yin still did not know how to answer, and he inwardly cursed the old man for not telling him more. However, Qing Chen did not pursue the matter. Seeing Lu Yin lower his head, he assumed that the man did not dare to admit it, so he softened his tone. Don't worry. Realmless is an assassin organization, and it's also an organization that we commoners hate. However, it might not be a mortal enemy, or it would not exist. Furthermore, you used half-ancestor Kuei Luo's keepsake to obtain information from Realmless. You did not do anything wrong. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. I understand. Qing Chen sighed. I never thought that half-ancestor Kuei Luo would be from Realmless. Since you obtained information from Realmless with his keepsake, even if he isn't its leader, he's close. No wonder you were able to obtain so much information back then. Redbacks bribed Realmless assassins to assassinate commoners, so there are naturally traces of them within Realmless that should be enough to investigate their origins. You're really lucky to have obtained half-ancestor Kuei Luo's inheritance, even if it will bring you a lot of trouble. Lu Yin did not want to talk about half-ancestor Kuei Luo any further, as he was afraid of being exposed. Superintendent, if Realmless can investigate Redbacks, why hasn't our commoners thoroughly investigated Realmless? Qing Chen was helpless. We've investigated it several times, but Realmless is too secretive. The difficulty of thoroughly investigating it is no less than finding Redbacks. Even after so many years of combing through everything, we still can't completely eliminate Realmless. Realmless also has an unclear relationship with the people in the four-way scales, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Lu Yin was furious. For the sake of humanity, some people in the four-way scales actually colluded with Realmless. How shameful. These people should be eliminated. Be careful with your words, Qing Chen sternly warned. Seeing Lu Yin's indignant expression, he continued, I know you're angry, but there are some things that even I can't resolve. Don't think too much about it. He then passed the jade pendant to Lu Yin. What you need to do is continue to obtain information from Realmless and capture more Redbacks and spies for our commoners. That's enough. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this subordinate obeys. Qing Chen grunted. Even though you've become the target of many people's hostility because of half-ancestor Kuei Luo's inheritance, and you've caused a lot of trouble for no reason, you've profited from this disaster. You've helped the human race remove all obstacles. I'll report this to the governor. Long Qi, do your best. With your achievements, as long as you don't do anything too outrageous, even the four cardinal scales won't be able to do anything to you. Lu Yin was encouraged. Yes, Superintendent. Qing Chen was satisfied, and the more he looked at Lu Yin, the more satisfied he became. Those who joined the commoners all had the heart to serve humanity, but there were too many schemes and treacherous schemes. Many people had no choice, and not everyone was as fearless as Long Seven. Even if they knew that Yunmu Bai was a Redback, how many people dared to expose him? They even convinced themselves not to believe it, let alone risk becoming the public enemy of the four-way scales. Long Seven was a rare fearless person, and if possible, Qing Chen didn't want anything to happen to him. Unfortunately, he was the best candidate to attract the witch spirit's attention. Long Seven, remember, always be careful. Do not leave Kai Shu's protection. I hope that you will not only be the acting society master, but also the future society master. You might even succeed me as the Nine Gates superintendent. Do you understand? Qing Chen said sincerely. Lu Yin could hear the sincerity in his words, and he bowed deeply. This subordinate understands. All right, go back and rest well. Contact me if you need anything. Qing Chen patted Lu Yin's shoulder. This was a very intimate action for a junior, and he already considered Lu Yin one of his own. He couldn't help but want to take him as a disciple, but he still had to wait. After all, his status as the son-in-law of the White Dragon tribe was a little troublesome. On the way back to Huayuan, Lu Yin noticed that Kai Shu's attitude towards him had changed. She had been kind before, but she had always maintained a distance. This was normal since the two had only known each other for a short time, and it was normal for strangers to keep a distance. Now, however, that distance had disappeared. The most obvious change was Kai Shu's attitude towards the four-way scales absorbing the astral origin liquid. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1474. In the past, there were many debates over the issue of astral origin liquid. Some believed that the liquid was not only the mother tree's own nutrients, but also a shortcut for human cultivation. Any emissary would be able to easily increase their strength if they were given unlimited amounts of astral origin liquid. The only problem would be the origin tribulation. More people believed that humans had to rely on themselves to cultivate, and that astral origin liquid should not be touched. Once too much is absorbed, the mother tree will wither. This is the birthplace of humanity. These two debates have persisted for many, many years, and they still exist today. However, when the Lu family suppressed the universe, the Lu family's attitude towards astral origin liquid was that no one should touch it. No matter how persuasive the first argument was or how many important figures supported it, it was useless. The Lu family simply said that no one should touch it, and anyone who touched it would die. Even progenitors were no exception. However, with the Lu family's disappearance, the debate stopped. Those who supported the first argument were secretly absorbing astral origin liquid. They didn't need to debate, they just needed to act. Kai Shu slowly explained the matter of astral origin liquid. Lu Yin listened quietly. It seemed that those who supported the first argument were mostly from the four-way scales. If the Lu family was still around, the four-way scales wouldn't dare to touch astral origin liquid even if they had 100 guts, Kai Shu lamented. From his tone, Lu Yin could tell that he supported the second argument. The astral origin liquid could not be touched, and the mother tree could not be destroyed. If humans destroy the mother tree because of astral origin liquid, then how are they any different from those vermin in the mortal world? Lu Yin asked. Kai Shu agreed. That's right. You, me, Master, and the majority of the people in this region, including the former Lu family, all believe this. The universe belongs to all humans, and the four-way scales are destroying the mother tree by absorbing astral origin liquid. They don't have the right to do so. But in reality, no one can stop them from doing so. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Kai Shu fell silent, but her tone was complicated. Actually, some people don't actually want to become stronger by absorbing astral origin liquid. No one wants to destroy the mother tree, they just want to become stronger and fight against those monsters. Absorbing astral origin liquid to increase their strength, or not absorbing astral origin liquid and relying on the mother tree to fight against those monsters. These two paths are the focal points of the debate. Lu Yin suddenly asked, was the Lu family very powerful back then? Kai Shu's body trembled, and she said seriously, one man for a country, one man for a country. That's how the Lu family is described. Every direct descendant of the Lu family is worthy of that description. The Lu family alone is enough to suppress the entire starry sky trees, and those monsters will tremble in fear. Then why was the four-way scales able to banish the Lu family? How did they do it? And why are you doing this? Lu Yin asked impatiently. Kai Shu shook his head. The human heart is unpredictable, and no one can say for sure. The Lu family was too arrogant back then. After saying that, he did not continue. Lu Yin did not ask any further, as he was afraid that he would be exposed if he did. Although Kai Shu's words weren't very clear, Lu Yin could sense that she supported the Lu family. However, the current situation forced everyone to keep their mouths shut about the Liu family. Liu Yin had roamed the universe unhindered, but no one had ever been described in such a way before. And this description was for a family. Just how glorious had the Liu family been back in the day? This description was obviously related to the appointment of generals. The memories that Liu Yin had lost were definitely related to this universe and the Liu family. Liu Yin clenched his fists. He had to uncover the truth of what had happened back then and find out who was the mastermind behind the banishment of the Liu family. When he returned to the humble Huayuan sect, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to meet him, and there was no lack of envoy-level experts among them. If it had been before he had broken through to the Enlighter realm, Liu Yin would have been very apprehensive and would have had no choice but to meet them. But now, it did not matter. As long as they were not on the same level as Long Kuei, there was no difference whether he met them or not. With his status, who would dare to make a move against him? These people wanted to ask him about half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Liu Yin wanted to know more about Kuei Luo, which was why he had sought out the old man as soon as he had returned. How did it go? Did it go well? The old man asked with a smile. Liu Yin asked, Senior, who are you? Are you half-ancestor Kuei Luo himself? The old man rolled his eyes. That guy is already dead. He offended the entire astral tree realm. How could he still be alive? Then what about this jade pendant? Liu Yin was puzzled. The old man replied, It's just a keepsake. I'm just borrowing it. Senior, are you from the Realmless? Liu Yin's gaze trembled as he stared at the old man. The old man laughed. If I were from the Realmless, you would have died a long time ago. Liu Yin frowned and wanted to ask more questions. The old man cut him off. All right, don't ask anymore. I won't tell you even if you ask. I'll tell you when the time comes. He then wrote a name in the void. Go find this person. He's a spy. Liu Yin was straightforward. I'm not going. The old man cackled. You're not going. Sure, I'll spread the news so that this person will know that he's been exposed and run away as soon as possible. There will definitely be rumors about you in the outside world. One person might be careless, but what about 2? Or 3? At that time, Qingshan will definitely come looking for you, and those people who are hostile towards you because of half-ancestor Kuei Luo will also think of ways to cause trouble for you, not to mention the 4-way scales. The humble school rewards those who perform meritorious deeds, but it also punishes those who leak information. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. Senior, how many spies do you know? The old man counted. Not many, maybe 10 or 20. Liu Yin was truly shocked, and he blurted out, You can't be a redback, right? This was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, how could he possibly know so many spies? Perhaps he really was from the Realmless. The old man rolled his eyes. That's a wild guess. I've roamed the universe for so many years, so is it strange for me to find a few spies with my strength as a half-ancestor? Do you know how many spies Qingshan can capture every year? Let me tell you, no less than 30. Do you know how many spies there are in the universe? The old man then grew serious. No less than a few thousand. Liu Yin's finger twitched. Now you know that the humans are in a dire situation. Those monsters have intelligence that is not inferior to humans, and they have many hidden methods. They are unscrupulously developing redbacks, and the redbacks are developing spies as well. Let me tell you, a few thousand is just a conservative estimate. Once the humans and the monsters fight, who knows how many redbacks and spies will appear. Otherwise, why do you think the humble school has such great authority and dares to challenge the four-way scales? Why would there be a progenitor overseeing the humble school? Luin thought of the Neo-Human Alliance. This part of the universe was still alright, as the redbacks and spies were all hidden. If they were discovered, they would have no chance of survival. However, in the fifth mainland, the redbacks and spies developed by the monsters had formed the Neo-Human Alliance, and they were developing unscrupulously. The Hall of Honor could not stop them at all, which was the saddest part. Even if the entire universe viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as an enemy and killed them as soon as they were discovered, so what? The Neo-Human Alliance still existed, and the Eternal Kingdom might have been destroyed by the secret progenitor, but Luin believed that the Neo-Human Alliance would be rebuilt soon. They would be building an Eternal Kingdom, and there might even be more than one. Does Superintendent Qingchen capture no less than 30 spies in a year? Luin asked. The old man nodded. Luin pursed his lips. Senior, you've worked for nothing for so many years, and you've only caught 10 or 20. The old man choked. I'm just being modest. Do you understand what being modest means? Senior, are you trying to force this junior to perform meritorious deeds? Luin asked. The old man raised his brows. You don't have to do it. Just try. At worst, I'll just find someone else. As for you, just wait for Qingchen to question you. Without my help, I don't know how you'll explain yourself the next time she asks. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself for a moment before leaving. It's time to capture spies. Good luck. Right, don't try to sneak back to that place from before. I'm keeping an eye on you, haha. The old man laughed, very pleased with himself. Lu Yin did not care what the old man's motives were. Capturing spies would not bring him any harm, and even if it did, he could just summon his master. In the meantime, he could investigate the Lu family's matters, as well as his more important goal. Lu Yin was out of money, so capturing spies and cashing in some money was not excessive. To the east of the Huayuan was a region called Blue Moon that bordered the Huayuan. The central realm was vast, and the commoners were divided into 9 districts and 9 gates. In reality, the central realm itself did not have such a division. Within the Blue Moon district, there was a family with the surname Shangling. On this day, the new head of the Shangling family took over. Her name was Shangling Wan, and she was a young woman. Normally, it would not be possible for such a young woman to become the head of a family, but the previous head had died while competing with other families for resources. Shangling Wan had to take over the position, or else it would be taken away by someone else. She was only a young woman, and her strength was only at the cruiser realm. Even among her peers, she was not considered an elite, let alone the head of a family. On the day she took over, the elders of the family made things difficult for her. Shangling Wan's looks were ordinary, and she gave off the feeling of a pretty girl from a humble family. She would have been fine in a normal family, but the feeling of being in charge of a family was unconvincing. Family head, you and little Tian are childhood sweethearts, and your relationship has been good since you were young. Marrying him isn't a grievance, right? An old man asked with a smile. He was an external elder of the Shangling family, and people called him Elder He. Below Elder he was a young man with a slightly pale face. His eyes were frivolous, and his eyebrows were longer than a woman's, which made him look somewhat feminine. He was dressed in red, and his boots were bright red, which was especially eye-catching. This person's name was He Tian, and he was Elder He's grandson. He looked at Shangling Wan with a burning gaze. He had handled countless women since he was young, so he did not care about Shangling Wan's average looks. However, things were different now that Shangling Wan was the head of the family, and he had yet to experience what it was like to be a family head. When he heard Elder He's words, He Tian smiled. Sister Wan, don't worry about marrying me. I won't mistreat you. Elder He smiled again and looked around at the others. These people were all elders of the Shangling family, and they did not dare to retort under Elder He's gaze. Elder He was the #1 expert of the Shangling family, and now that the family head was dead, the entire family was under his control. Thank you for your support. I've been updating for 4 days now, and I've even been writing during the holidays. Your support is my driving force. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1475. Shangling Wan's expression turned ugly, and she looked at He Tian, who was also looking at her with a fanatical gaze. Shangling Wan frowned, her eyes filled with sorrow. She knew what kind of person He Tian was, and her life would be over if she married him. But if she did not, Elder He would not let her off. Whether or not she could protect the Shangling family would depend on Elder He. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful and helpless she felt. In the end, she closed her eyes. Fine. Elder He's smile grew even wider. He Tian was so excited that he almost carried Shangling Wan away. Becoming a family head was too exciting. Suddenly, the sky trembled as a visible shockwave swept out and suppressed the entire Shangling family. In an instant, all of the cultivators in the family lost control of the star energy within their bodies. Some tried to forcefully control it, but they almost spat out blood from the backlash. Everyone's faces turned pale as they felt the heavens collapse. Shangling Wan felt a boundless fear descend upon her, and her fingers turned white. She subconsciously looked at Elder He, only to find that he was also looking outside in fear. In an instant, the pressure disappeared. Shangling Wan was drenched and panted heavily. Elder He sighed in relief and relaxed his clenched fingers. Don't worry, it's just an emissary passing by. Such an existence won't cause trouble for the Shangling family. Everyone relaxed when they heard Elder He's words. You're He-you. A voice rang out, and everyone was shocked. They looked at the corner as if they had seen a ghost, where a youth had sat down and was looking at them indifferently. Shangling Wan was stunned. When did this happen? Elder He looked at the youth and was shocked. Fortunately, he had lived for many years, so he quickly reacted. His thoughts raced as he slowly stood up and forced a smile. He respectfully said, This old man is He-you. What instructions do you have for me, sir? He stood up, and everyone else followed suit, looking at the youth with fear and apprehension. The youth was naturally Lu Yin, and the old man had named him He-you. This is the Shangling family, right? Looks like I've found the right place. Let's take it, Lu Yin said. Outside the door, 2 Huayuan commoners entered. They were explorers who had joined the humble school because they worshipped Lu Yin. They had not expected to be given a chance to perform meritorious deeds right after joining. Outside the Shangling family's residence, dozens of Huayuan commoners surrounded them, causing the family to panic. Elder He's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Sir, how have I offended you? Please enlighten me. Lu Yin looked up and replied, You're a spy. Everyone from the Shangling family was shocked. Shangling Wan's face turned pale as she looked at Elder He. Old He's heart sank, and he immediately tried to defend himself. Sir, please don't slander me. I've been with the Shangling family for hundreds of years, and I've never betrayed the human race. Moreover, I'm only an elder of the Shangling family. Even if I wanted to become a spy, I wouldn't have any way to do so, and I'm completely worthless. Sir, you're too naive if you want to use this as an excuse to frame me. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he suddenly attacked. He flicked his finger lightly, causing a gale to distort the void and strike Elder He's chest. The attack pierced right through his body, causing fresh blood to spray onto the ground. Elder He's eyes narrowed. He had been prepared for battle, but he hadn't been able to do anything. That youth had easily injured him. My name is Long Chi, and I'm the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect. Lu Yin stood up with a solemn look in his eyes. Since when do we need evidence? Belt, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, let's go. Elder He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted hoarsely, "You're from the Huayuan sect. Sect Master Lu of the Green Moon District won't allow you to do as you please." Lu Yin ignored him, and as Elder He's voice faded away, he looked at Shangling Wan in astonishment. "You're the head of the Shangling family." Shangling Wan hadn't said anything before, and she hadn't dared to. Now that Lu Yin had asked her this question, she quickly bowed respectfully. "Yes, I'm the head of the Shangling family, Shangling Wan." "So young." Lu Yin frowned. He had originally wanted to earn some money, but this young girl was only a cruiser. Trying to earn money from her was too inhumane. Lu Yin was disappointed, and he was about to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment," Shangling Wan suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin was puzzled, and he stopped. She had the others leave. He Tian panicked and said to Shangling Wan, "Head, my grandfather. Get out." Shangling Wan barked. He Tian trembled, but he didn't dare to say another word. He had always relied on his grandfather's influence to do whatever he wanted. He was only a Lemiter, but he was already considered a tyrant in the Shangling family. Now that his grandfather had been captured, he no longer had anyone to rely on. Lu Yin looked at Shangling Wan with interest and sat down. She respectfully asked, "Sir, is Elder He really a spy? You want me to show you evidence as well?" Lu Yin asked. Shangling Wan hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. It's just that Elder He is the #1 expert in my Shangling family, and because of him, the surrounding families don't dare to invade. It was also because of Elder He's temporary absence that my father was ambushed and killed. Now that Elder He has been captured, my Shangling family might not be able to continue." Lu Yin calmly replied, "That has nothing to do with me." Shangling Wan respectfully replied, "Sir, capturing a spy is a great contribution to the human race, so it's naturally very important. The Shangling family doesn't have much to offer, so we can only offer some resources as a token of our sincerity." She then looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Sir, can you wait a moment?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was there such a good thing? Was she offering to pay? After thinking about it, he looked up, closed his eyes, and rested. Shangling Wan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly turned around to retrieve the resources. Not long after, Shangling Wan returned and relaxed when she saw that Lu Yin was still there. She placed 10 cosmic rings on the table. "Thank you for eliminating the spy and redback for the human race. This is a token of our Shangling family sincerity, so please accept it." Lu Yin glanced at them and saw that they added up to more than 100 million star essence, which was quite a lot. The Blaze realm had only been left with 100 million star essence, and this Shangling family didn't have any emissaries, so they couldn't compare to the Blaze realm. It seemed like they had emptied their pockets for this much money. The Shangling family sincerity is commendable. Not bad, Lu Yin praised. "If there's anything else, just say it." Shangling Wan respectfully replied, "It's nothing major, but could my family announce that we discovered something wrong with Elder He and contacted you to capture him?" Lu Yin looked at Shangling Wan in astonishment. This girl was quite smart, and she wanted to use his prestige to intimidate the surrounding families. This would be much more effective than just Elder He alone. Furthermore, he was far away in Huayuan. If the Shangling family had discovered that something was wrong with Elder He, why didn't they contact the humble school of the Azure Moon District instead of the distant humble school of Huayuan? There was only one reason: the Shangling family and the humble school of Huayuan were old friends, or at least knew each other. This deterrent effect was even greater, and it was enough to deter the surrounding families. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She hadn't offended him at all. Using more than 100 million star essence in exchange for protecting her family was a good deal. Although this girl was young, she had been nurtured by her family, and as long as she wasn't too stupid, she would definitely have some ability. Aristocratic families had different resources for nurturing their children compared to ordinary people. Lu Yin smiled. I like to deal with smart people. Sure, but don't go overboard. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. He then vanished. He wasn't threatening her, but if she went overboard and outsiders thought that they were close, she would be in trouble. There were many people who wanted to cause trouble for her, and any one of them was not someone that her family could afford to provoke. Shangling Wan sighed as she looked at the empty table and smiled. With this promise, she would have enough time to develop her family. At the very least, she would be able to protect her family without having to marry that bastard He Tian and suffer Elder He's oppression. She was really lucky today. Sometimes, many things could be decided with a single thought. If she hadn't specifically called out to Lu Yin, the Shangling family would not have been able to hold out for much longer, and they would have been nibbled away by the surrounding families. Resources could be accumulated, but if the family was gone, then there would be nothing left. Just the Shangling family alone had contributed more than 100 million star essence, and Lu Yin was looking forward to the capture process. However, he also knew that the Shangling family was at the end of their rope, and they had emptied their family's resources in order to contribute so much. Capturing a spy might not yield that much, and it would depend on whether or not there were any large families involved. Capturing a spy was something that not many people in the outside world knew about, but the humble school definitely knew. As Lu Yin was bringing Elder He back to the humble school of Huayuan, a man walked out of the void and blocked their path. When he saw the man, Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. So it's Society Master Lu. We've met before. This person was Lu Zhan, the humble school master of the Green Moon District. He was from the Sword Steel Lu family and was an emissary. Lu Zhan was a serious person, and he had not spoken to Lu Yin even when they had met at Clear Dust Mountain. Are you sure this person is a spy, Dragon Sect Master? Lu Zhan looked past Lu Yin and at the captured Elder He. Elder He's voice was hoarse as he wailed, Society Master Lu, I'm innocent. This person captured me without any evidence. I'm really innocent. I'm not a spy. Lu Yin seriously replied, I'm absolutely sure. Nonsense. Elder He yelled. Lu Zhan looked at Lu Yin. I don't care if he's a spy or not, but shouldn't you inform me in advance if you're going to cross regions to capture someone? Lu Yin apologized. I didn't think this through. If there's an arrest next time, I'll definitely inform Society Master Lu in advance. Lu Zhan nodded, stepped into the astral source universe, and left. Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Zhan had left just like that. He had thought that Lu Zhan had come to make things difficult for him and had even been prepared to contact Qingchen. He had not expected Lu Zhan to leave so decisively just to say a few words. Elder He was stunned. From what he knew, Lu Yin had crossed regions to capture someone, so Lu Zhan should not have left just like that. The two should have fought openly and covertly, and Elder He would have been the one to benefit. He could have become Lu Zhan's tool to attack Lu Yin. Crossing regions to capture someone without any evidence was a taboo, so how could Lu Zhan just leave like that? Suddenly, Elder He recalled the humble school's impression of outsiders. They were protective of their own. That's right, they were protective of their own. He despaired, this group of people did not care about him at all. I'll continue updating at 3 p.m. I've been updating for 5 consecutive days. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1476. Lu Yin had a good impression of Lu Zhan, as this person wasn't bad. Were all members of the Lu family like this? Were they dedicated to their pursuit and not scheming? Elder He was brought back to the humble Huayuan school and confessed everything in less than a day. He wasn't of much use in the Shengling family, but there were too many spies like him in the cosmic tree. If anything big happened, these people would be troublesome. Capturing Elder He went very smoothly. The old man found Lu Yin and gave him a list of names. Lu Yin rested for a day and then went out to continue capturing people. 5 days later, another spy was brought back. This time, it was still from the Blue Moon district. Lu Yin informed Lu Zhan beforehand, but Lu Zhan only grunted and didn't respond. Lu Yin obtained more than 30 million star essence from that family, which wasn't much. His reason for earning money was that he didn't want to announce the source of the spies. Others could find out if they wanted to, but he wouldn't publicize it. He wanted to protect the family's reputation as much as possible. The old man gave him another list of names, one after another. In less than a month, Lu Yin had captured more than 10 spies, all of them from around the Huayuan school. This caused a sensation in the humble school, but no one asked Lu Yin how he knew that they were spies. Qin Chen helped him keep the matter under wraps. Qin Chen also encouraged Lu Yin and told Kai Shu to stay close to him and protect him. After capturing so many spies, Lu Yin had obtained more than 400 million star essence, which was a pretty good result. I heard that you extorted money from someone. That night, the light shone through the water, creating a beautiful reflection of the humble school's headquarters. The old man came to Lu Yin's residence and asked this with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Yin remained calm. It's not extortion. It's just mutual consent. The old man carefully sized Lu Yin up and said in surprise, "You're the first person to use this method to extort money since the humble school was established." Qin Chen didn't say anything about it. "I don't think so," Lu Yin said, and then looked at the old man strangely. "How did you know?" The old man was pleased. "Nothing in this region can hide from me. Speaking of which, are you really short on money?" Lu Yin nodded seriously. "Very short. What do you need so much money for?" The old man was curious. Lu Yin fell silent. When faced with this old man, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Although the old man definitely wouldn't be able to guess that it had something to do with his innate gift, Lu Yin decided not to say anything just in case. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. This old man has found a big business for you." "A seed orchard, a farmer's farm," the old man said. "There's a spy in the farmer's family." The old man chuckled. "More than one." Lu Yin was excited, as this was a huge business opportunity. The Farmers' Association was a colossus that was second only to the 4 cardinal scales, and if he could extort them, then he could even make a deal with them. "Speak," Lu Yin said. The old man didn't keep Lu Yin in suspense and directly told him their names. Lu Yin was speechless. "The farmer's family has 4 spies." The old man replied, "That's normal. Don't you think the farmer's clan's way of doing things is a little strange?" Lu Yin thought back to Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai's strange outfits, as well as their way of doing things. Even their battle techniques were strange, and he nodded in agreement. They are indeed strange. The astral tree is a monster that only belongs to the farmer's family, but no one dares to provoke them. Even the 4 cardinal scales have to give them face, and their strange behavior has even given birth to a progenitor. Many people are curious about the reason behind this, and many experts have been sent to investigate, including those monsters. For spies is considered a small number, and over the years, the farmer's clan has taken care of more than 2 spies. Lu Yin understood, the farmer's clan was like a treasure trove that attracted countless people. Both the farmer's clan and the Lu family want to take care of their own spies without the intervention of the humble ones. Back then, in order to complete the 14th gate, you exposed a member of the Lu family. Did you take him away? The old man asked. Lu Yi knew that the old man was talking about Lu Ku. After Lu Ku had been exposed, he had been killed on the spot by the elders of the Lu family, so there was no way he could have been taken away. For the sake of reputation or something else, these colossi will take care of their own spies even if they find one. If they can, they will not let outsiders know. Now you know how big this business opportunity is, the old man said proudly. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Nong Lai invited me to the seed garden, and after I exposed Yun Mubai, they invited me again. It's time to go. The old man suddenly became serious. Don't go to the seed garden for nothing. Let me remind you that there are many people who want to know the farmer's clan's secrets, which means that the farmer's clan is valuable. Be careful, you might discover its value. Ha! Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This old man couldn't have been waiting for him to go to the farmer's clan, could he? No, it couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, he would have urged Lu Yin to go instead of waiting until now. No matter what, Lu Yin had to make a trip to the farmer's clan. The seed garden was different from the smaller organizations that he had visited before, and Lu Yin immediately contacted the farmer's clan the moment he decided to go. When the farmer's clan had invited him to the seed garden, they had left him Nong Lai's contact information. They were all of the same generation, so it would be more convenient. After communicating with Nong Lai, the next day, Lu Yin brought Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, and the white fatty to the seed garden under Kai Shu's escort. The seed garden was even further away than Clear Dust Mountain, and it took them nearly 5 days to reach it. During this time, Lu Yin saw the flying willow duo again, but he was left speechless. He didn't know what these two wanted to ask, but they were so persistent. He ignored them, and Flying Willow naturally had misgivings about his status and didn't stop them. It was becoming more and more difficult for Lu Yin to return. Not to mention Kai Shu, Flying Willow had their eyes on him, and there was also that strange old half-ancestor. This gave him a headache, and he felt that if he wanted to leave, he would have to rely on Mr. Mu. Before coming here, Lu Yin had made many guesses about the seed garden, but he naturally couldn't guess the farmer's clan's environment based on its name. After all, the seed garden sounded like a planted garden. However, when Lu Yin actually arrived at the seed garden, he felt that he had been too naive. This really was a planted garden. In the distance, an endless stretch of farmland could be seen. Many people were busy working in the farmland. These people were all cultivators. There were even fish ponds in the distance, and with his eyesight, he could faintly see wheat fields. This really was a farmer's clan. Every time I see the seed garden, I feel refreshed, the white fatty sighed with a complicated tone. You've been here before? Lu Yin asked. The fatty replied, I came here with the junior ancestor once before the origin will ceremony. Third aunt has a pretty good relationship with the junior ancestor, and she invited him to plant some of her plants. Plant some of her plants? Lu Yin didn't understand. The fatty explained, the seed garden's cultivators believe in the earth theory, and they believe that all living things are born from the earth. Thus, they cultivate, rest, and even eat and use their own plants. They say that this will allow them to get closer to the origin. It sounds reasonable, but aside from the seed garden's cultivators, no one else believes in this. However, there are still progenitors in the seed garden, and they are extremely rare. Becoming a progenitor is something that countless people pursue for their entire lives, and anyone who has the slightest chance to do so will pursue it. Although the seed garden's unique theory isn't recognized, anyone who has ever left the progenitor realm can't deny it. Thus, as long as a guest is recognized by the seed garden, they can plant their own plants here. Those plants have their own auras, and it's said that they can sense the origin of the earth through them, allowing them to get closer to the progenitor realm. My Wang family's junior ancestor has a plant that belongs to her, and the other junior ancestors seem to have one as well. Since you were invited here, you might have a chance to plant one as well. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. Getting closer to the earth and taking root in it, he looked up and saw the cultivators busying themselves in the fields. Needless to say, these people all deeply believed in this theory. In the distance, Nong Lai arrived by himself. He was sweating all over as he carried a hoe. Normally, it would be rude to receive a guest in such a manner, but everyone knew the nature of farmers and didn't mind. "Brother Long Chi, you're here." "Ha, I knew you'd come to visit my seed garden," Nong Lai said warmly. Lu Yin felt a little apologetic towards Nong Lai, as he had poisoned him on Junior Ancestor Planet. "Long time no see, brother Nong Lai." Nong Lai smiled. "Although we haven't met, I've heard quite a bit about you. You've captured so many spies recently, and I admire you for that." "Ha." Lu Yin exchanged a few pleasantries with Nong Lai before following him into the seed garden. The seed garden didn't place as much emphasis on etiquette as other powers. They had their own way of doing things, and any guest who was respected was allowed to farm. Within a field, Lu Yin received a hoe with a blank expression. Behind him, Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, and the white fatty all received hoes as well. They were all respected. There were quite a few farmer cultivators hoeing the fields in an orderly fashion, and a flock of strange birds flew past in the sky, chirping pleasantly. The scene was quite harmonious. "Come on, brother Long Chi, I'll teach you," Nong Lai said as he picked up the hoe and smashed it into the ground. Lu Yin was shocked. It was so hard that he tried it out. He didn't use too much force, but he still managed to pry open a large portion of the field. Nong Lai was shocked. "Brother Long Chi, you're really strong." As expected of someone who absorbed the dragon saliva and broke through to the next realm. Amazing. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He hadn't even used a fifth of his strength. "Is my farmer's hospitality surprising you, brother Long Chi?" Nong Lai asked with a smile as he glanced at Shangqing and the others. He didn't underestimate them at all. Shangqing, Lu Tianmu, and the others had all entered the master realm, and Shangqing, in particular, was no ordinary person. Lu Yin gripped the hoe tightly. "It's a little special." Nong Lai smiled and said, "Cultivation is like hoeing. There's no end to it. Once you've finished cultivating this piece of land, there's still another piece of land in the distance, and even further away, there's still more. We farmers aren't as stubborn when it comes to cultivation. Hoeing allows us to get closer to the land and broaden our minds." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1477. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that it made sense. The Nong family is cheerful. "Brother, you've learned a lot." Haha, that's enough. I just need to hoe it a few times. If you're interested, you can come again after visiting the seed garden. There's no time limit. Nong Lai laughed. He took off the white cloth that was wrapped around his hair and wiped his sweat. He then wiped his shoulders. He really was sweating. Shang Qing casually put down the hoe without even wrinkling his clothes. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, and he held the hoe as if it were a sword. The white fatty sneaked up to Nong Lai and smiled. Brother, can I have my own plant here? Nong Lai shrugged. Sorry, only Brother Long Chi can. He was invited. He then looked at Lu Yin. Brother Long Chi, do you want to plant one? Lu Yin saw the fatty give him a meaningful look and nodded, smiling. Thank you, Brother Nong Lai. Let's go, I'll show you around the garden. Nong Lai smiled. The garden was huge and filled with a rural vibe. There were many people living here, and most of them were ordinary people. This kind of land shouldn't have been cultivated by ordinary people. Ordinary people have land cultivated by ordinary people, and cultivators have land cultivated by cultivators. They don't border each other, Nong Lai explained. Not far away, a group of strange-looking creatures had gathered and were looking at Lu Yin's group curiously. Lu Yin was even more curious about them. There was something that looked like a tree with grass growing out of its head. It had eyes and a nose, a fish with long legs, and a tree with its back facing them. It was pouring tea with a branch. It wasn't just Lu Yin, Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu were stunned as well. The white fatty whispered, there are too many strange creatures in the garden. I don't even know how they grow. Nong Lai said, my seed garden accepts all living things, regardless of whether they are living things or plants. Over time, there are many strange creatures here. If these creatures were outside, they would have become toys for others, and their fates wouldn't be too good. But here, it's their paradise. Lu Yin vaguely understood the meaning behind the words, seed garden. This was a place that accepted the seeds of all living things. Suddenly, he thought of the Astral Combat Academy and the boundless boundary, as well as what the crazy headmaster had once said. The boundless boundary's responsibility was to pass down its legacy and preserve its seeds, which was similar to the seed garden. After passing through the farmland, under Nong Lai's lead, they saw flower fields and fish ponds. They saw many sights that normal cultivators would not be able to see. There's a wheat field up ahead. Look, isn't it beautiful? Nong Lai introduced. Lu Yin and the rest looked over, and sure enough, the endless expanse of golden wheat was very beautiful. Under the blowing of the wind, it formed golden waves that rippled outwards. The wheat field can only be seen from afar. Try not to get close, Nong Lai said. Why? The white fatty asked subconsciously. Nong Lai said, strange circles often appear in the wheat fields. If you get caught in it, it's very difficult to get out. I was caught in it once when I was young, and I had to ask my family's elders to help me get out. Strange circle. Lu Yin looked at the wheat field in the distance. There was such a thing. Who was that? Suddenly, Lu Yin saw a familiar figure with her back to them. It was a woman with stars revolving around her body. It was the serious art. Why is there someone there? The white fatty exclaimed when he saw her as well. Nong Lai shrugged. Someone was unlucky enough to be caught in a strange circle. Her family's elders repeatedly warned her not to get close to the wheat field, so they won't rescue her for the time being. Consider it a punishment. Shang Qing, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Tianmu also saw the woman in the distance, and when he saw the serious art, he was left speechless. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Chilsher was an unlucky child. She had probably fallen into a strange circle the moment she arrived in this region of space, and she still hadn't come out. How laughable. Lu Yin didn't plan on saving her, he wasn't from the farmer's family. Around the wheat field is a separate botanical garden, which is what Brother Wang said. It's a place where you can grow your own plants. Here, Brother Long, Nong Lai handed Lu Yin a seed. These are 10,000 species. Depending on the person, the plants they grow will be different. Some people have grown tenacious 10-star trees, others have grown beautiful stone crops that can be used as medicinal ingredients, and others have grown king-like longevity leaves. I wonder what Brother Long will grow. Lu Yin took the 10,000 species. Were they different for each person? The wheat field gradually grew distant, and the group arrived at the botanical garden. Not just anyone could enter, and there were experts from the farmer's family standing guard outside. Lu Yin saw 2 astral envoys. The fact that 2 astral envoys were guarding the garden showed how important it was to them. Family disciple Nong Lai is bringing Long 7 to the botanical garden. Please allow me, Nong Lai bowed respectfully outside, not daring to be impudent here. Outside, an astral envoy spoke up. Allow. Nong Lai bowed again and gestured for Lu Yin to enter. He then said to the trio, please wait here for a moment. Only those who are invited may enter. The white fatty felt that it was a pity. I really want to go in and take a look. There are plants planted by progenitors there. Nong Lai smiled. There'll be a chance in the future. He then led Lu Yin into the garden. The garden was very large, and it was separated into many regions. Plants that belong to you will be separated after being planted. My farmer's family will set up a special sourcebox array to show respect to the person who planted them, Nong Lai explained. The farmer's family has been around for so many years, so this garden must be very big, right? Lu Yin looked around and asked with interest. Not really. After all, every plant is different in size. Some are very large, while others are very small. Also, when someone dies, their plants will be transplanted, Nong Lai explained. Lu Yin nodded. What's that? He saw a small blade of grass that swayed in the breeze. It was very small, but there was a layer of light circulating around it. It was clearly a sourcebox array. Nong Lai explained, foxeer grass. It's a very common plant that's very resilient. The person who planted it was a very respected mentor from Yi Xian Academy. Even though he had just become an envoy, his character was respected. My farmer's family invited him here to plant one. Lu Yin grunted and then pointed in another direction. What about that? That's a baitua, a noble and pure flower. When it grows, the soil around it will be dyed white. It doesn't mix with the mortal world, and the person who planted it was a senior from the central realm who has passed 3 origin tribulations. That senior's character is just like this baitua, untainted by the mortal world. What about that? That's a radish tree. It's very aggressive and domineering. The person who planted it was a senior from the battlefield behind the mother tree. That senior has been fighting there for over 1,000 years. Although he's domineering and a little unreasonable, he has contributed greatly to this region of the universe. My farmer's family respects him just as much. Along the way, Lu Yin saw quite a few plants, and he occasionally asked about them. Nong Lai actually knew all of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Anyone who planted their own plants in the botanical garden deserved the respect of every farmer's family member. Some people, no matter how strong they were, did not have the qualifications to plant plants here. For example, there's a half-ancestor from the frigid immortal sect called Old Whitehead. He's come to my farmer's family many times, hoping to plant a plant that belongs to him in the garden. However, my farmer's family always rejected that person's character, Nong Lai said proudly. Rejecting a half-ancestor from the frigid immortal sect was a testament to the farmer's family's confidence. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. They continued walking for a while, but there were no plants. There was only a large tree in the distance. This tree was the largest plant that Lu Yin had seen since arriving at the botanical garden. Who planted this? He was very surprised. Nong Lai's face sank, and he looked at the tree with an indescribable resentment and helplessness. Lu Yin was confused. Brother Nong Lai. Nong Lai sighed. Bai Xian Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Xian was a name that he had heard of again. She was someone who could be considered a legend. Lu Yin did not know much about her, but he had heard a lot about her. However, no one had truly talked about her. Regardless of whether their attitude towards her was good or bad, there was one thing that everyone felt: reverence. This woman was feared by countless people in this region of space. Nong Lai's eyes were also filled with reverence and helplessness. Brother Long Qi, what do you see? Nong Lai asked. Lu Yin replied, a large tree. Nong Lai pointed at the top of the tree. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. There was a lotus at the top of the tree. No, that wasn't a lotus, but a vine. It didn't look like one either. Brother Nong Lai, what's that? Lotus vines, an extremely domineering plant. Since the birth of all species, no one has ever planted one. Bai Xian is the first. Look around, are there any plants within a few kilometers? Nong Lai asked. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were indeed no plants within a few kilometers of the tree. It was completely different from the previous scene. This tree and the lotus vine are called lotus tree vines. The tree itself is extremely domineering and absorbs nutrients from the surrounding soil. The lotus vine coils around the tree, suppressing it and absorbing its nutrients. This was planted by Bai Xian and it's a plant that has the exact same personality as her, Nong Lai explained. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. This plant could be considered the overlord of this botanical garden. It had planted a large tree and then absorbed its nutrients. This made Lu Yin think of a poisonous snake. No, it was even more terrifying and domineering than a poisonous snake. Brother Nong Lai, you don't like Bai Xian that much. Is she not worthy of your respect? Nong Lai sneered. Her. She's just a clown sitting in the clouds. Why can she plant in this botanical garden? Does Nong Lai respect her? Lu Yin asked again. Nong Lai shook his head. Let's not talk about her. Brother Long Qi, let's continue forward. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Nong Lai didn't seem to want to talk about it. Just as Nong Lai had said, there were no other plants within a radius of a few miles. Wait, there's a blade of grass. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. There was indeed a blade of grass, the kind that one would normally step on when walking. It swayed with the wind not far from the vines, looking very carefree. I'll be updating for 5 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1478. The moment he saw the stalk of grass, Lu Yin's mind trembled, and his entire body froze. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It depicted a pair of hands slowly burying 10,000 plants into the soil and then pouring water over them. Beside him, a pure white hand reached out and handed over a beautiful piece of silk cloth that was engraved with clouds. Suddenly, Luin sobered up. What was that? An illusion? No, a memory. He carefully thought back, but the scene was very clear. However, he couldn't find the scene before or after it. It seemed like there was only one scene, and he couldn't see the person's face. What's wrong, Brother Long Chi? Nong Lai asked. Luin pointed at the plant. What's that? Nong Lai's expression changed. It was also planted by someone. Who? Luin asked, staring at Nong Lai. Nong Lai shook his head. I can't say that. It's a taboo for my Nong family. Luin turned back to look at the plant. It was very ordinary, and it wouldn't have attracted any attention anywhere else. However, in this botanical garden, there was a plant not far from the lotus tree. It was very noteworthy. Why can that plant grow so close to the lotus tree? Luin asked curiously. Nong Lai smiled bitterly. Don't ask me, I don't know. In any case, when Bai Xianer planted the lotus tree, the surrounding plants all withered. Even a plant planted by a progenitor withered. Only that plant was completely fine, and it's even growing healthily. Growing healthily. Luin blinked. That plant was only the size of a palm, so how could it be growing healthily? Before the lotus tree was planted, that plant was only the size of a finger, and it didn't even grow. But after the lotus tree was planted, it forcefully absorbed the soil's nutrients, and that plant grew. How should I put it? It's stealing the lotus tree's nutrients, Nong Lai explained. Luin found it funny that the most ordinary of grasses had managed to snatch away the nutrients from the overbearing lotus tree. This was truly interesting. The scene from earlier might have been his own memories, so could that plant have been planted by him? Luin muttered to himself for a moment. Brother Nong Lai, if someone planted a plant here, would they be able to plant a second one? Nong Lai smiled. No one would plant a second one, as it's meaningless. But even if a second plant is planted, the plant that appears will be the same as the first. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he nodded, his eyes twinkling. Brother Long Chi, let's go. The place you can plant it isn't far from here, Nong Lai said. Luin nodded and followed Nong Lai. After walking a short distance, Luin suddenly asked, Brother Nong Lai, where is Redwater? Nong Lai was surprised. Brother Long Chi knows Chi Shui. Luin smiled. Of course. He's the reason I'm here. Nong Lai was confused at first, but then he seemed to recall something. His face sank as he stared at Luin. You didn't come here because you were invited. You came here on a mission. Luin nodded. I wanted to plant it first, but I was afraid that Redwater would escape once he heard that I was here. That's why I couldn't help it. Chi Shui is a spy. Nong Lai was shocked. Luin nodded. Chi Shui and Grandmaster Shi are both spies. Impossible. Master Shi has been with us for hundreds of years. Every day, he only focuses on teaching others to hoe the fields. He has never done anything else. He has never even left the seed garden. How could he be a spy? Nong Lai cried out. Luin shrugged. We'll know once we try. In any case, I, Long 7, rarely misjudge people. Nong Lai and Luin looked at each other and immediately contacted someone. After a while, he looked at Luin. Father wants to see you. He's at the farm. Master Shi is there too. Luin nodded, and the two of them did not continue into the botanical garden. Luin also avoided the matter of planting the grass, as he was afraid that he had planted it before he had lost his memories. If he planted another one now, it would be troublesome. It seemed that he had to find a way to find out the identity of the person who had planted the grass. Perhaps that person was himself. Lu Yin didn't want to be so close to his true identity. He suppressed his anxiety and followed Nong Lai out of the garden. "Brother, what did you plant?" the fatty asked curiously when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was serious. "Let's get down to business first." "Business? What business?" The fatty was confused. He didn't know that they had come to the farm to catch a spy. Shang Qing pressed a hand on the fatty's shoulder, stopping him from saying anything else. Nong Lai had been very enthusiastic when they had arrived, but now that they had returned to the farm, he wasn't so enthusiastic anymore. He knew that his family had a spy, and Lu Yin had come to catch him as the master of the humble school. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Outside the farm, a burly middle-aged man was looking at the field with his back to them. Nong Lai hurried forward when he saw the man. "Father." The man turned around and looked at Lu Yin's group. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Yin. "Junior Long Chi greets Senior," Lu Yin said respectfully. He didn't address himself as the master of the humble school. The man was the head of the Nong family, Nongya. He looked at Lu Yin with undisguised admiration, but his expression was solemn. "You've become very famous recently." Lu Yin replied seriously, "I've only caught a few spies." Nongya lowered his voice. "The three Guan brothers, you were the one who exposed Yun Mubai. Regardless of whether it was within the humble school or to us, you've made a great contribution. You're not afraid of the pressure from the four cardinal scales, your methods are bold, and your thoughts are sharp. I was the one who invited you." Lu Yin replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Nongya said with a complicated expression, "I believe that Qi Shui is a spy, but is Master Shi really a spy?" Lu Yin answered seriously, "That's right." "Father, that's impossible," Nong Lai said, but Nongya raised a hand to stop him. He looked at an old man diligently hoeing the fields. "He's Master Shi. He's been with the Nong family for hundreds of years and hasn't slacked off. He was even the one who taught Lai, and Sanyang not to interrogate him. If you have a way to expose him as a spy, then do it." Nong Lai looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at the old man in the distance. To be honest, when he saw the old man's appearance, he thought that old man Guai was trying to trick him. No matter how he looked at the old man, he seemed like a good person who had been hoeing the fields his entire life. Lu Yin didn't believe that such a person was a spy, so it was no wonder that Nong Lai had reacted so strongly. Nongya was very protective of this person, so he couldn't take him away, just like Lu Ku. However, Lu Yin had no plans of doing so. "What's Master Shi's cultivation?" Lu Yin asked. "About the same as Lai, Nongya replied. Lu Yin nodded. That made things easier. The scorching sun shrouded the fields as the old man worked diligently. It was a harmonious scene. Suddenly, the weather changed, and a giant scarlet eye covered the entire seed garden. In an instant, the entire garden collapsed, and the fields and wheat fields were reduced to ashes. Master Shi looked up and stared at the scarlet eye in shock. What was this? Disciples of the Nong family, listen up. You must take the Nong's God scripture away. The ancestor has already sacrificed himself, and the Nong's God scripture cannot be lost. Nongya rushed towards the scarlet eye, but he was instantly swallowed up. The ground around him split apart as zombies tore through the void and attacked the seed garden. Grandmaster Shi hurriedly looked for a place to hide, but Nong Lai suddenly appeared behind him. Half of his body had been destroyed, and he grabbed Grandmaster Shi's clothes and handed him a cosmic ring. Take this to the Lu family. Run, run. As soon as he spoke, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared and tore Nong Lai to shreds before grabbing at Grandmaster Shi. Master Shi's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "I'm on the same side. I'm a spy hidden in the Nong family." Suddenly, the scene changed, and the blood-spattered sky became clear again. The cracked ground was still the same, and a frog-like creature was croaking at his feet. A gentle breeze blew past, and Master Shi's back was drenched in sweat. He suddenly turned around and saw Nongya and the others staring at him with bone-chilling gazes. Master Shi immediately recalled everything that had just happened. Was that an illusion? He had been set up. Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, this junior will take this person away." He then waved his hand, and Shangqing walked towards Master Shi. Nong Lai was disappointed, as he had not expected Master Shi to really be a spy. Master Shi hurriedly said, "Master, someone used an illusion to set me up. I only said that to protect myself. I only said that to protect the Nong's God scripture." Nongya and the others were stunned. What Nong's God scripture? Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had made up the Nong's God scripture, and there was no Nong's God scripture. He had only said it to attract Master Shi. "Father, what Nong's God scripture?" Nong Lai was confused. Nongya looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin coughed. "Take him away." "Wait," Nongya spoke up. Shangqing paused and looked over. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Nongya. "What do you mean?" Nongya met Lu Yin's gaze. "Dragon sect leader, how about we talk?" Lu Yin had been waiting for this exact sentence. "I dare not disobey senior's orders. Master, I'm innocent. I've been with the farmer's clan for hundreds of years." Master Shi shouted, but no one paid him any attention. Shao Lai, I'm innocent. I'm Master Shi. Help me, Shao Lai." Nong Lai frowned and looked at Master Shi. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Nongya brought Lu Yin to a ditch on the other side of the farm. He looked at the clear water and said, "Everyone hopes that the farmer's clan is like this ditch, where you can see the bottom with a single glance. If that were the case, we wouldn't have survived to this day." Lu Yin replied, "Senior, if you have something to say, you can say it directly." Nongya nodded. "All right, I'll be direct. Master Shi, you can't take Chishui away, and you can't even announce that you've captured a spy from the farmer's clan." Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, you're making things difficult for me. This mission is not from the humble school of Huayuan, but from the 14th gate." Nongya replied, "I don't care where it comes from. To you, capturing one more spy or one less spy makes no difference. Or perhaps, you wish to use this matter to suppress the farmer's clan." Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, you think too highly of me. I don't have a reason to suppress the farmer's clan, and even if I did, why would capturing a few spies be enough to suppress the farmer's clan? I've been updating continuously for 5 days now, and I'm tired. Sui Feng has done his best, so I'll take a break and continue updating after a while." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1479. There are some things that don't need to be too big. Just a trigger is enough. Do you know how many people are eyeing my family? None of the 4 scales are easy to deal with, especially the frigid immortal sect. They've always wanted to do something to my family. Over the past few years, we've done our best to censor ourselves so that we don't give the frigid immortal sect an excuse for outsiders to interfere, Nongya said seriously. Lu Yin was surprised. The family situation shouldn't be that bad. Besides, there's still the Lu family and Yi Academy. If the frigid immortal sect insists on doing something to the family, aren't they afraid that the other families will resist? The White Dragon clan, the Wang family, and Shenwu Plain will also be wary. Nongya looked at Lu Yin in surprise. I thought that you were focused on capturing spies, but from what you just said, it seems like you have a clear understanding of the situation in this region of space. Long Seven felt that he had said too much. It's just hearsay. Have you heard of a saying? Warm water is used to boil a frog. The frigid immortal sect is using warm water to boil this region of space, and no one can escape. Even the smallest excuse is still an excuse, and my family avoids such excuses as much as possible. Lu Yin sighed. But I'm in a difficult position. How should I explain this to the 14th gate? Nongya replied, the 14th gate did not say that you failed to complete the Lu Ku incident, and the same goes for my family. Of course, as compensation, you can state your conditions. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, besides Grandmaster Shi and Qishuwei, there are 2 more spies in the family. Nongya was furious. Are you sure? Lu Yin nodded and looked at Nongya. Senior, this family is not easy to manage. Nongya sighed. The family accepts many different races, and it's normal for some spies to sneak in. We have never slacked off, but we can never get rid of them. Lu Yin fell silent, and he did not mention the names of the other 2 spies. Nongya was not stupid. Dragon sect leader, cultivation is difficult. If there's anything that the family can help with, please feel free to ask. As long as it's within our means, we will do our best. Senior, you're being too formal, Lu Yin politely replied. Nongya replied, the dragon sect leader is one of the few outstanding elites that I've seen. Providing you with resources is equivalent to cultivating experts for the human race. In the future, it will be easier for us to resist external enemies. If there's with any requests, please feel free to ask. Lu Yin coughed. If that's the case, then I'll speak. Nongya heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that Lu Yin would raise any conditions, but he was afraid that Lu Yin would be stubborn and insist on capturing the spy. That would be troublesome. Go ahead. When Lu Yin and Nongya reappeared in front of everyone, the white fatty noticed that Nongya's expression wasn't too good, while Lu Yin was very happy. Of course, Lu Yin was happy, as the 4 spies had given him a total of 600 million star essence. That was 600 million star essence. Even though it might not seem like much to a farmer's family, and it was even more pitiful when compared to Junior Progenitor Planet, that was only in relative terms. 600 million star essence was actually a lot. You entertain the dragon sect leader, Nongya said. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Yin with a strange expression. It was rare for the sect master of a humble family and a member of a 4-way Libra branch to care so much about money. He really couldn't understand why Lu Yin needed so much money. Was he going to eat it? Nong Lai was no longer in high spirits because of what had happened with Master Shi. He didn't bring Lu Yin to the botanical garden again, but he didn't take back the 10,000 species ring. The rest of the tour of the seed garden was much more mundane, but Lu Yin didn't mind. He had already achieved his goal of coming here, and it could even be said that he had exceeded his expectations. Now that he knew about that little plant, his next goal was to find out more about the person who had planted it, as well as find out more about what had happened to the Lu family. Sanyang, the white fatty exclaimed. Everyone turned to look and saw Nong Sanyang and another girl walking through the air, heading in a certain direction. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw the girl with Nong Sanyang. Bai Shui. He had never dreamed that he would run into Bai Shui in the seed garden. Bai Shui and Zhang Dingtian had disappeared from Jupiter, and he had met Zhang Dingtian at the Sword Steel. Zhang Dingtian had told him that Bai Shui had gone to the top world and was most likely in the frigid immortal sect. Why was she here? Bai Shui didn't see Lu Yin, and she and Nong Sanyang headed in the same direction. Brother Nong Lai, where did Sanyang go? Lu Yin asked curiously. Nong Lai replied, he went to see the big face tree. The big face tree. Everyone was confused. Nong Lai explained, in the seed garden, there is a tree that has existed for a very long time. It has a fat face, and we call it the big face tree. According to the ancestral teachings, every descendant of the Nong family must visit the big face tree often and chat with it. Can we go take a look? Lu Yin asked. Nong Lai nodded. Sure, let's go. The big face tree was located quite far away, and it spanned almost half of the seed garden. An hour later, Lu Yin's group saw the so-called big face tree, and it really did have a fat face. There was a forest within the seed garden, and in the middle of the forest was a damp cliff that met with the flow of water. The big face tree was at the bottom of the cliff, and Nong Sanyang and Bai Shui were there as well, their backs facing the group. The big face tree wasn't very big, and it looked like an ordinary tree. Nong Lai stopped a few kilometers away from the tree and had a strange expression. Go take a look. If you can't stand it, you can leave. It's fine. The group was stunned, and the white fatty grew nervous. What do you mean? Is it going to hit us? Nong Lai replied, of course not. It's just that the big face tree has lived for too long. It's a little, how should I put it, naggy. The white fatty relaxed. I thought it was something serious. It's just nagging. Brother, you're the best at chatting with old people. He then walked off. Lu Yin followed closely behind, and Shangqing and Lu Tianmu followed closely behind. Nong Lai watched the group walk towards the big face tree, his eyes filled with anticipation and schadenfreude. As Lu Yin's group approached the tree, Nong Sanyang turned around with a pained expression. She was surprised to see Lu Yin's group, but she didn't say anything and just hurried away. The white fatty greeted her, Sanyang, what are you doing? Nong Sanyang's face was pale, as if she had just gone through a battle that had been completely crushed. Seeing her like this, the white fatty stopped in his tracks and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. His meaning was clear, he wanted Lu Yin to leave first. Lu Yin pursed his lips and walked behind the white fatty. Go. Go ahead, brother, the white fatty smiled. Lu Yin smiled in a friendly manner and pushed the white fatty towards the big face tree. At that moment, Bai Shui seemed to be unable to withstand some sort of torture, and she turned around to leave. She almost collided with the white fatty, and just like Nong Sanyang, she was impatient to leave. However, when she saw Lu Yin, she was stunned. Zhang Dingtian, Lu Tianmu, and the others were all stunned when they saw Lu Yin, let alone her. However, some unknown torment quickly woke her up, and she followed Nong Sanyang's footsteps and flew away. The white fatty was directly pushed to the front of the big face tree. He saw 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth on the tree. Especially the 2 cheeks, which were bulging. It looked very fat. This was the big face tree. There's another newcomer. How are you, kid? The tree spoke, its mouth constantly moving, but Lu Yin and the others couldn't hear it. Only the white fatty could. When the big face tree spoke, the white fatty's brain felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. Every word exploded in his mind. Just a single sentence almost made the white fatty faint. That wasn't all. The big face tree continued, little guy, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Come, Uncle Tree will teach you how to train your body. You dash. At this point, the white fatty fainted, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Luin was shocked, and he quickly grabbed the white fatty and threw him away. Behind him, Shangqing and Lu Tianmu retreated as quickly as they could, leaving Luin alone. The tree looked at Luin, and Luin happened to look back. When their eyes met, the tree smiled. Here we go again. Luin was about to leave, but when he heard those words, he stopped and looked at the tree in shock. You know me. The tree grinned. It actually had teeth, although they were yellow. Don't underestimate Uncle Tree. Uncle Tree may have lived for a long time, but I have a good memory. I remember that you weren't like this the last time you came. Luin understood Fatty Bai's feelings. The big-faced tree's words were like thunder, and it was no wonder that Fatty Bai had fainted. No wonder Nong Sanyang and Bai Shui had reacted that way. No one could withstand such power. Luin estimated that Nong Sanyang would at most listen to a few sentences, and Bai Shui would probably only listen to 1 or 2 sentences. The same went for the white fatty, but he could take a few more. Then do you remember my name? Luin asked. The tree's eyes spun as it tried to think. Luin stared at it. It looked up and grinned. Call me little guy. Luin was speechless. Kid, Uncle Tree misses you a little after we parted last time. You're one of the rare few who can chat with Uncle Tree, and the same goes for the girl who came with you. Where's she? It's been a long time since we last met, and she's so pretty. The tree started, but it didn't finish. Luin wanted to stop it, but just listening to it was exhausting all of his strength. He even had to use the origin opening array, but this wasn't a spiritual force attack, so the array was useless. Let's get back to the topic. We talked about the war in the Third Mainland, right? There was a kid called Suwang Tian who was incredible. He was the model of a scoundrel, and he could even become a grandmaster. Not only did he like to play chess with others, but he also created a secret technique that allowed him to do so. That's really, the old monster who destroyed the Third Mainland probably didn't notice that Suwang Tian had slipped away. Others might not know where that kid went, but how could Uncle Tree not know? He must have gone to Immemorial City, and everyone is trying their best to. Luin didn't hear the tree's next words from the moment he mentioned the Third Mainland. He was only focused on not fainting and staying awake. The only reason he was able to hold on was because he had memorized the Stonewall scriptures. No matter what happened, there was nothing wrong with memorizing the Stonewall scriptures. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.